In the sun-kissed realm of ancient Egypt, an enigmatic figure emerges, reshaping the very essence of Egyptian spirituality. The pharaoh Akhenaten. Walk with me down the banks of the ancient Nile and explore the turbulent reign of the heretic king. I invite you today to close your eyes and let me take you back as we explore the life of Akhenaten. Akhenaten, the future pharaoh of Egypt, had his roots in a very twisted family saga. He was born as Amenhotep. That's right, Akhenaten was a name that he chose for himself later, and if you stick around, you'll find out why. He played the role of the younger son to Pharaoh Amenhotep III and Queen Tai. The succession story took an unexpected turn when Akhenaten's elder brother, Thutmose, originally set to inherit the throne, met an untimely end, at quite a young age rather. This was of course all very, very sad, but it did propel Akhenaten, our boy, into the limelight as the heir to the throne. Now, quickly turning to some matters of the heart, are you aware of the pharaoh Nefertiti? Perhaps you're aware of the two great Egyptian women, if we are going to count Cleopatra as Egyptian. But the other was, of course, Nefertiti, who was Akhenaten's wife. That's right. Though the exact timeline of their union remains a mystery to this day, there are a few hints from Akhenaten's construction projects, and they suggest that it happened around the time he ascended to power. Perhaps a political marriage. There are many great artworks from this period that would show Akhenaten and his wife with his daughters in very natural situations. Now, adding a layer of intrigue to all this, another wife's name, Kia, surfaces in the historical narrative, and this was possibly the mother of the famous Tutankhamun. Possibly. It's all a little bit complex. Now, speaking of those 6 daughters, right, and that's right, he had 6 of them. They all had very long and difficult names to pronounce, so I'm only going to do 2 of them, Meritaten, Meketaten. Now you'll notice that both of those suffixes on their names end with aten. You will find out how important aten is later on. So, scholars have engaged in spirited debates that unravel the intricacies of family ties and mysteries surrounding Tutankhamun's lineage in the ever-evolving discourse on Egyptology. So do remember that by this time the video has came out, there may perhaps be new developments, as the field is always changing. Moving on. Egyptologists have limited information about Akhenaten's early life as Prince Amenhotep. Do remember that that was his original name before he decided to change it. Modern historians suggest that his birth likely occurred before his father Amenhotep III's 25th regnal year, which was around 1363 to 1361 BC. This estimate is based on the birth of Akhenaten's first daughter, probably born in his early reign. The sole mention of his name, the king's son Amenhotep, appears on a wine docket at Amenhotep III's Malkata Palace, a suggested birthplace for Akhenaten. Suggested, not confirmed. Some argue he may have been born in Memphis, where the influence of the sun god Ra's worship was particularly strong. However, many others are quick to point out that the worship of Ra was particularly pervasive across all of Egypt at the time, and Akhenaten could have been influenced by it regardless of his birthplace. Scholars have in the past attempted to identify Akhenaten's tutor during his youth. They have proposed figures like scribes such as Hekareshu or Miria II, or the vizier Aperel. There is also mention of Amenemhotep, not Amenhotep, Amenemhotep. Try saying that 10 times fast. The only confirmed individual who served the prince was Parenefer, and we can confirm this because it is literally written on the wall of his tomb. It's the best evidence we can get. Of course, scoring the gig as the pharaoh's tutor or the pharaoh-to-be's tutor is a rather sought-out position, and indeed worthy of praise. So, of course you would get a mention in that historical record. Moving on. Modern historians suggest that Prince Amenhotep, or Akhenaten as we should be referring to him, may have held the position of High Priest of Ptah in Memphis, although there is no real concrete evidence to support the claim. The reason why modern historians make this claim is due to Amenhotep's brother, Crown Prince Thutmose, occupying that role before his death. If Amenhotep assumed all of his brother's responsibilities in preparation for the throne, he might have become the high priest in Thutmose's stead, as that's usually how it went in Egypt at the time. Historians suggest that Akhenaten's distinctive artistic inclinations, which I'm sure you're seeing many of on screen, could have taken shape during his service to Ptah, the patron god of craftsmen, whose high priests were sometimes given the title the greatest of the directors of craftsmanship. The question of whether Amenhotep IV, Akhenaten, immediately assumed Egypt's throne upon his father Amenhotep III's death, or if there was an extended corrigancy of up to 12 years, is a subject of debate to this day. Many scholars strongly reject the idea of a lengthy corrigancy, advocating for either no corrigancy at all, or one lasting a maximum of 2 years. On the opposing side, others dispute the notion of any corrigancy between Akhenaten and his father. In 2014, a significant discovery in the Luxor tomb of the vizier Amenhotep Hui revealed inscriptions featuring both parents' names. The Egyptian Ministry of Antiques asserted that this provided conclusive evidence of Akhenaten sharing power with his father for at least 8 years, based on the tomb's dating. However, some Egyptologists challenge this conclusion, suggesting that the inscription might signify the start of construction during Akhenaten's father's reign and the completion under Akhenaten. Perhaps they should have made it a little bit clearer in the first place, but they rarely do us such a favor. Now, according to this perspective, Amenhotep Hui intended to pay respects to both rulers, and the evidence does not definitively prove a corrigency. So it remains a mystery. But personally, if I was going to take over my father's job, I'd rather him show me the ropes before I do. Amenhotep IV ascended to the throne of Egypt as Amenhotep IV, most likely in 1353 or 51, with estimates of his range ranging from 10 to 23 years old. His coronation likely took place in Thebes, though maybe in Armant or Memphis. We don't know yet. At the beginning of Amenhotep IV's reign, he adhered to established pharaonic traditions, not immediately altering religious practices or distancing himself from other deities. Egyptologist Donald B. Redford, a very distinguished expert in the field, may I add, argues that this suggests Amenhotep IV's eventual religious policies were not predetermined, and he did not follow a pre-established plan. Redford presents 3 pieces of evidence to support this view. First, surviving inscriptions depict Amenhotep IV worshipping various gods, including Atum, Osiris, Anubis, and the Eye of Ra, along with many more. Also, texts from this period refer to the gods collectively. So, we weren't quite at the monotheism stage yet, but we'll get there. The high priest of Amun remained active in the 4th year of Amenhotep IV's reign. Second, despite later moving the capital to Akhenaten, Amenhotep IV's initial royal titulary honored Thebes, and he called the city Southern Heliopolis, the first great seat of Re, or the disk. Thirdly, he did not destroy temples to other gods, and continued his father's construction projects at Karnak's precinct of Amun-Re. He adorned the walls with images of himself worshipping Ra, portraying the god in the traditional form of a falcon-headed man. During the early years of Amenhotep IV's reign, artistic depictions remained unchanged, very traditional. Tombs such as those of Keruef, Ramesses, and Parannefer, constructed or completed in this period, portrayed the pharaoh in the traditional artistic style. For instance, in Ramesses' tomb, Amenhotep IV is shown seated on a throne with the sun disk depicted over him and his queen, Nefertiti. Parannefer's tomb similarly displays the pharaoh and Nefertiti seated on a throne with the sun disk above them. Despite continuing the worship of other gods, Amenhotep IV initiated a building program to establish new places of worship dedicated to the Aten. Temples or shrines to the Aten were constructed in various cities, including Bubastis, Tel Elborg, Heliopolis, Memphis, and many more. In Thebes, he ordered the construction of a substantial temple complex dedicated to the Aten at Karnak. Of course, these new parts of the complex were distinct from the old parts that were dedicated to Amun. This complex, collectively known as the Per-Aten, or the House of Aten, comprised several temples with names such as Gempaten, Rudmenu, and Sekhet-Aten. Around the second or third year of his reign, he organized a Sed festival, typically held later in a pharaoh's reign, to rejuvenate an aging ruler. Egyptologists speculate on various reasons for this early festival. Some suggest it indicates a corrigancy with Amenhotep III, aligning with one of his father's celebrations. Others propose it was held 3 years after his father's death to emphasize the continuity of his rule. Some believe it honored the Aten, while others think it paid tribute to both the pharaoh and the god simultaneously. Regardless of the purpose, it is believed that during these festivals, Amenhotep IV made offerings exclusively to the Aten. Now this was very, very important, and quite a turning point, because usually you wouldn't just make offerings to just one god, wouldn't you? No, there were many Egyptian gods. However, Amenhotep IV was particularly interested in the sun disk, the Aten, so it deviated from the customary practice of honoring multiple gods and goddesses. Among the final documents that we have, referring to Akhenaten as his old name, Amenhotep IV, are 2 copies of a letter from Epi, the High Steward of Memphis. These letters, dated to his 5th regnal year, day 19 of the growing season's 3rd month, inform the pharaoh that the royal estates in Memphis are in good order, and the temple of Ptah is prosperous and flourishing. Approximately a month later, on day 13 of the growing season's 4th month, one of the boundary stelae at Akhenaten already had the name Akhenaten carved on it, suggesting that the pharaoh changed his name between the 2 inscriptions. He altered his royal titulary to emphasize his devotion to the Aten, so he was no longer identified as Amenhotep IV, which is associated with the god Amun. No, he didn't even want Amun anywhere near him anymore. It was all about the Aten. Born again, we may say. The exact meaning of Akhenaten, his new personal name, is still something that we're trying to figure out, as there's a few interpretations. The term Ak can be translated in various ways, such as satisfied, effective spirit, or serviceable to. Consequently, we may say that Akhenaten's name could mean Aten is satisfied, effective spirit of the Aten, or perhaps even serviceable to the Aten. Some propose the translation effective for the Aten based on their analysis of contemporary texts and inscriptions, where Akhenaten often described himself as being effective for the sun disk. They suggest that the frequency of this term in Akhenaten's references likely indicates that his name meant effective for the Aten. Could be. Although other historians, including Il Elmar and Gerhard Fecht, put forth the idea that Akhenaten's name might be misspelled and mispronounced. Some propose that Aten should be Jati, suggesting the pharaoh's name could be Akhenjati or Ahanjati, as it might have been pronounced in ancient Egypt. But we're really getting into semantics now. Around the same time that he changed his name, specifically on the 13th day of the growing season's 4th month, Akhenaten issued a decree for the construction of a new capital city, Akhetaten, meaning horizon of the Aten, now better known as Amarna. So, if you hear throughout this lecture the word Amarna, it refers to Akhetaten and vice versa. The most well-documented events during Akhenaten's life are tied to the establishment of Akhetaten, marked by several boundary stelae found in the city. Akhenaten selected a location approximately midway between Thebes, the existing capital, and Memphis, on the east bank of the Nile. The chosen site, with a natural depression and surrounding cliffs resembling the horizon hieroglyph, had previously been completely uninhabited. It was really out there in the middle of nowhere. According to inscriptions on one boundary stele, the site was deemed suitable for the Aten city because it didn't belong to any god, goddess, ruler, or really anybody who wanted to lay a claim to it. The precise reasons for Akhenaten's decision to establish a new capital and abandon Thebes, the old capital, still remain somewhat uncertain. The boundary stelae that document of the founding Akhetaten are damaged precisely where they likely explain the pharaoh's motives for relocation, which is a dreadful, dreadful inconvenience. However, the surviving portions suggest that something happened to Akhenaten during this period that was considered worse than anything heard in his reign or by any previous kings who assumed the crown. It alludes to offensive speech against the Aten. Egyptologists speculate that Akhenaten might be referring to conflicts with the priesthood and followers of Amun, the patron god of Thebes, who at the time was much more popular than Akhenaten's new monotheistic religion. The great temples of Amun, including Karnak, were concentrated in Thebes, and the priests there had gained significant power earlier in the 18th dynasty, particularly under Hatshepsut and Thutmose III. Some historians suggest that by relocating to a new capital, Akhenaten may have aimed to break with the priests of Amun and the god himself. Because after all, the gods are always watching in Egypt. The city of Akhenaten was meticulously and rather well planned, featuring the Great Temple of the Aten, Small Aten Temple, royal residence, a records office, and government buildings at its core. The city's foundational decree, inscribed on a boundary stele by Akhenaten, outlined the construction of key structures, including the numerous temples to Aten. Remarkably, the city's construction was expedited through an innovative building technique employing smaller blocks known as talatats. These blocks, measuring half by one ancient Egyptian cubits, which is approximately 27 by 27 by 54 centimeters, offered enhanced efficiency due to their reduced weight and standardized dimensions. By the 8th regnal year, Akhenaten had progressed significantly to accommodate the entire royal family. However, only Akhenaten's most devoted followers joined him in this new city. Simultaneously, construction efforts in Thebes dwindled between the 5th and 8th regnal years. The Aten temples initiated in Thebes were abandoned, and workers engaged in Valley of the King's Tombs were resettled to Akhenaten's laborers' village in the new city of Akhenaten. Despite this shift, construction activities continued in other regions, as major cult centers like Heliopolis and Memphis witnessed the construction of Aten temples. The Amarna letters, which you may or may not have heard of, are a collection of 382 diplomatic texts discovered between 1887 and 1979. And these texts offer crucial insights into Akhenaten's reign and foreign policies. Named after Akhenaten's capital, Akhenaten, these clay tablet messages constitute a rich source of information, including diplomatic exchanges between Amenhotep III, Akhenaten, and Tutankhamun, as well as communications with Egyptian military outposts, vassal states, and foreign rulers of various regions. These letters provide a snapshot of the international landscape in the eastern Mediterranean during Akhenaten's rule, shaped by the events preceding his reign. In the 2 centuries leading up to Akhenaten, Egypt's influence and military strength had surged, particularly under Thutmose III, who conducted successful campaigns into Nubia and Syria. And if you haven't seen my video on Nubia and Assyria, go and check both of them out. While Egypt had initially confronted the Mitanni, they eventually became allies. However, Egypt's supremacy gradually declined, and the Hittites emerged as a formidable power in Syria. Despite efforts by Amenhotep III to maintain a balance of power through strategic marriages and alliances, Egypt, under both Amenhotep III and Akhenaten, appeared reluctant or unable to counter the growing influence of the Hittites. This period marked a shift in the regional power dynamics, with Egypt seemingly avoiding military confrontations, while witnessing the rise of the Hittites as a confrontational state, surpassing the Mitanni in influence. In the early years of Akhenaten's reign, he faced concerns about the growing power of the Hittite Empire under Suppiluliuma I. A Hittite attack on Mitanni and its ruler Tushratta had the potential to shift the international balance of power, prompting some of Egypt's vassals to consider switching allegiances to the Hittites. Egypt's allies, captured by the Hittites in a rebellion, pleaded for Akhenaten's help. However, Akhenaten responded selectively. The northern frontier issues had repercussions in Canaan, leading to power struggles between Labaya of Shechem and Adbi-Heva of Jerusalem. Akhenaten intervened by sending Medjay troops northwards. Notably, Akhenaten refrained from aiding his vassal in Byblos, besieged by the expanding state of Amurru under Abdi-Ishurta and later Aziru. Rib-Hada's numerous pleas were met with indifference, and his eventual exile and likely execution showcased more of Akhenaten's reluctance to deploy significant military forces for the political stability of minor city-states on the periphery of his own kingdom. Really, Akhenaten was so wrapped up in this new sun-worship cult of his that he could not bring himself to do anything else. And therefore, those who he was responsible for and should have been protecting began to suffer. Historical interpretations of Akhenaten's foreign policy of course vary. Some 19th and 20th century Egyptologists viewed him as a pacifist, neglecting foreign affairs for internal reforms, while others praised his diplomatic emphasis over war. Well, after my comments, I think you know how I feel about his foreign policies. There is, of course, no excuse for laziness. The Amarna letters, however, remember we mentioned them, reveal that Akhenaten and Amenhotep III dispatched Egyptian and Nubian troops, armies, and resources to vassal states. Now this contradicts the notion of neglecting foreign territories, but regardless, these territories still fell, so perhaps he didn't do enough. The letters also indicate the pharaoh's instructions to vassals and the deployment of military forces in response to specific situations. During Akhenaten's reign, only one military campaign is confirmed, in either his 2nd or 12th year. He tasked his viceroy of Kush, Tuthmose, not Tutmose, Tuthmose, with leading an expedition against Nubian nomadic tribes responsible for rebellions and raids along the Nile. Commemorated on stelae at Amada and Buhen, the campaign's scale is debated among Egyptologists, with opinions ranging from a small-scale police operation to a war of major proportions. While some theories propose Akhenaten may have waged war in Syria or the Levant, possibly against the Hittites, There's uncertainty and varying interpretations. Suggestions include an unsuccessful war near Gezer or Kadesh, based on the Amarna letters and Tutankhamun's restoration stela. Some argue Akhenaten fought the Hittites for control of Kadesh, but was unsuccessful, as the city was recaptured later under Seti I. Archaeological evidence indicates Akhenaten closely monitored Egyptian vassals in Canaan and Syria. He maintained Egypt's influence over its Near Eastern empire, avoiding conflict with the powerful Hittite Empire. The loss of the Umuru border province in Syria to the Hittites resulted from the defection of its ruler, Aziru, despite Akhenaten's efforts to secure loyalty, showcasing once more the complex dynamics of regional politics during this period. The final 5 years of Akhenaten's reign, commencing around 1341 or 1339 BC, remain shrouded in mystery, with limited evidence and ongoing debate among historians and Egyptologists. Recent discoveries, however, such as the 2012 Dir el-Beshra inscription, shed light on year 16, month 3 of Akhet, day 15. Very precise. This confirms Akhenaten and Nefertiti's continued royal status a year before the pharaoh's death. Prior to this finding, the last documented event was a regnal year 12 royal reception at Akhenaten, marked by tributes from allied countries and vassal states. Historians like Aidan Dodson view this celebration as the zenith of Akhenaten's rule, attended by the royal family. However, the purpose of the event remains unclear, sparking various theories, including the marriage of Ai to Te. Akhenaten's 12-year reign summons the King Aziru of Umru, a military victory, Nefertiti's corogancy, or the completion of Akhenaten. Subsequent to year 12, some suggest a potential epidemic, perhaps a plague that struck Egypt. Evidence hints at a Middle Eastern plague around this time, possibly introduced during the year 12 reception. Alternatively, Hattian letters propose Egypt as the origin of the plague, which was carried by Egyptian prisoners of war. Regardless, this epidemic might explain several deaths in the royal family during the last years of Akhenaten's reign, including his daughters, Meketaten, Neferneferure, and Setepenre. The possibility of Akhenaten ruling alongside Smenkhare and Nefertiti for a period before his death has been proposed by scholars. Depictions and artifacts from the tomb of Merie II and Tutankhamun suggest that Smenkhare could have served as Akhenaten's corregent around regnal year 13 or 14, but may have succumbed to death a year or two later. Nefertiti, on the other hand, might not have assumed the role of corregent until after year 16, as indicated by a stela mentioning her as Akhenaten's great royal wife. While Nefertiti's familial ties with Akhenaten are established, the relationship between Akhenaten and Smenkhare remains unclear. Smenkhare could have been Akhenaten's son, or perhaps brother, potentially the offspring of Amenhotep III with Tai or Sitamun. Notably, archaeological evidence confirms Smenkhare's marriage to Meritaten, Akhenaten's eldest daughter. The Corrigency stela, discovered in an Akhenaten tomb, is considered by some as evidence of Nefertiti's corrigency with Akhenaten. However, uncertainty arises as the stela was later altered to feature the names of two others. Some suggest that both Smenkhare and Nefertiti served as Akhenaten's corrigans to secure the Amarna family's continued rule amid an epidemic. Dodson has suggested that in the event of Akhenaten's death and Tutankhaten ascending to the throne at a young age, or if Tutankhaten also succumbed to the epidemic, Smenkhare and Nefertiti were chosen to rule either alongside the young pharaoh or in his stead. So, after ruling for 17 years, that was the end of Akhenaten. He was initially buried in a tomb in the royal wadi east of Akhenaten. The construction of the tomb and the pharaoh's burial were commemorated on a boundary stela. However, Akhenaten's sarcophagus was later destroyed and left in the Akhenaten necropolis. It was reconstructed in the 20th century, however, and if you go to Cairo, the Egyptian Museum, you can see it. Despite the sarcophagus being left behind, Akhenaten's mummy was removed from the royal tombs and likely relocated to tomb KV-55 in the Valley of the Kings near Thebes. This tomb was desecrated, likely during the Ramesside period. Now the fate of Smenkhare's reign is unclear also, and if he outlived Akhenaten, his rule as sole pharaoh was probably so brief that it barely warranted a mention. The next successor was either Nefertiti or Meritaten, ruling as Neferuaten for about 2 years. Tutankhaten, possibly succeeded by the Vizier I, followed them. After Akhenaten's death, the Aten cult, of course, declined, but it was never really very popular in the first place, and his successors sought to completely erase his heretic legacy. Tutankhaten changed his name to, drumroll, Tutankhamun, and abandoned Akhenaten. He also dismantled all of the Aten temples. Horemheb and his successor destroyed Aten temples and monuments, restoring those dedicated to Amun. Akhenaten and his family were removed from historical records, and finally Akhenaten was gradually destroyed completely. Some scholars believe that Akhenaten's reign marked a decline in the pharaoh's power and influence. His religious reforms disrupted the traditional relationship between Egyptians, their gods, and the pharaoh. Akhenaten banned the worship of other gods, declared himself the sole worshipper of art and centralized religious devotion, and this made him very unpopular, so much that when he died, no one was really missing him very much. After he had died, the relationship between people and the gods became more direct, bypassing the pharaohs. The gods were seen as intervening directly in people's lives. So if he wanted to change Egyptian religion, he certainly did, just perhaps not in the way he was hoping. Akhenaten's reforms also impacted the Egyptian language, accelerating the use of spoken late Egyptian in official writings. Now, despite attempts to erase these changes, linguistic elements introduced during the Amarna period persisted in official texts. And an interesting fact, Akhenaten is also considered a prophet in the Druze faith. Now, if you don't know what the Druze faith is, I suppose you're going to have to wait for the ASMR historian video that talks all about it. But for now, that's enough for this evening. Thank you once again for joining me. If you enjoyed this content, why not like and subscribe, and leave your comments down below. Once again, it's been an utmost pleasure to have you here, and allow me to wish you good night. See you next time. Hey, how are you? It's good to see you here again. If it's your first time to the channel, welcome. I'm the ASMR historian, and I'm back again to talk to you about some very old and ancient topics, continuing our theme of Bronze Age civilizations and all the strange eccentricities that go along with them. So I'd like to invite you now to forget your worries of the day. Lie back, relax, perhaps close your eyes, or if you are so inclined, busy yourself with some other activity that you may do in an idle fashion while you listen to my voice. And today we're going to learn more about the Valley of the Kings, that old place in ancient Egypt that right now seems so mysterious to you. But within an hour's time, you are going to have a good understanding and a solid grasp on what happens and what's happening at the Valley of the Kings. So please take my hand and let's begin. The Valley of the Kings, known in Egyptian Arabic as Wadi el-Muluk, and in Coptic as Dime, is a historical site in Egypt where rock-cut tombs were excavated for pharaohs and influential nobles during the New Kingdom period, spanning nearly 500 years from the 18th dynasty to the 20th dynasty. Situated on the west bank of the Nile, across from Thebes, or modern-day Luxor, and within the heart of the Theban necropolis, The Valley of the Kings consists of two main sections. The East Valley, housing the majority of the royal tombs, and the West Valley, known as the Valley of the Monkeys. As of 2008, the Valley of the Kings is confirmed to contain 65 tombs and chambers, varying in size from simple pits like KV-54 to complex and intricate structures like KV-5. That structure, KV-5, boasts over 120 chambers dedicated to the sons of Ramesses II. This location served as the primary burial ground for significant royal figures during the New Kingdom, along with some privileged nobles. You had to have quite a lot of money or a significant amount of power to get into this burial ground, things that often go hand in hand. The tombs themselves are adorned with scenes from Egyptian mythology, providing insights into the funerary practices and afterlife beliefs of the time. While many tombs appear to have been opened and looted in antiquity, they still offer glimpses into the grandeur and authority of Egypt's pharaohs. The Valley of the Kings has been a focal point for Egyptologists, those who study Egypt professionally, and archaeological exploration since the late 18th century. Notably, the discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922 brought considerable attention to the site, making it one of the most renowned archaeological locations globally. Recognizing its historical significance, the Valley of the Kings, along with the rest of the Theban necropolis, was designated as a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1979. Ongoing exploration, excavation, and conservation efforts continue in the area, and a new tourist center has recently been established. The Valley of the Kings sits atop limestone and sedimentary rock, extending over 1,000 feet, and forming the valley cliffs and nearby Deir el-Bahri. These rocks were deposited 35 to 56 million years ago, when the Mediterranean Sea occasionally reached as far as Aswan. The valley itself was carved during the Pleistocene era by consistent rainfall, though modern-day rainfall is infrequent, leading to occasional flash floods that deposit debris into open tombs. The rock quality in the valley varies from fine to coarse, with some potentially structurally unsound, so watch out. Shale layers and occasional flash floods pose construction and conservation challenges, as shale expands in water and affects the surrounding stone. Builders adapted tomb shapes and sizes based on encountered rock types, quarrying some from existing limestone clefts behind scree slopes or at the edges of rock spurs formed by the ancient flood channels. Tomb construction challenges are evident in the cases of Ramesses III and Sekenakte. Setnakte began excavating KV-11, but accidentally broke into Amenmese's tomb, leading to the construction's abandonment, and most likely quite a bit of complaints from the Amenmesse family. Ramesses III extended his father's partly excavated tomb when searching for a tomb site. Ramesses II's tomb returned to an early style with a bent axis, possibly due to the rock quality. The Amarna Royal Tombs project used ground-penetrating radars in 2002, revealing natural shelves beneath the modern surface, descending several meters to the bedrock in the valley floor. The Theban hills are defined by a prominent peak of Al-Quran, called Ta Dehent by the ancient Egyptians. Tal Dehent translated to the peak. This pyramid-shaped summit likely evoked the Old Kingdom pyramids over a millennium, before the first royal burials in this region. Its isolated location facilitated reduced access, with tomb police, the Magi, ensuring the necropolis's protection. While Giza's pyramid symbolizes ancient Egypt, most tombs were rock-cut. Many pyramids and mastabas include ground-level cut sections, and Egypt boasts full rock-cut tombs dating back to the Old Kingdom. After the defeat of the Hyksos and Egypt's reunification under Ahmose I, Theban rulers constructed elaborate tombs reflecting their newfound power. Ahmose and Amenhotep I's tombs, possibly in the 17th dynasty necropolis of Dra Abul el-Naga, marked the shift. The valley's first royal tombs were attributed to Amenhotep and Thutmose I, with the latter's advisor, Ineni, noting his role in the tomb's excavation. The valley served as the primary burial site from around 1539 to 1075 BC, encompassing at least 63 tombs from Thutmose I, or possibly Amenhotep's I's reign, to Ramesses X or XI, with non-royal burials continuing in usurped tombs. Despite its name, the Valley of the Kings houses not only kings, but also favored nobles, and wives, and children of both nobles and pharaohs. Only about 20 tombs contain royal remains, while others hold nobles, the royal family, and unmarked pits and embalming caches. Around Ramesses I's time, which was around 1301 BC, construction began in the separate Valley of the Queens. So, with the introduction out of the way, I will remind you that if you enjoy this sort of content, perhaps you'd consider subscribing to the channel and leaving your thoughts down below in the comments. I always respond to comments, as it's a pleasure receiving them. So let us continue now with the history of the Valley of the Kings. The official name for the site in ancient times was, now wait for it because this is very long, the great and majestic necropolis of the millions of years of the pharaoh life, strength, health in the west of Thebes, or Ta Seket Mat, the great field, whichever one you have time to say. At the onset of the 18th dynasty, Only kings received large tombs within the Valley of the Kings. Non-royals were interred in small rock-cut chambers near their masters' tombs. Amenhotep III's tomb in the Western Valley and the potentially intended but unfinished WV-25 for Akhenaten demonstrate some deviations. Tutankhamun, I, and Horemheb during the 18th dynasty's return to religious orthodoxy, return to the royal necropolis. You might have just thought, what do you mean a return to religious orthodoxy? Well, the aforementioned Akhenaten was known as the heretic pharaoh. He had a vision in which he was inspired to reform the Egyptian pantheon. And by reform, I mean completely remove everyone out of it, except for the one god that would represent the sun. That was called the Aten. He went and founded his own city in the middle of the desert, in the middle of nowhere, with a lot of people following him, but many people just slightly confused about what he was doing. After his death, the cult of the Aten went away very, very quickly, but still known widely as the first documented monotheist. Longer video on him later on. So let me digress back to the 19th and 20th dynasties that witnessed increased burials in both the Valley of the Kings and the Valley of the Queens. Ramesses II and III constructed massive tombs for their sons, being KV5 and KV3. Some kings, like Thutmose II, whose burial might be in Dra Abu el-Nagar, Semenkhare with an unknown location, and Ramesses the eighth rather, was buried elsewhere and deviated from the normal practice. In the Pyramid Age, kings' pyramid tombs were associated with mortuary temples near the pyramid. However, Valley of the Kings tombs being concealed led to separate mortuary temples closer to Thebes, visited during festivals. One of these was the beautiful Festival of the Valley, and it involved sacred barks visiting funerary temples on the West Bank and shrines in the Theban necropolis. Constructed and adorned by workers from the village of Deir el-Medina, located between the valley and the Valley of the Queens. Facing Thebes, these tombs were accessible through various routes over the Theban hills. The lives of these workers are well documented in tombs and official records, including events like the Turin Strike Papyrus, possibly the first recorded workers' strike. The exploration of the valley. The Valley of the Kings has been a prominent focus of Egyptological explorations for the past 2 centuries. In earlier times, it served as a tourist site, especially during the Roman era. The evolution of the study of ancient Egypt is evident in the valley's history, transitioning from antiquity, hunting to scientific excavation of the entire Theban necropolis. Despite extensive exploration and investigation, only 11 of the tombs have been fully documented. Ancient times also had tourists, and like any tourists of any time, modern or otherwise, they leave their mark, in this case, in the form of graffiti. It's been identified over 2,100 instances of Greek and Latin graffiti, with fewer examples in Phoenician, Cypriot, Lycian, Coptic, and some other languages. The majority of the ancient graffiti is concentrated in KV9, totaling just under 1,000. The earliest positively dated graffiti in the valley date back to 278 BC. In 1799, members of Napoleon's expedition to Egypt, notably Vivant Denon, created maps and plans of known tombs, marking the first observation of the Western Valley, where the tomb of Amenhotep III, also classified as WV22, was later located by Prosper Jollois and Duas de Villiers du Terrage. The description of l'Egypte, comprising 2 volumes out of a total of 24, includes information on the Thebes area. European exploration in Thebes persisted throughout the 19th century. Giovanni Belzoni, working for Henry Salt, discovering tombs, including those of Ai in the West Valley in 1816, and Seti I's tomb in the following year. Bernardino Drovetti, the French consul general and a rival of Belzoni and Salt, also conducted explorations during this period. John Gardner Wilkinson, residing in Egypt from 1821 to 1832, contributed to the decipherment of hieroglyphs and established the tomb numbering system still in use today. Whether you like it or not. Somewhat boring names, but there was too many to give interesting names to. In the latter half of the century, effort shifted towards preservation rather than the mere acquisition of antiquities. Auguste Mariette's Egyptian Antiquities Service explored the valley, with expeditions led by Eugène Lefebvre in 1883, Jules Baillet, and Georges Benedict in 1888, followed by Victor Loret in following years of 1898 and 1899. Loret added an impressive 16 tombs to the list and further explored the already discovered tombs, while Georges Daressé examined KV9 during this period, the largest of the tombs. Gaston Maspero's reappointment of the head of Egyptian Antiquities Service marked a shift in the exploration of the valley. Maspero appointed Howard Carter, an extremely famous name in Egyptology, as Chief Inspector of Upper Egypt, and Carter, in turn, made significant discoveries, uncovering new tombs and exploring others, including clearing KV-42 and KV-20. Around the turn of the 20th century, Theodore M. Davis, an American explorer, held the excavation permit for the valley. His team, led primarily by Edward R. Ayrton, discovered several tombs, both royal and non-royal. In 1907, they found the potential Amarna period cache in KV-55. The Amarna period refers back to Akhenaten, that pharaoh that we mentioned before. Amarna artwork is extremely distinct from other periods, especially in the ways that they would represent the kings and the royals. Despite the belief that all significant burials had been found, Davis's 1912 publication stated, "I fear that the Valley of the Kings is now exhausted." Well, such a grand valley, I'm afraid, cannot be exhausted so quickly. Several years of rather confident archaeology from the Brits and the French in that golden age of exploration couldn't manage to find absolutely everything. And of course, it brings us back to that name that we mentioned, the very famous Howard Carter. Following Davis's death in 1915, Lord Carnarvon obtained the concession to excavate the valley, and he enlisted Carter for the task. Now, after a systematic search, they made a remarkable discovery. Do you know what it is? Do you want to guess? Well, it was the discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb, with all of its treasures and goodies inside, and of course, Tutankhamun himself, still lying there after so many thousands of years. It was discovered in November 1922, and it made Howard's career and definitely gave a return on investment for Lord Carnarvon. The initial tombs were situated in cliffs at the summit of scree slopes, positioned beneath waterfalls formed by storm-fed runoff. Over time, as these sites became occupied, burials transitioned to the valley floor, gradually ascending the slopes as the valley became filled with debris. This migration pattern accounts for the placement of tombs like KV-62 and KV-63, now buried in the valley floor. Typical tomb designs featured an extended inclined rock-cut corridor leading through one or more holes, symbolizing the descent of the sun god into the underworld. In earlier tombs like Tutmosis IV's tomb, the corridors incorporated 90-degree turns, and the burial chambers were cartouche-shaped. Remember, as we discussed in a previous video, that word cartouche means bullet in French, and it's a reference to how many Egyptian royal names were wrote and put into a kind of ovular-shaped seal, slightly resembling a bullet. So this layout, known as bent axis, involved filling the upper corridors with rubble after burial, concealing the tomb entrance. Post-Amarna period, the design gradually straightened out, transitioning from an intermediate jogged axis seen in Horemheb's tomb to a generally straight axis in later 19th and 20th dynasty tombs, such as Ramesses III's, the 9th's, which are KV-11 and KV-6 as well. The tomb axes, as tomb axes straightened, the slopes diminished, nearly disappearing in the late 20th dynasty. Oh, what a shame. Most tombs also featured a well, initially serving as a flood barrier, later acquiring a symbolic purpose as a shaft. In some cases, the well itself was left unexcavated in later 20th dynasty tombs, while the well room remained. Royal tombs predominantly featured religious texts and imagery. Early tombs depicted scenes from the Amduat, or as we translate that which is in the underworld. The duat means the underworld, by the way, in the old Egyptian language. And it detailed the sun's god journey through the 12 nighttime hours. Starting with Horemheb, tombs incorporated the Book of Gates, illustrating the sun god passing through the 12 gates, ensuring safe passage for the tomb owner through the night. Early tombs were rather modestly adorned, and non-royal ones were often left very simple and undecorated, with nothing really to be said about them. Well, if you end up building a tomb for me one day, I want it to have everything in it. Give me some nice pictures. I don't know. Something nice, huh? We all want to live in die in a nice tomb. Anyway, in the late 19th century, the Book of Caverns, describing massive underworld caverns housing deities and awaiting the sun's restorative journey, was introduced to upper tomb areas. A complete version is found in Ramesses VI's tomb. For Ramesses III's burial, the Book of the Earth portrayed the underworld in 4 sections, culminating in the sun disk lifted from the earth by Nuanet. Ceilings of burial chambers, starting with Seti I's tomb, featured the formalized Book of the Heavens, describing the sun's nightly journey through 12 hours. Seti I's era also introduced the Litany of Re, an extensive hymn to the sun god, further enhancing tomb decorations. Each burial included provisions for a comfortable afterlife, such as shabtis and divine figurines for magic rituals. Some items, like Tutankhamun's sandals, may have been used by the king during his lifetime, while others were specifically crafted for the burial. Of course, in the Egyptian afterlife, you needed all the help you could get, because it generally was hard to get into once your heart is weighed against the feather of truth by the god Mart. If the feather weighs more, or it is unbalanced at all, well, you are not in for a very good time. Now, you probably keep hearing this thing, KV, and you're perhaps thinking, what on earth is that? KV? Well, if you hadn't guessed already, the abbreviation KV stands for King's Valley. Ah, that's what it is. So now that's the way that we organize all of the tombs, monuments, and everything within the Valley of the King. So it's King's Valley Site 1 or King's Valley Site 2, all organized some 200 years ago. In 1827, Wilkinson assigned KV numbers to the tombs in the East Valley and labeled the 4 in the West Valley as WV through W4. The West Valley tombs were later renumbered as WV22 through to 25. The numbering system now ranges from KV1, which is Ramesses VII's tomb, to KV64, which was discovered as early as 2011, which indeed makes one think that there may be other tombs waiting to be discovered. Antiquarians and archaeologists have cleared and recorded tombs since the 19th century, with 61 known sepulchres by the early 20th century. KV5 was rediscovered in the 1990s, after being initially dismissed. Some tombs are unoccupied or unidentified, and others serve as storage pits. Most open tombs and tourist facilities in our modern day are in the East Valley. 18th Dynasty tombs in the valley exhibit variations in decoration, style, and location. Initially, there was no fixed plan, with examples like Hatshepsut's tomb twisting over 200 meters, reaching a burial chamber 97 meters below the surface. As time progressed, tombs became more regularized and formalized, such as those tombs of Thutmose III, which is KV 34, and Thutmose IV, KV 43, both of which have bent axis and simple decoration. Amenhotep III's tomb, WV22 in the West Valley, stands out as particularly imposing, though it's not open to the public, which is a shame. Additionally, powerful nobles began to share tombs with the royal family during this period. The joint tomb of Yuya and Julia, KV 46, possibly the parents of Queen Tai, was among the best preserved until the discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb. After the Amarna period, a shift in royal burial layout occurred, transitioning from the intermediate jogged axis to the straight axis. The Western Valley contains a tomb commencement believed to have been started for Akhenaten but left unfinished. Well, that's okay. I don't think he wanted it anyway. Ai's tomb, Tutankhamun's successor, is nearby and likely was initiated for Tutankhamun, but later usurped for Ai's burial, possibly making KV 62 Ai's original tomb with its smaller size and unusual layout. Amarna period tombs are concentrated in the central area of the East Valley, possibly with the mummy Cache KV 55 holding the burials of Amarna royals like Tai and Semenkare, or perhaps Akhenaten. Tutankhamun's tomb, discovered in 1922 by Howard Carter, was the first largely intact royal tomb found. Despite previous tomb robberies, while Tutankhamun's grave goods were opulent, he was a relatively minor king, and other burials in the valley likely held more treasures, but unfortunately, through the thousands of years, the security was not up to scratch. In the central area with KV 62 and KV 63, a radar anomaly labeled KV 64 hinted at a tomb or chamber. Remember, at that time they were using lots of radar technology during the mid-2000s to further survey the area with modern methods. The nearby tomb of Horemheb is seldom open to visitors, but boasts unique features and extensive decoration, representing a transition from pre-Amarna to 19th Dynasty tombs. During the 19th Dynasty, tomb layout and decoration became more standardized. Ramesses I's tomb, KV-16, hastily completed due to his early death, which was rather unexpected, is a truncated descending corridor with a burial chamber. Now, despite the simplicity of this, KV-16 has a vibrant decoration and still houses the king's sarcophagus. This, of course, makes it one of the more frequently visited tombs, showcasing the evolution of tomb design and decoration. Seti I's tomb is often considered the finest in the valley, featuring extensive relief work and paintings. Ramesses II, or Ramesses the Great as he's more commonly known, constructed the massive but currently ruinous tomb KV7, which is now undergoing excavation and conservation. Adjacent to his tomb, Ramesses II enlarged the 18th dynasty's noble small tomb, KV5, for his numerous sons. With 120, that's right, 120 rooms, KV5 is likely the largest tomb in the valley, though it's currently not open to the public. It's like showing up to Disneyland and the roller coaster being closed. that is so tragic. Merentar's tomb, open since antiquity, extends 160 meters, with a well-decorated burial chamber, typically accessible to the public. The last kings of the dynasty, including Siptah, followed a consistent pattern in tomb layout and decoration. Siptah's tomb, notably decorated, particularly on the ceiling, stands out among them. Setnakte, the first ruler of the 20th dynasty, initiated the construction of 2 tombs. While excavating his son Ramesses III's tomb, Setnakte accidentally broke into another tomb. This prompted him to abandon the excavation. Instead, he completed the tomb of Tuarset, a 19th dynasty female pharaoh. The tomb has 2 burial chambers, due to later extensions, making it one of the largest royal tombs, spanning at a little over 150 meters. Ramesses III's tomb, also known as Bruce's tomb or the Harper's tomb, is one of the valley's largest and is consistently open to the public. Its central location and exquisite decoration attract numerous tourists. Successors and descendants of Ramesses III opted for tombs with straight axes and similar decorations. KV2, Ramesses IV's tomb, Ramesses the Fourth, indeed, I beg your pardon, has been open since antiquity, featuring hieratic graffiti and scenes from religious texts. The joint tomb of Ramesses V and Ramesses VI, also known as the Tomb of Memnon, displays sunk relief carvings depicting scenes from religious texts. Open since antiquity, KV9 has over 1,000 examples in graffiti in ancient Greek, Latin, and Coptic, and, as aforementioned, several other languages to smaller extents. The spoil from KV9's excavation covered the earlier burial of KV62, protecting it from earlier discovery and looting. By the end of the New Kingdom, Egypt experienced a prolonged period of decline, marked by political and economic challenges. The priests in Thebes gained considerable influence, effectively governing Upper Egypt, while kings based in Tanis controlled Lower Egypt. In the early 21st dynasty, attempts to utilize open tombs were made, including the high priest of Amun, Nejam I, adding his cartouche to KV4. However, widespread plundering of the valley at this point had begun, leading the priests of Amun to open most tombs and relocate mummies to 3 tombs for better protection. The treasures were largely removed, with many eventually transferred to a mass reburial site near Deir al-Bahri, known to archaeologists as TT320. It overlooks the mortuary temple of Hatshepsut. This extensive reburial contained numerous royal mummies, discovered in disarray, some in the wrong coffins, and several, to this day, remain unfortunately unidentified. Additional mummies were relocated to the tomb of Amenhotep II, where numerous royal mummies were later moved. During the Third Intermediate Period and subsequent eras, intrusive burials were introduced into several open tombs. In Coptic times, some tombs were served as churches, stables, and even houses. The Valley of the Kings comprises of 65 numbered tombs as of 2024. These smaller tombs are often less explored or documented, either due to limited findings or incomplete records by early investigators. A lot of these tombs are quite modest in size and feature a single burial chamber accessed through a shaft or staircase, accompanied by corridors leading to the chamber. While some tombs are more expansive with multiple chambers, the minor tombs served various purposes. Some were designed for lesser royalty or private burials, some contained animal interments, and others seem to have never hosted primary burials at all. These tombs also served secondary functions, as evident from the later intrusive materials associated with these secondary activities. Despite some tombs being open since ancient times, most were discovered during the 19th and early 20th centuries, when the valley underwent extensive exploration and excavation. Tomb robbers. The issue of tomb robbery is pervasive across Egypt, and nearly all tombs have fallen victim to theft. The challenges posed by tomb robbers are documented in various papyri, primarily dating to the late 20th dynasty. Notably, one papyrus recounts the robbery of Ramesses VI's tomb. It was likely composed during the 8th or 9th years of Ramesses X, around 1118 BC. And we'll read from that now. The foreigner, Nesamun, took us up and showed us the tomb of King Ramesses VI, and I spent 4 days breaking into it, we being present all 5. We opened the tomb and entered it. We found a cauldron of bronze, 3 wash bowls of bronze. Confessing their crimes, the thief reveals a dispute among the robbers over an equitable division of the spoils from the tomb. No honor among thieves, I suppose. Tomb raiders targeted these burial chambers due to their wealth. They plundered tombs for valuable items like gold, silver, linens, ointments, and precious stones. The thieves often exploited fresh tombs because many items interred with mummies were perishable. During a virtual civil war in Ramesses XI's reign, an official plundering occurred in the Valley of the Kings. Tombs were forcibly opened, their treasures looted, and mummies gathered into 2 large caches. One cache
located in Amenhotep II's tomb, held all of 16 mummies. Another was concealed within Amenhotep I's tomb. Later, most were transferred to the Dir el-Bahri cache, which sheltered around 40 royal mummies in their sarcophagi. Only tombs with lost locations remained undisturbed during this period. Despite KV 62 and KV 46 robbed soon after the closure, their locations remained unknown. The Great Pyramid of Giza, built by King Khufu, employed a system of tunnels to deter theft. Until the 9th century AD, it remained sealed and untouched by robbers. However, intruders discovered that the king's chamber had been raided, with the mummy missing and sarcophagus opened. Now, tombs weren't just looted for valuables. They were repurposed for secondary burials. Once emptied, a tomb could become a burial site for another mummy. This practice was observed in the smallest pyramid of Giza. Nowadays, tourism in the Valley of the Kings is restricted, with only 18 tombs accessible to the public, though rarely all at once, and occasional closures for restoration. Entry to KV 62, due to its high visitor numbers, requires a separate fee. In the West Valley, only the Tomb of Ai is open, necessitating a separate ticket. Guides are prohibited from lecturing inside tombs, and visitors must proceed quietly and single file to minimize time inside and prevent damage to decorations. The tragic incident in 1997, where 58 tourists and 4 Egyptians were killed by Islamist militants at Dir el-Bahri, resulted in a drastic decline in tourism in the area. This is slowly recovering, as most people have forgotten about the incident and local security has been improved. Typically, the main valley sees 4,000 to 5,000 visitors daily, while the West Valley, with just that one open tomb, attracts fewer tourists. Now, if you have any sense about you, you will have gotten to this video and thought, this is a place that I simply must visit. I've been many places in the world, and I'm yet to see the Valley of the Kings. I will not go to my grave without stepping foot in those tombs. Which, on that note, brings me to the end of the video. I hope that you've learned something today. I hope you subscribed. That would be a bonus. But really, I hope that you are having a great experience out there, that you are happy, and that you are looking after and being looked after by all those around you. I'm the ASMR historian, and right here I will say good night and sweet dreams.
Welcome back. If it's your first time to the channel, hello, I'm the ASMR historian, and if you're returning, then thank you very much for your continued patronage. We're going to continue our recent theme on Bronze Age civilizations, and today's one that may be a little bit more familiar to you. It's about a great monument, a great sculpture. It's been around for a very, very long time. It's the Great Sphinx of Giza. So, without the further ado, if you would like to get yourself comfortable and learn something new today, and we can begin. The Great Sphinx of Giza, a limestone statue featuring the body of a lion and the head of a human, is positioned on the Giza Plateau in Egypt, facing west to east. Believed to represent the pharaoh Khafre, it's an ancient marvel and the oldest monumental sculpture in Egypt, dating back to Khafre's reign. Pharaoh Khafre reigned from around 2558 to 2532 BC. Carved from bedrock, the Sphinx has undergone restoration using limestone blocks, measuring 73 meters long, 23 meters high, and 19 meters wide. It stands as a globally recognized symbol. The nose's removal was possibly a deliberate act and predates Napoleon's era, dispelling the myth of its destruction during his 1798 campaign. The Sphinx remains a captivating enigma from ancient Egyptian history. But why is it called the Sphinx? Well, the original moniker bestowed upon the Sphinx by the creators during the Old Kingdom period remains elusive due to incomplete construction of the Sphinx temple enclosure and possibly even the Sphinx itself, leading to limited cultural material and not very many primary sources. Moving into the New Kingdom, the Sphinx garnered reverence as the solar deity Hor-Am-Akhet, which is translated as Horus of the Horizon, or Hellenized, which means put into Greek as Harmachis. Pharaoh Thutmose IV, in the Dream Stela, explicitly referred to the Sphinx as such during his reign from 1401 to 1391, or 1397 to 1388 BC. It wasn't until classical antiquity, around 2,000 years after its presumed construction, that the commonly used name Sphinx emerged. This name drew inspiration from a Greek mythological creature featuring the head of a woman, a falcon, a cat, or a sheep, coupled with a lion's body and eagle's wings. Despite the Great Sphinx having a human head and no wings, but it was the closest thing they had as a reference. The English word that we are using in our modern day and throughout this video, Sphinx, traces its roots back to the transliterated Greek, and it's apparently derived from the verb sphingo, which means to squeeze, referencing the Greek Sphinx who strangled those unable to answer her riddle. Medieval Arab writers, including al-Makrizi, designated the Sphinx with an Arabized Coptic name, such as Belhib, Balhuba, or Balhawiya. These names originated from Pehor, or Pehor,
associated with the Canaanite god Hauron, to whom the Sphinx was linked in the old times. Additionally, Francois de la Boule Lagos depicted the Sphinx as Ablehon. In contemporary Egyptian Arabic, the Sphinx goes by Abu al-Hol or Abu al-Wal, meaning the terrifying one or the father of dread. And this modern Arabic name more or less aligns phonetically with the Coptic name. And now let's get into the history, or what we know at least, of the history of the Sphinx. Based on archaeological findings, it appears that the Great Sphinx was crafted after 2500 BC for the pharaoh Khafra, renowned as the builder of the second pyramid at Giza. This colossal statue, hewn from a single piece of bedrock in the plateau, also doubled as the quarry for materials used in constructing the neighboring pyramids and other monuments. You must remember there's such a great amount of planning and craftsmanship that goes into this, because you can't put the bedrock back together. They only had one chance at it. They couldn't mess it up, and it looks like they didn't. Egyptian geologist Farouk Elbaz has proposed an intriguing theory about the Sphinx's creation process. According to Elbaz, the head of the Sphinx might have been initially carved from a natural yardang, a wind-sculpted ridge of bedrock that occasionally takes on shapes resembling animals. Elbaz suggests that the moat or ditch surrounding the Sphinx was possibly excavated later to facilitate the crafting of the complete structure. So when we look at clouds and think, wow, it kind of looks like a guitar or a cat or a bear, the Egyptians may have done this while looking at certain rock formations and thought, well, if it looks like a lion, we may as well make it into a proper, dignified lion. The stones extracted from around the Sphinx's body served a dual purpose. They were utilized in constructing a temple situated in front of the Sphinx. However, both the enclosure and the temple were left incomplete. The scarcity of cultural artifacts from the Old Kingdom era indicates that there wasn't an established Sphinx cult during the time. The construction sequence reveals that building the Sphinx temple required the deconstruction of the northern perimeter wall of the Khafra Valley temple. Consequently, it can be inferred that Khafra funerary complex predates the creation of the Sphinx and its associated temple. Moreover, the positioning and inclination of the south wall of the enclosure provides clues that the causeway connecting Khafra's pyramid and valley temple was already in existence before plans for the Sphinx were actually initiated. Examining the lower base level of the Sphinx temple further supports this chronology, indicating that it did not precede the valley temple in construction. And as for the New Kingdom, heading into much later times, in the vicinity of the First Intermediate Period, the Giza necropolis encountered abandonment, leading to the gradual burial of the Sphinx up to its shoulders due to the drifting sands. Circa 1400 BC, Thutmose IV, a young pharaoh, led a team in the first documented attempt at excavation, managing to uncover the front paws. In this process, a shrine was erected between the paws to house the dream stele, an inscribed granite slab possibly repurposed from one of Khafra's temples. The dream stele, discovered with damaged and incomplete text, recounts the intriguing event where Thutmose IV, while resting in the shadow of the Sphinx, received a divine message from the god Harmachis Kopriratum. The god granted Thutmose IV sovereignty and implored protection for his weathered form beneath the desert sands. An excerpt reads as such: "A royal son, Thutmose, being arrived while walking at midday and seating himself under the shadow of this mighty god, was overcome by slumber, and he slept at the very moment when Ra is at the summit of heaven. He found that the majesty of this august god spoke to him with his own mouth, as a father speaks to his son, saying, 'Look upon me, contemplate me, O my son Thutmose. I am thy father, Harmachis Kopriratum. I bestow upon thee the sovereignty over my domain, the supremacy over the living. Behold my actual condition, that thou mayest protect all my perfect limbs. The sand of the desert whereon I am laid has covered me. Save me, causing all that is in my heart to be executed.'" The dream stele associates the Sphinx with Khafra, although the part of the text confirming this link was not entirely preserved. Egyptologist Thomas Young, recognizing Kaf hieroglyphs in a damaged cartouche, added the glyph Ra to complete Khafra's name. That word, cartouche, is the French word for bullet. Many times when they would write Egyptian names, they would write them in this shape that somewhat resembled a bullet, so the French archaeologists at the time referred to these small little inscriptions as cartouches. Unfortunately, during the 1925 re-excavation, the lines of text referring to Kaf flaked off and were destroyed. Poor Khafra. In the later era, Ramesses II, known as Ramesses the Great, possibly undertook a second excavation. Transitioning to the new kingdom, the Sphinx gained a more specific association with the sun god Hor-em-Akhet, or Horus at the horizon. Pharaoh Amenhotep II, around 1,000 years after the Sphinx's construction, constructed a temple northeast of the Sphinx, dedicating it to the cult of Hor-em-Akhet. And of course, after the New Kingdom, we arrive at the Greco-Roman period. This is a time where, from Alexander the Great all the way up to Roman occupation. During Greco-Roman times, Giza transformed into a tourist destination, with its monuments now considered antiquities. Some Roman emperors even visited the Sphinx, driven by curiosity and political motivations. In the 1st century AD, the Sphinx experienced another unveiling from the encroaching sand, this time in homage to Emperor Nero and the governor of Egypt, Tiberius Claudius Balbillus. A grandiose stairway, exceeding 12 meters in width, was constructed. This impressive structure led to a pavement in front of the Sphinx's poles. At the summit of the stairs, a podium provided a vantage point into the Sphinx's sanctuary. A bit further back, another podium neighbored additional steps. Notably, the monumental stairway was disassembled during the 1931 to 32 excavations conducted by Pharaohs. And here's a Roman source for you. Pliny the Elder who describes the face of the Sphinx being colored red and gives measurements for the statues. In front of these pyramids is the Sphinx, a still more wondrous object of art, but one upon which silence has been observed, as it is looked upon as a divinity by the people of the neighborhood. It is their belief that King Hermes was buried in it, and they will have it that it was brought there from a distance. The truth is, however, that this was hewn from the solid rock, and from a feeling of veneration, the face of the monster is colored red. The circumference of the head, measured round the forehead, is 102 feet, the length of the feet being 143, and the height from the belly to the summit of the asp on the head, 62. That was Pliny the Elder describing the Sphinx back in Greco-Roman times. In 166 AD, a stela was erected to mark the restoration of the retaining walls around the Sphinx. This inscription stands as a testament to the ongoing efforts to maintain and preserve the monument during this period. The final Roman emperor associated with the Sphinx is Septimus Severus, who was linked to the monument around 200 AD. However, following the decline of Roman influence and power, the Sphinx experienced yet another phase of being swallowed by the encroaching sands, marking a symbolic end to its active engagement with the changing political and cultural landscape. And now on to the Middle Ages. In the Middle Ages, the Sphinx continued to captivate the imagination of non-Egyptians. Some viewed it as a representation of the god Haron, and this perception persisted through medieval times. The Sabians of Haran, for example, regarded the Sphinx as the resting place of Hermes Trismegistus. Arab authors depicted the Sphinx as a powerful talisman, guarding the area from the encroaching desert. Al-Makrizi went so far as to label it the talisman of the Nile, believed by locals to influence the flood cycle. According to Mohammed al-Idrisi, individuals aspiring to bureaucratic roles in the Egyptian government made incense offerings to the monument. As the centuries passed, writers and scholars documented their impressions and reactions upon encountering the Sphinx. Their accounts predominantly focused on providing a general description, often blending elements of science, romance, and mystique. The Sphinx continued to be a source of fascination and inspiration for those who encountered it during the early modern period. A typical description of the Sphinx by tourists and leisure travelers throughout the 19th and 20th centuries was made by John Lawson Stoddart, and I will quote his words now. "It is the antiquity of the Sphinx which thrills us as we look upon it, for in itself it has no charms. The desert's waves have risen to its breast, as if to wrap the monster in a winding sheet of gold. The face and the head have been mutilated by Muslim fanatics. The mouth, the beauty of whose lips was once admired, is now expressionless, yet grand in its loneliness, veiled in the mystery of unnamed ages. The relic of Egyptian antiquity stands solemn and silent in the presence of the awful desert, a symbol of eternity. Here it disputes with time the empire of the past, forever gazing on and on into the future, which will still be distant when we, like all who have preceded us and looked upon its face, have lived our little lives and disappeared." That was from John Lawson Stoddart, who described the Sphinx as a leisure traveler. How lovely. During the period from the 16th to the 19th centuries, European observers consistently described the Sphinx as having the face, neck, and breast of a woman. Various accounts by individuals such as Johannes Velrich, Georges Sandes, and many more all conveyed this common depiction, and these are accounts ranging from the 16th century to the 19th century. These descriptions were often conveyed through book illustrations in print form, created by professional engravers, based on the existing images or original drawings and sketches supplied by authors. André Tevet, for example, in 1556, described the Sphinx as the head of a colossus, caused to be made by Isis, daughter of Inachus, then so beloved of Jupiter, portraying it as a curly-haired monster with a grassy dog collar. Notably, Richard Pocock's Sphinx closely resembled Cornelius de Brugen's drawings of 1698, with minor changes, and is considered closer to the actual appearance of the Sphinx than earlier depictions. Additionally, print versions of Nordin's drawings for his Voyage d'Égypte et de Nubie, Voyage to Egypt and Nubia, in 1755, clearly showed the Sphinx with a missing nose. In 1817, the first modern archaeological dig, supervised by the Italian Giovanni Battista Caviglia, uncovered the Sphinx's chest completely. One of the people working on clearing the sands around the Great Sphinx was Eugène Grébeau, a French director of the Antiquities Service. Early Egyptologists and excavators held different opinions regarding the age of the Sphinx and its associated temples. In 1857, Auguste Mariette, founder of the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, discovered the inventory stela, dated to the 26th dynasty, which is 664 to 525 BC. The stela described Khufu encountering the Sphinx already buried in the sand. While some parts of the stela may be accurate, this passage contradicts archaeological evidence and is considered to be late-period historical revisionism. Likely a purposeful fake created by local priests to give the contemporary Isis temple a false ancient history. Flinders Petrie, in 1883, challenged the widely accepted age of the Khafra Valley Temple, suggesting that it was built during the reign of Khafra in the 4th dynasty. And now, let's talk about some modern dissenting hypothesis. Rainer Stadelmann, the former director of the German Archaeological Institute in Cairo, examined this distinctive iconography of the nemes, the headdress, and the detached beard of the Sphinx. He concluded that the style is more indicative of Pharaoh Khufu, also known as Cheops to the Greeks, who built the Great Pyramid of Giza and was Khafre's father. Stadelmann supports this by proposing that Khafra's causeway was constructed to align with a pre-existing structure, which he believes could have only been the Sphinx. In 2004, Vasil Dobrev of the Institut Français d'Archéologie Orientale in Cairo put forth new evidence suggesting that the Great Sphinx might be the creation of the lesser-known pharaoh Djedefre, Khafra's half-brother and Khufu's son, who only reigned for 8 years between 2528 in 2520. Dobrev argues that Djedefre built the Sphinx in the image of his father, Khufu, identifying him with the sun god Ra to restore respect for their dynasty. Dobrev also suggests that the causeway connecting Khafra's pyramid to the temples was constructed around the Sphinx, indicating its pre-existence. Egyptologist Nigel Strudwick responded cautiously, stating the need for more explanation and expressing skepticism about Djedefre's connection to the Sphinx. Geologist Colin Reeder proposes that water runoff from the Giza plateau caused the differential erosion on the Sphinx enclosure walls. He argues that this runoff, altered by quarrying, implies that the Sphinx likely predates the quarries and the pyramids. Reeder points to larger cyclopean stones in part of the Sphinx temple, the alignment of the causeway with the pyramids, and the break in the quarries as evidence that the pyramids considered the alignment with a pre-existing structure like the Sphinx during construction. He suggests that the Sphinx temple was built in two distinct phases, proposing a late pre-dynastic or early dynastic origin, aligning with the capabilities of ancient Egyptians in sophisticated stonemasonry. Recent restorations. In 1931, engineers from the Egyptian government carried out repairs on the head of the Sphinx. A portion of its headdress has fallen off in 1926 due to erosion, which had also significantly affected its neck. The restoration involved adding a concrete collar between the headdress and the neck, resulting in an altered profile. The repair has since been viewed with skepticism due to the questionable nature of the craftsmanship. Further renovations to the stone base and the raw rock body were undertaken in the 1980s and the 90s. These efforts aimed at preserving and maintaining the structural integrity of the Sphinx in the face of ongoing weathering and erosion. Degradation and violation. The Nummutic limestone in the area has distinct layers with varying resistance to erosion, primarily caused by wind and the wind-blown sands. This differential resistance contributes to the uneven degradation visible in the Sphinx's body. The lowest part of the body, including the legs, is composed of solid rock. In contrast, the upper body, of the body up to its neck, is crafted from softer layers that have undergone significant disintegration. The layer in which the head was sculpted is considerably harder. Within and below the body of the Great Sphinx, dead-end shafts are known to exist. These are believed to have been dug by treasure hunters and tomb robbers in search of valuable artifacts or burial chambers. When they realized they weren't going to find anything, they simply abandoned where they left off. Examination of the Sphinx's face reveals deliberate damage to the nose area. Long rods or chisels were hammered into the nose, one beneath the bridge and another beneath the nostril. These tools were then used to pry the nose off towards the south, resulting in the loss of the 1 meter wide nose, a feature that remains missing to this date. Various folk tales have emerged over time attempting to explain the disappearance of the nose. One commonly erroneous tale attributes attributes the loss of the nose to cannonballs fired by Napoleon Bonaparte's army. However, drawings of the Sphinx by Frederick Louis Norden in 1737, before Napoleon was around, already showed the nose missing. That predates Napoleon by 60 years. The damaged nose has been ascribed to different historical events by various sources. Some 10th century Arab authors suggest iconoclastic attacks, while others mention damage inflicted by the Mamluks in the 14th century. According to Ibn Qadi Shubar, Muhammad ibn Sadiq ibn al-Muhammad al-Tibrizi al-Masri in 1384 desecrated sphinxes in Qanatir il-Siba built by Sultan Barbars. In the early 15th century, Arab historian al-Makrizi attributes the loss of the nose to Muhammad Sa'im al-Dar, a Sufi Muslim in 1378. According to al-Makrizi, al-Dar, angered by local peasants making offerings to the Sphinx to enhance their harvest, defaced the Sphinx in an act of iconoclasm and in an act of religious extremism and intolerance to the local people. How unfortunate. Many locals believed that the increasing sand covering the Giza plateau was divine retribution for Al-Dar's defacement. Al-Minufi in the 15th century mentioned the Alexandrian Crusade in 1365 as divine retribution for Al-Dar's breaking off the nose of the Sphinx. Apart from the lost nose, it is believed that a ceremonial pharaonic beard may have been attached to the Sphinx, though it's uncertain if this was part of the original construction or added in later periods. Egyptologist Vasil Dobrev has proposed that if the beard were originally the part of the Sphinx, its fall would have caused damage to the statue's chin. That's a good point. The absence of visible damage supports the theory that the beard was a later addition. Traces of red pigment are evident on certain areas of the Sphinx's face, and remnants of yellow and blue pigment have been found elsewhere on the statue. Some archaeologists suggest that the monument was once decked out in gaudy comic book colors. However, as this is the case with many ancient monuments, the pigments and colors have deteriorated over time, resulting in the yellow or beige appearance that it has today. And now for holes and tunnels around the complex of the Sphinx. During his travels in 1565 to 1566, Johann Helfrich reported an intriguing observation at the Sphinx. He described a priest entering the head of the Sphinx, and when the priest spoke, it seemed as though the Sphinx itself was speaking. That's right. There was a hole in the Sphinx's head. In depictions from the New Kingdom, the Sphinx is often shown wearing a crown. If a hole did exist in its head, it could have served as the anchoring point for such a crown. Barres, in 1926, closed this hole off with a metal hatch. What a killjoy. In 1837, under the direction of Howard Weiss, Perring drilled a tunnel into the back of the Sphinx just behind the head. The boring rods became stuck at a depth of 27 feet or 8.2 meters, and attempts to blast them free resulted in additional damage. The hole was eventually cleared in 1978, revealing a fragment of the Sphinx's Neme's headdress among the debris. A significant natural fissure in the bedrock runs through the waist of the Sphinx. First excavated by Auguste Mariette in 1853, at its widest point of the top of the back it measures up to 2 meters, or 6.6 feet in width. In 1926, Barrés sealed the sides and covered it with iron bars, limestone, and cement, installing an iron trapdoor at the top. While the sides of the fissure might have been artificially squared, the bottom consists of irregular bedrock, positioned about 1 meter above the outside floor. A very narrow crack continues deeper into the structure. This is something we'll definitely have to watch out for in the coming decades, coming centuries. And now for the really fun part. The pseudo-history, the great imaginations of the people on the internet, the amateur historians and archaeologists. Sphinx orientation. The Sphinx is aligned from west to east, facing the rising sun, in line with the ancient Egyptian solar cult. However, the Orion correlation theory suggests that an alternate alignment towards the constellation of Leo during the vernal equinox around 10,500 BC. This idea is widely considered pseudo-archaeology by academia because it lacks support from textual or archaeological evidence, and it's all pretty obviously far-fetched. Sphinx water erosion hypothesis. The Sphinx water erosion hypothesis proposes that the weathering on the Great Sphinx's enclosure walls, primarily caused by prolonged and extensive rainfall, indicates an age predating that of Pharaoh Khafra. Advocates of this theory include René Schwaller de Lubick's, John Anthony West, and geologist Robert M. Schoch. Nevertheless, the mainstream scholarship dismisses this hypothesis due to conflicting archaeological, climatological, and geological evidence. Hidden chambers speculation. Speculation about hidden chambers beneath the Sphinx has a long history, with figures like H. Spencer Lewis, Edgar Cayce, and in the 1930s, predicated the discovery of the Hall of Records beneath the Sphinx, containing knowledge from Atlantis by 1998. Despite contributing to fringe speculation in the 1990s, this prediction lost credibility when the hall was not found as anticipated. What a disappointment. Wouldn't it have been great if it was actually there? And one of the last ones, the Anubis statue proposal. One historian, author Robert K.G. Temple, suggests that the Sphinx originally represented the jackal god Anubis. Now, the jackal god Anubis is associated with funerals, and that its face was later recarved in the likeness of the Middle Kingdom pharaoh Amenemhet II. Temple bases this identification style on the style of the eye makeup and the pleats of the headdress. Well, it's a little hard to prove him wrong, but it's also very hard for him to prove his own hypothesis. Well, we've come to the end for tonight of our talk on the Sphinx of Giza. Hopefully we can all one day go and visit the actual Sphinx itself. And hopefully no one comes along and causes any more damage. For now, I'm going to leave you with some relaxing sounds of the fireplace. If you've not already fallen asleep, or if you're just relaxing, then I'll wish you good night and sweet dreams. See you next time.
Hello, welcome to the channel. If you're returning, it's good to see you again. And if you're new here, then I will introduce myself. I am the ASMR historian, helping you fall asleep or just helping you relax and learn something new. Today we're going to continue our theme, which is the discussion of Bronze Age societies and all the eccentricities that go along with the old world. So if you would like to find an appropriate setting to relax and perhaps switch off for a moment, unwind from the day, then we can begin discussing today's topic of ancient Egyptian funerary practices. Ancient Egyptians practiced elaborate funerary rituals for post-mortem immortality. These involved mummification, spellcasting, and burying specific grave goods deemed essential for the afterlife. Over time, ancient Egyptian burial customs evolved and changed, discarding old practices and adopting new ones. Despite these changing specifics, body preparation, magic rituals, and grave goods remained integral to a proper Egyptian funeral. In the absence of written records from Egypt's pre-dynastic period, which is circa 6000 to 3150 before the Common Era, scholars posit that cultural emphasis on body preservation originated during that time. Interestingly, unlike neighboring cultures, early Egyptians opted for burial over cremation. This was possibly due to a belief that mistreating the deceased could actually lead to their resurrection. Of course, if you were burnt alive and had the chance to get back at the person who did it, you'd certainly be taking your chance to do so. Initially, early burials were rather simple and uncomplicated. They featured shallow, oval pits containing minimal burial goods. Intriguingly, some graves accommodated multiple individuals and animals. Over time, however, burial practices evolved, with bodies initially placed in wicker baskets and progressing to wooden or terracotta coffins. The apex of this evolution was, of course, the use of the sarcophagus, which is what we're quite familiar when we think about a royal burial or perhaps the burial of somebody with quite a lot of monetary resources when we think of the ancient Egyptians. These elaborate tombs, like the sarcophagi, were adorned with an array of burial goods, such as intricate jewelry, provisions like food or perhaps some water, engaging games, and even sharpened splints. This progression in burial practices reflects a complex interplay of cultural, religious, and social factors, that shaped the Egyptian funerary customs and traditions over many thousands of years and through many changes in cultural and religious dynamic. From the pre-dynastic era to the concluding Ptolemaic dynasty. The Ptolemaic dynasty was the Greek dynasty. Ancient Egyptians maintained an enduring cultural emphasis on eternal life and the conviction of personal existence beyond death. This profound belief in an afterlife is evident in the practice of interring grave goods alongside the deceased in tombs. The Egyptian concept of an afterlife gained widespread recognition through trade and cultural exchanges, leaving a lasting impact on various civilizations and religions. The Silk Road was notably one of the things that facilitated the dissemination of these beliefs, all the way from the furthest eastern frontiers to the west around the Levant. Central to Egyptian beliefs was a notion that entry into the afterlife hinged on an individual's ability to fulfill a promise in that realm. For instance, the king was deemed eligible for the afterlife based on their role as a ruler of Egypt, interpreting leadership as a qualification for admission in the afterlife. So let's think about if you were a carpenter. Well, of course they would need carpenters in the afterlife. If you were a bread maker or a brewer, well, of course they would need them as well. So I'm sure that if you had some useful skills, you were invited to the party. This perspective on the afterlife permeated Egyptian culture, and it was just another one of those things that contributed to its influence on a broader historical and geographical scale. The concept of serving a purpose in the afterlife was reinforced through human sacrifices, which were discovered in early royal tombs, intended to accompany the king into the afterlife. Unfortunately, if you were working for the king or was one of his slaves, then you may perhaps find yourself following him down into that tomb. Not the best retirement plan in ancient Egypt at all. No paid overtime either for that one. Of course, over time, this practice evolved as it was somewhat unpopular, and figurines, as well as paintings, gradually replaced the human victims. Some figurines were likely crafted to resemble specific individuals, symbolizing their journey to join the king in the afterlife. Both the lower and noble classes sought the king's favor, believing that deceased kings transformed into deities capable of granting an afterlife to chosen individuals. This belief persisted from the pre-dynastic period all the way through to the Old Kingdom. While many spells from preceding texts were retained, the introduction of new spells in the coffin texts aimed to make the funerary text more relevant to the nobility. In the first intermediate period, the significance of the king diminished somewhat, and funerary texts, once exclusive only to royalty, became more accessible to those with the resources to procure them. Kings transitioned from god-kings to rulers of the population,
losing the exclusive privilege of an afterlife solely based on their royal status alone. No free rides anymore. Now this shift was something that was very important indeed. This shift marked a change in the role of kings, who were now regarded as mortal rulers in the afterlife. So let's go all the way back to that prehistoric period that we mentioned, really archaic, and try to piece together the origins of Egyptian funerary customs. Among the earliest burial sites in ancient Egypt are associated with the Merimde culture, and that dates back all the way to 4800 to 4300 BC. Located in the Nile Delta, which is up in the north of country, near modern-day Alexandria, the much nicer place to live away from the desert, the Merimde people are recognized for crafting clay figurines. However, they did not include grave goods or offerings in their burials. The villages of Omari and Mahdi, situated near present-day Cairo, provide the first evidence of funerals in Egypt with said grave goods. In these locations, the deceased were interred in simple, round graves, accompanied by a pot. During this early period, the bodies were not specially treated or arranged, and without written records, of course, little is known about the contemporary beliefs in the afterlife. The time is quite a mystery to us, and we're left to piece the story together through what archaeological remains we still have. The inclusion, however, of a single pot in the grave suggests a possible provision of food for the deceased. Funerary customs in ancient Egypt evolved from the pre-dynastic period, building upon practices from the prehistoric era. Now initially, during the Badarian period, which is around 4400 to 3800 before our Common Era, people continued the tradition of excavating round graves containing a single pot, resembling customs from the Omari and Mahdi cultures. As the pre-dynastic period progressed, rectangular graves became more prevalent, and additional objects were deposited with the deceased. Evidence suggests ritual practices during the Naqada II period, from around 3650 to 3300 BCE, including specific body arrangements, often crouched with the face oriented towards the east or the west. And, of course, artistic depictions of funeral processions and ritual dancing on painted jars. Social stratification began to emerge, with some graves containing more elaborate goods than others. There were also gender distinctions that surfaced, with weapons often included in men's graves, and cosmetic palettes in women's graves. That's right. We had cosmetics all the way back in those times. I suppose women always wanted to look their best, even after they're dead. By 3600 BCE, the practice of mummification had commenced, something a little more recognizably ancient Egyptian, involving the wrapping of the dead in linen bandages infused with embalming oils, such as conifer resin and aromatic plant extracts. And of course, these new distinctions lead us to the early dynastic period, where we start to see more tombs and even coffins emerge. During the first dynasty in ancient Egypt, a notable shift occurred in burial practices, reflecting the rising wealth and social status of some individuals. Wealthy Egyptians, instead of simple pit graves, constructed rectangular mud brick tombs with underground burial chambers. These were known as mastabas. These mastabas featured niched walls, adopting the palace facade motif that imitated the walls surrounding the king's palace. While both commoners and kings had mastaba tombs, the architecture suggested that, in death, some affluent individuals achieved an elevated status. In later periods, a strong association between the deceased and the god of the dead, Osiris, became evident. Grave goods evolved during the first dynasty to include a wide array of items such as furniture, jewelry, games, weapons, cosmetic palettes, and decorated jars with food supplies. The wealthiest tombs boasted thousands of grave goods, and newly invented coffins were crafted specifically for burial. While evidence for the mummification during this period is inconclusive, daily life objects in the tombs indicated Egyptians' anticipation for the need of such items in the afterlife. Continuity from life to the afterlife was emphasized through the positioning of tombs. Those who served the king during their lifetimes chose burials near the king to showcase their sense of loyalty and continuity. The use of a stele in front of tombs, started in the first dynasty, reflected a desire to personalize the tomb with the deceased's name, marking a shift towards individualized funerary practices. During the Old Kingdom period in ancient Egypt, a significant evolution in funerary practices occurred. Kings began constructing pyramids as their tombs, surrounded by stone mastabas for high officials. This arrangement not only reflected the hierarchy, but also served as family ceremonies, given that many high officials were royal relatives. Among the elite, mummification had also become prevalent, involving the wrapping of bodies in linen bandages, sometimes covered with molded plaster. Stone sarcophagi or plain wooden coffins housed the mummies, and by the end of the Old Kingdom, mummy masks in cartonnage appeared. Canopic jars were introduced to hold internal organs, and amulets made of gold, faience, and carnelian, designed to protect different body parts, also showed up during this time. Inscriptions inside the coffins of the elite marked a notable shift during the Old Kingdom, providing a glimpse into the deceased's identity. Reliefs depicting everyday items adorned tomb walls, supplementing grave goods through visual representation. The introduction of the false door, a non-functioning stone sculpture, either inside the temple or outside the mastaba, became a focal point for offerings and prayers. Statues of the deceased gained prominence in tombs, serving ritual purposes. the burial chambers of private individuals started receiving decorations, a trend that expanded beyond the temples. Towards the end of the Old Kingdom, burial chamber decorations featured offerings, but lacked depictions of people. This reflected a new and nuanced approach to afterlife symbolism. The first intermediate period in Egypt, marked by a fragmented political landscape, is mirrored in diverse local art and burial styles. Various regional influences are evident in the ornamentation of coffins, showcasing distinct origins. Coffin inscriptions tend to differ quite a lot, with some featuring concise one-line texts, and common motives include depictions of the Wadjet eyes, symbolizing protection. Regional nuances extend to the hieroglyphs adorning coffins, adding layers to the identification of artistic origins. In burial practices, men occasionally had tools and weapons interred with them, underscoring associations with combat roles. Conversely, women's graves included jewelry, cosmetic items like mirrors and grindstones, suggesting preparation tools for the afterlife, akin to the aforementioned weaponry in men's tombs, hinting at expected roles of battle. This period's funerary customs reflect the dynamic socio-political landscape of the time. Heading into the Middle Kingdom in ancient Egypt, burial customs were influenced by political shifts. In the 11th dynasty, tombs were carved into the Theban mountains or local cemeteries in Upper and Middle Egypt. The preference for Thebes as a burial site was aligned with the king's affiliation with this city. However, during the 12th dynasty, high officials of the ruling family in Lisht chose mastaba tombs near the pyramids in the north. This shift was due to the ruler's new northern origin and different topography. For those below royal courtiers in the 11th dynasty, tombs were more modest. Coffins ranged from simple wooden boxes to linen-wrapped mummies, sometimes adorned with a cartonnage mummy mask. Lower-ranking tombs included wooden shoes, a small statue, and basic food offerings like bread, dried beef, and beer. While jewelry was infrequent, non-elite graves occasionally featured wooden models depicting boats, food production, craftsmen, and various professions. Now remember when we talked about the first intermediate period trends and those prehistoric trends of having something to do in the afterlife? Well, it seems there were many people who still believed in that. In the 12th dynasty, rectangular coffins featured short inscriptions and depictions of essential offerings for the deceased. Men's coffins depicted weapons, symbols of office, and food, while women's coffins featured mirrors, sandals, and jars of food and drink. Some coffins contained texts resembling later pyramid texts. Early faience models of mummies hinted at the future use of Shabti figurines, and we'll get to them later. Although they lacked the work directive found in later versions. Wealthy individuals had stone figurines resembling Shabtis, possibly serving as mummy substitutes. Well, when we talk about sharpties. These were the little figurines you could bring with yourself to help you out with things in the afterlife. So let's say you bought your little figurine of the bread maker who you like, and you bought the figurine of the guy who swept the floors for you. You could bring them all with you, and they'd be right there in the afterlife, sweeping the floor and baking the bread and all sorts of other things that you, as a noble with the money to have a tomb, would be not so accustomed to doing yourself. By the later 12th dynasty, under King Senwosret III, 1836 to 1818 BCE, burial practices underwent more changes, at this time rather significant ones. Strangely enough, the body was placed on its back, departing from the traditional side position. This was very different and quite unorthodox for many people at the time. Coffin texts and wooden models disappeared completely, replaced by heart scarabs and mummy-shaped figurines in the burials. Coffin decorations were also simplified, and the 13th dynasty witnessed more diverse motifs in the north and south, reflecting decentralized governance. A notable increase in multiple burials in a single tomb occurred, indicating more equitable wealth distribution and the reuse of tombs across generations. Graves dating from the Second Intermediate period indicate the burial of non-Egyptians in the region. In the north, graves linked to the Hyksos, a Western Semitic people who governed the north and northeast delta, consist of small mud brick structures containing bodies, pottery vessels, and daggers in the men's graves, and nearby donkey burials as well. Of course, it's quite an important animal that's been helping us out for so many years. The donkey hardly gets the credit that it deserves. Pan-shaped graves found in various regions are believed to belong to Nubian soldiers, Nubia being the southern part of the Nile, and they featured ancient customs with shallow, round pits, contracted bodies, and minimal food offerings in pots. The occasional inclusion of identifiable Egyptian materials from the Second Intermediate period distinguishes these burials from earlier periods, including the pre-dynastic era. In the New Kingdom, elite tombs transitioned to rock-cut chambers, with kings interred in multi-roomed tombs in the Valley of the Kings, instead of pyramids. And I certainly hope that you've watched my Valley of the Kings video. It was great. Funerary rites were conducted by priests in stone temples on the west bank of the Nile, opposite Thebes. The 18th dynasty marked the last period where Egyptians regularly included daily life objects in their tombs. The 19th dynasty saw a shift to tombs containing items specifically crafted for the afterlife, forming a division in burial traditions. Elite tombs in the 18th dynasty featured furniture, clothing, and other earthly possessions, while the 19th dynasty leaned towards items made for the afterlife. Although the Ramesside period lacked surviving unplundered elite tombs, those decorated during this time focused on religious scenes, emphasizing the funeral ceremony, funerary meals, deity worship, and underworld figures. Objects discovered in the Ramesses tombs were primarily crafted for the afterlife, with jewelry possibly also used during earthly life. And if you're still here now, I would like to remind you that if you're enjoying the video, it would make my day and give me that little dopamine hit if you were to like and subscribe, and perhaps leave your comments down below. Thank you very much. Now, back to the video. In the late period, non-royal elite burials saw the introduction of large-scale, temple-like tombs. Although most of tombs were like shafts in the desert floor. Reflecting old kingdom styles, fine statuary and reliefs were common, with grave goods often crafted specifically for the tomb. Coffins continued to bear religious texts and scenes, and personalized shafts featured stelae with the deceased's name and personal prayers of their choice. Shabtis in faience, non-functional canopic jars, staves, scepters, wooden figures of deities, scarabs, jet columns, Eye of Horus amulets, and images of the Ba were also included. Tools for the tomb's ritual, such as the opening of the mouth ceremony along with magical bricks at the compass points, could be part of the burial as well. Substances recovered from Saqqara, embalming workshops, dated back to the 26th dynasty, included extracts of juniper berries, cypress, cedar trees, Dead Sea bitumen, locally produced animal fats and beeswax, and ingredients from distant places like Elam and Damar from Southeast Asia. Specific substances like pistachio resin and castor oil were used for head treatments. Ancient Greek historian Herodotus from the 5th century and Diodorus Siculus from the 1st century BC, respectively, offer extensive insights into how the ancient Egyptians undertook the preservation of deceased bodies. Prior to embalming, a practice aimed at delaying or preventing decay, mourners, particularly for high-status individuals, would apply mud to their faces and engage in a town procession while expressing their grief. If the wife of a high-status man had passed away, her body would not go under embalming procedures until 3 or 4 days later to protect it from potential mistreatment. In cases of drowning or attacks, immediate and meticulous embalming restricted to priests was considered a sacred practice for death deemed venerable. Following the embalming process, mourners potentially participated in a ritual reenactment of judgment during the hour vigil. Volunteers took on the roles of Osiris, his adversary Set, and various other deities like Isis, Nephthys, Horus, Anubis, and Thoth. This narrative involves Set's envy of his brother Osiris, leading to a plot to kill him. Isis, Osiris's wife, engaged in a struggle with Set to acquire Osiris's body, resulting in the loss of Osiris's spirit. However, Osiris luckily experienced resurrection and was reinstated as a god. Additionally, various funerary processions occurred in the nearby necropolis, symbolizing distinct sacred journeys. The funeral procession came to the tomb, typically involved cattle pulling the body in a sledge-like carrier, accompanied by friends and family. Although the procession throughout, a priest would burn incense and pour milk before the deceased. Upon reaching the tomb, symbolizing the transition to the afterlife, the priest conducted the opening of the mouth ceremony on the deceased. With the deceased's head facing south, the body was envisioned in a statue replica. The act of opening the mouth symbolized granting the person the ability to speak and defend themselves during the judgment process. The ceremony concluded with the offering of goods to the deceased. Preserving the deceased's body was crucial for the possibility of entering the afterlife. In ancient Egyptian beliefs, the soul, known as Ka, symbolizing vitality, departs the body upon death. Only through a specific embalming process does Ka return to the deceased body, allowing for rebirth. The embalmers followed a systematic approach to prepare the body for mummification, offering various options for the family and friends to choose from, varying in price. Subsequently, the body was taken to Ibwa, meaning the place of purification, a tent for washing, and then to Per-Nefer, or the House of Beauty, for the mummification process. To achieve eternal life and stand before Osiris in the afterlife, ancient Egyptians practiced mummification, a process that involved preserving the body using natron, a natural salt found in Wadi Natron. The dehydration process, lasting up to 70 days, was a crucial step. Special priests, acting as embalmers, treated and wrapped the body in preparation for burial. Mummification, of course, was available to those who could afford it, but it was believed that even without this process, individuals could still enjoy the afterlife, if only they recite the correct spells and prayers. There were 3 different mummification processes, varying in their cost and complexity. The most classic and expensive method, dating back to the 18th dynasty, involved removing internal organs and liquefying the brain. The organs, including the lungs, liver, stomach, and intestines, were placed in canopic jars featuring the heads of protective deities. These jars were either buried with the mummified body or returned to the body after cleaning. The body cavity was cleansed, stitched with aromatic plants, and filled with bags of natron for dehydration over 40 days. The heart remained in the body for judgment against the feather of Mart in the afterlife. And that's the hard part, the boss fight of Egyptian religion. The subsequent 30 days of the mummification process marked the transformation of the deceased into a semi-divine being. Anything left from the first part was removed, and the body was treated with wine and oils, both for ritual purposes and to prevent damage during wrapping. Golden resin was applied to protect against bacteria and insects, inspired by the belief that divine beings having a flesh of gold. The body was then wrapped in linen strips with amulets, adhered using gum. A priest recited prayers and burned incense during this process. The wrapping provided physical protection, and wealthier families might include an ornamented funeral mask and shroud. Special attention was given to the head, hands, feet, and genitals, often revealed by extra wrappings. Small wooden name tags tied around the neck identified the mummies. The 70-day process was linked to Osiris and the absence of the star Sothis from the sky. The second, moderately expensive mummification option avoided abdominal incisions and organ removal. Cedar oil was injected into the body to prevent liquid from leaving. After a period in natron, the oil and liquefying organs were drained, leaving only skin and bones. The remains were then returned to the family, and the family could decide what to do next with them. The cheapest method, option C, chosen by the poor, involved purging the internal organs and laying the body in natron for 70 days before returning it to the family. It is the Wish.com version of mummification. After mummification, a priest performed the opening of the mouth ceremony, symbolically reanimating the mummy using spells and a ceremonial adze. Spells could also be recited to animate specific body parts. The embalmer's king's body was then moved to the mortuary temple, where rituals and prayers prepared him for the afterlife. Placed inside the pyramid with provisions, the king's tomb was then sealed. And those kings, now becoming deities, could be worshipped in their nearby temples. You could see them whenever you wanted. In the ancient times, Egyptians were buried directly in the ground, often in a compact position benefiting from the hot and dry weather that facilitated preservation. Burial in that ancient time was seen as crucial for a comfortable afterlife. Egyptians believed that deceased retained emotions, supporting and caring for their living family. The Ba and Ka, invisible twins, played a role, with the Ba supporting the family and the Ka recognizing the returning twin. This reverence for the deceased led to respectful treatment all around. Less fortunate Egyptians sought proper burials, typically in the desert. Bodies were wrapped in cloth and buried with everyday objects for the most comfort they could get in the afterlife. Poorer individuals often couldn't afford mummification, leading to mass graves without any elaborate items at all. Sites were scattered throughout the desert, some now in populated areas. The ancient Egyptians placed mummies in wooden coffins during the Old Kingdom, featuring intricate designs. The deceased's title, a list of offerings, a false compartment for the Ka and painted eyes. Middle Kingdom coffins resembled miniature tombs, adorned with images of goddesses like Isis and Nephthys, the four sons of Horus, and of course the relevant prayers that one would need to be armed with. Anthropoid coffins, molded to the body's shape, had personalized paintings of the deceased's face and hair. Sarcophagi, large stone containers, housed these coffins, offering additional protection, and were seen as aiding the deceased in the afterlife. Ancient Egyptians incorporated funerary boats into some burials, considering them essential for deities' travel between the sky and the netherworld. These boats, often made of wood and tightly bound papyrus reeds, served various purposes. Some were used for pilgrimages to holy sites like Abydos, while others, like the one near Khufu's Old Kingdom pyramid, were associated with royal burials. The River Nile was a common route for these funeral boats, carrying coffins and sometimes including a dog believed to guide the deceased to the afterlife. While smaller boats were common, monumental kings like Khufu had larger ones, with his measuring around 144 feet long and it had 12 oars. That's a pretty good boat. The Ure Museum houses a representative Egyptian funerary boat, symbolizing the journey from the life to the afterlife, particularly across the symbolic Nile River. This specific boat from the tomb of the officials at Beni Hassan became a part of the museum collection in 1923. Well, I suppose there's one thing that Britain did not take back to the British Museum. Well done. And on that note, we finish our video for this evening. Well, I think I've done quite well in keeping regular with the uploads. And if you've been listening along and learning a few things, you've done very well too. So please leave your thoughts below in the comments. Leave a like on this video and perhaps consider sharing with your friends so we can all bask together in these glories of the ancient world. I will see you tomorrow for another video, and I will wish you now good night, sweet dreams. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. I'm the ASMR historian. Once again, I welcome you here for another video about those amazing little eccentricities of the old world. And today we're going to talk about a very interesting one that I've been looking forward to speaking about, and it's the Book of the Dead. So if you'll permit me to accompany you with whatever task you're performing, or perhaps you would drift off to sleep, then let's begin discussing our topic for today. First, I will begin a brief introduction, just so we're clear on what the Book of the Dead actually is. Then I will begin reading from the Papyrus of Ani from the E.A. Wallace Budge version. So let's begin. The Book of the Dead is an ancient Egyptian funerary text that was used from the beginning of the New Kingdom around 1550 BC to around 50 BC. The original Egyptian name for the text transliterates to the Book of Coming Forth by Day, or the Book of Emerging Forth into the Light. Another term used for these texts is Totenbuch, introduced by Carl Richard Lepsius. Toten meaning death. The Book of the Dead was a compilation of magic spells intended to assist a deceased person in their journey through the Duat, the Egyptian underworld, and into the afterlife. It represents a loose collection of texts written by various priests over about 1,000 years. The book was placed in the coffin or burial chamber of the deceased. This tradition of funerary texts also includes earlier works like the pyramid texts and the coffin texts. Unlike the Book of the Dead, These earlier texts were painted onto objects rather than written down on papyrus. Some of the spells in the Book of the Dead were drawn from those older works and date back to the 3rd millennium BC. Others were composed later in Egyptian history, particularly during the 3rd intermediate period, 11th to 7th centuries BC. Although compiled into a single book, many of the spells from the Book of the Dead were also separately inscribed on tomb walls and sarcophagi, continuing a practice that had been established in earlier periods. The Book of the Dead did not exist in a single or canonical form. Instead, it comprised a diverse collection of religious and magical texts. The surviving papyri containing these texts vary considerably in their content and illustrations. Individuals often personalized their copies of the Book of the Dead, choosing specific spells they deemed essential for their journey to the afterlife. The Book of the Dead was typically written in either hieroglyphic or hieratic script on a papyrus scroll. These scrolls were often accompanied by illustrations or vignettes, portraying scenes related to the deceased and their journey into the afterlife. One notable example of the Book of the Dead from antiquity is what we're going to be reading today, the Papyrus of Ani. Ani was an Egyptian scribe, and he commissioned this manuscript. Discovered by Sir E.A. Wallace Budge in 1888, the Papyrus of Ani is considered one of the finest extant examples of these funerary texts, and it is, of course, currently housed in the British Museum. So, if you can hear the pages flipping, I have a Book of the Dead right here with me, right now, and I'm going to read from the Papyrus of Ani. Please enjoy. The Book of the Dead, Plate 1. Adoration of Ra, when riseth he in horizon eastern of heaven. Behold Osiris, the scribe of the holy offering of the gods all, Ani. Saith he, homage to thee, who hast come as Khepera, Khepera as the creator of the gods. Thou risest, thou shinest, making bright thy mother, crowned as king of the gods. Doeth to thee Mother Nut, with her 2 hands the act of worship. Receiveth thee Manu with content, embraceth thee Mart at the double season. May he giveth splendor and power, together with triumph, and a coming forth as a soul, living to see Horus of the double horizon, to the car of Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant before Osiris. Saith he, Hail gods of all the soul temple, ye weighers of heaven and earth in the balance, givers of food and abundance of meat. Hail Tatunen, one maker of mankind, and of the substance of the gods of the south, north, west, and east. Ascribe praise to Ra, the Lord of heaven, the Prince, life, strength, health, creator of the gods. Adore ye him in his presence, beautiful in his rising, in the Artet boat. Shall worship thee, the beings of the heights shall worship thee, the beings of the depths. Right for thee, Toth and Mart day every. Thine enemy is given to the fire. The evil one hath fallen, his arms are bound. Removeth, hath Ra his legs. The sons of impotent revolt, never again shall they rise up. The house of the prince is in festival. The sound of those that rejoice is in the dwelling mighty. The gods are rejoicing when they see Ra in his rising. His beams flood with light the countries. Advanceth the majesty of this god venerable. He arriveth at the land of Manu. He illumineth the earth at his birth every day. He arriveth at his region of yesterday. Mayest thou be at peace with me. May I see thy beauties. May I advance upon the earth. May I smite the ass. May I crush the evil one. May I destroy Apep at his moment. May I see the Abtu fish at his season of coming into existence, and the ant fish, and the ant boat in its pool. May I see Horus as guardian of the rudder, with Toth and Mart at his two sides. May I grasp the bows of the Sekhet boat and the stern of the Artet boat. May he grant a view of the disk and a sight of the moon god without ceasing every day. And the coming forth of my soul to walk about every place it pleaseth may be proclaimed my name when it is found upon the board for offering things. May there be placed for me offerings of food in my presence, like the followers of Horus may be made for me a seat in the boat on the day of going forth of the god. May I be received in the presence of Osiris, in the land of triumph, and the car of Osiris Ani. Continuing on now with Plate 2, another prayer to Osiris from the Papyrus of Ani. And I read, an adoration of Osiris, Un-Nefer, God great within Abydos, King of eternity, Lord of everlasting, traversing millions of years in the duration of his life, son of the eldest of the womb of Nut, engendered by Seb the chief, lord of the Urret crown, lofty of the white crown, prince of gods and of men. He hath received the crook and flail, and the dignity of his fathers. Gratified is thy heart which is inset, for thy son Horus is established upon thy throne. Thou art crowned as Lord of Tatu, and as ruler in Abydos, becomes green through the earth in triumph before the hand of Neber-Ter. He leadeth in his train that which existeth, not yet hath become in his name, Ta-Har-Setanef. He toweth the earth in triumph, and in his name that of Seker. Mighty is he exceedingly, and of great terror in his name that of Osiris. He endureth forever, and everlasting in his name of Un-Nefer. Homage to thee, King of kings, Lord of lords, Prince of princes, possessor of the earth from the womb of Nut. He hath ruled all lands and Akert. Golden of limbs, blue of head, emerald upon both of his sides, An of millions of years, extended of body, beautiful of face in Tasert. Give thou splendor in heaven, might on earth, triumph in Neterkert, sailing down to Tetetu as a soul living, sailing up to Abydos as a phoenix, going in and coming out without being repulsed at the pylons all of the Tuat. May there be given to me loaves of bread, the house of coolness, and offerings in Anu, a field enduring in Seket Arui, and wheat and barley in it to the car of Osiris, scribe Ani. And now reading from Plate 3. Speech by Osiris, scribe Ani, saith he, my heart, my mother, twice, my heart of my coming into being, may there not be resistance to me in judgment, may there not be repulse to me on the part of the divine chiefs, may there not make thy separation from me in the presence of the possessor of the scales. Thou art my Ka within my body, which formeth and strengtheneth my limbs. Mayest thou come forth to the place of happiness, to which advance I there. May not make to stink my name, the Shenit. May there not be spoken lies against me near the god. Good, good is it for thee to hear. Saith he that is in the tomb, graciously grant, O weigher of righteousness, the balance to stabilize it. So now the scribe's introductions are somewhat out of the way. Much praise for Osiris. I'm sure that Osiris had appreciated that. So we are going to skip forward now to plate 13 of the papyrus, which contains more prayers. So allow us to now begin reading plate 13. Hail, Thoth, making victorious Osiris over his enemies, making victorious Osiris over his enemies, as though maddest victorious Osiris over his enemies before the divine beings who are with Ra and with Osiris in Heliopolis on the night of the things of the night of that battle and of making the fettering of the Sbal, day of that destroying the enemies of Nebercher. The divine chiefs, great in Heliopolis, are Temu, Shu, Tefnut. Now the fettering of the Sebal, the destruction of the fiends of Set, is the second time he wrought evil. Hail, Thoth, making victorious Osiris against his enemies. Make to triumph Osiris, Ani. Ani, against his enemies, before the divine beings, great, who are in Tatu, on night that is making to stand up the Tet in Tatu. Now, the divine chiefs, great, who are in Tatu, Osiris is, Isis is, Nephthys is, and Horus is, the avenger of his father, now making the stand up to the Tet in Tatu is the shoulder of Horus, president in Sekhem. They are behind Osiris, in the form of bandages of clothing. Hail Thoth, making victorious Osiris over his enemies. Make victorious Osiris Ani, triumphant over his enemies. Before the divine chiefs great who are in Sekhem on the night of the things of the night in Sekhem. Now the divine chiefs great who are in Sekhem, Horus, Khenti, Anma, and Toth, who are with the divine chiefs of Naratuft. Now, night that of all the things on the night of the festival the daybreak is of the sarcophagus of Osiris. Hail Thoth, making to triumph Osiris over his enemies. Make to triumph Osiris, the scribe Ani, over his enemies before the divine chiefs, great in Pet and Tept, on the night of the setting up the columns of Horus, and making him to be established heir of the things of his father Osiris. Now the divine chiefs, great in Pet and Tept, Horus is, Isis is, Mesta is, and Hapi is. Now the setting up of the pillars of Horus, the saying of Set is to his followers, set up columns upon it. Hail Thoth, making to triumph Osiris over his enemies. Make to triumph Osiris, the scribe Ani. Makseru is he, triumphant over his enemies. Before the divine chiefs, great in Tau Rekit, on night that is lying down of Isis, watching to make lamentation for her brother Osiris. Now the divine chiefs, great in Tau Rekit, Isis is, Horus is, and Meshta is. Hail Thoth, making to triumph Osiris over his enemies. Make to triumph Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant in peace over his enemies, before the divine chiefs great in Abydos, on night that of Haker, at the separation of the dead, at the judgment of good spirits, at the coming into existence of cries of joy in Teni. Now the divine chiefs great in Abydos, Osiris is, Isis is, and Ap-Uat is. Hail Thoth, making to triumph Osiris over his enemies. Making to triumph Osiris, the scribe, the accountant of the divine offerings of gods all, Ani, over his enemies before the divine chiefs who judge the dead on night, that of making the judgment of those who are annihilated. Now the divine chiefs, great in the judgment of the dead, Thoth is, before the divine beings among the dead on night, that of making judgment annihilated are they. Osiris is, and Anubis is, and Asten is. Now the judgment of those who are annihilated, the imprisonment of things is, for the souls of the children impotent rebellion. Hail Thoth, making triumphant Osiris over his enemies. Make to triumph Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant over his enemies, before the divine chiefs, great in the festival of breaking and turning up the earth in Tatu, on night that of the festival of breaking and turning up the earth in their blood, and of making triumph Osiris over his enemies. Now the divine chiefs great in the festival of breaking and turning up the earth in Tartu, the coming of the fiends of Set, is when they make their change of form into animals. They are slain in the presence of gods. Those, and being smitten down, their blood floweth among them, are granted these things by the judgment of those who are in Tartu. Hail Thoth, making to triumph Osiris over his enemies. Make to triumph Osiris Ani over his enemies, before the divine chiefs in Naretef, on the night that of making secret the forms. Now the divine chiefs in Naretef, Ra is, Osiris is, Shu is, and Bebi is. Now night that of making the secret forms is the presence at the sarcophagus of the thigh and the heel and the leg of Osiris, Un-Nefer. Hail Thoth, making to triumph Osiris over his enemies. Make to triumph Osiris Ani triumphant before Osiris over his enemies, before the divine chiefs great in Re-Stau. On night that of the lying of Anubis with his 2 hands over the things behind Osiris, and of making triumph Horus over his enemies. Now the divine chiefs great in Re-Stau, Horus is, Osiris is, and Isis is. Osiris his heart rejoiceth. Horus his heart delateth with joy. The 2 regions are at peace throughout it. Hail Thoth, making to triumph Osiris over his enemies. Make to triumph Osiris, the scribe, accountant of divine offerings of all gods, Ani, triumphant over his enemies before the divine chiefs, great 10, with Ra, with Osiris, with God, every goddess, every before Neb-Ertz-Chair. He hath destroyed his enemies. He hath destroyed evil, all belonging to him. If, be said, chapter this, the pure one cometh forth by day, after death, and he maketh the form which he would give his heart. Now, if he reciteth chapter this all over him, strong it maketh him upon the earth. He will come forth from fire every, not shall encompass him anything or evil, any which appertaineth to him with unbroken regularity millions of times. And now for the preceding plate, that being plate 15, which concerns the opening of the mouth. This ritual was extremely important in order that one could defend themselves in the afterlife against the judgments of Mard. And so now let's read from plate 15. Chapter of opening the mouth of Osiris, the scribe, Ani. To be said, be opened my mouth by Ptah, untied the bandages twice which are upon my mouth by the god of my town. Come then, Thoth, filled with and provided with charms, untie the bandages twice of Set which fetter my mouth. Repulsing Tmu shoots them, he at those who would fetter me with them. Be opened my mouth, be unclosed my mouth by Shu, with weapons his that of iron, of heaven, he opened the mouth of the gods with it. I am Sekhet. I sit upon the side, west, great of heaven. I am Sa, the great in the midst of the souls of Heliopolis. As concerning charms, all the words and all spoken against me, these may resist the gods, them and the cycle of the gods all. Chapter of bringing charms to Osiris Ani. I am Mu Kepera, who produced himself upon the leg of his mother. Are made wolves those who are in Nu, and hyenas those who are among the divine chiefs. Behold, I collect charm, this from every place where it is, from the person with whom it is, quicker than greyhounds, fleeter than light. Hail, bringer of the boat of Ra, strong are thy sail and thy rudder ropes, in the wind as thou sailest over the lake of fire in the underworld. Behold, thou collectest charm, this from every place in which it is there, from the person with whom it is, quicker than greyhounds, swifter than light, making forms of existence from thy thigh. The end of this chapter, according to the Nebseni papyrus, is as followed. Otherwise said, swifter than Shu, who maketh the creation of the gods, from or in silence, who maketh them powerless, who giveth heat to the heads of the gods. Behold, is given to me charm, this from place every in which it is, from person with whom it is, quicker than a greyhound and fleeter than light. Of the mother, creating the gods from the silence, giving the mother heat to the gods. Behold, is given to me charm. This is from where it is, quicker than greyhounds, fleeter than light, otherwise said, fleeter than a shadow. Chapter of making the deceased to remember his name in the netherworld. May be given to me my name in the great double house. May I remember my name in the house of fire, in night, that of computing years, and of telling number of months. I am with that divine being, and I sit at the side, east of heaven. God any advanceth he behind me, I declare his name immediately. Chapter of giving the heart to Osiris. Chapter of giving the heart to Osiris, Ani, to him in the netherworld. Ani saith, May my heart be to me in the house of hearts, my heart be to me in the house of hearts. May be to my heart, may it rest in me, or I shall not eat the cakes of Osiris. On the east of the lake of flowers. A boat in thy going down the Nile, and in thy sailing up, nor shall I advance to the boat with thee. May be to me my mouth that I may speak with it, my 2 legs to walk, my 2 hands and arms to overthrow my enemy. Be open to me the doors of heaven, may unbolt for me Seb, the chief of the gods, his 2 jaws for me. May he open my 2 eyes which are blinded. May he make to stretch out my feet which are fastened together. May make strong Anubis my legs to rise up for myself. Maketh me to rise Sekhet, the goddess, that I may be in heaven, being done what I command in the house of Ka of Ta. I know my heart. I have already gained power over my heart. I have gained power over my 2 hands and arms. I have gained power over my feet. I have gained the power to do what pleaseth my Ka. Not shall be imprisoned my soul with my body at the gates of Amenta, at my entrance in peace, and coming forth in peace. Chapter of not allowing to be driven away the heart of Osiris. the scribe of the divine offerings to all gods of all, Ani, triumphant, from him in the netherworld. He saith, My heart, my mother, twice, my heart, my coming into existence, not to be their resistance to me in the judgment, not be their repulse to me by the divine chiefs, not make thy separation from me in the presence of the keeper of the scales. Thou art may double within my body, forming and making strong my limbs. Mayest thou come forth to the place of happiness to which we advance there, not may make to stink of my name the shenit, who make men to be in stability. Chapter of not allowing to be taken away the soul of a man from him in the netherworld. Saith Osiris the scribe Ani, I am he, I am the comer forth from the water floods. It giveth my inundation, it gaineth my power, there as the river Nile. Chapter of drinking water in the netherworld. I am he, I am the comer forth from Seb. Hath been given to him the inundation, he hath obtained power in it as the harpy. I open the two doors of heaven, are open to me the two doors of the water floods by Toth and by Harpy, who, the two sons, are of heaven, mighty of splendors. Grant ye that I may gain power over the water, even as conquered Set his enemies on day that of terrifying the world. I have passed the great one's shoulder against shoulder as they have passed by God that great splendid provided, unknown is his name. I have passed by the mighty one of the shoulder, I have opened the flood of Osiris, I have passed through the flood, Toth Hapi Temu, the Lord of the horizon, in his name that of Toth, cleaver of the earth. I have gained power in the water as conquered Set his enemies. I have sailed over heaven. I am Ra. I am the lion god. I am the young bull. I have eaten the thigh. I have seized the flesh. I have gone round the canal of the Sekhet Aru. Hath been given to me eternity without limits. Behold, I am the heir of eternity, hath been given to him everlastingness. Chapter of drinking water and of not being burnt in the fire. Saith he, Hail, bull of Amenta, I am brought to thee. I am ore that of Ra transporteth he the aged ones with it. Let me not be burnt. Let me not be consumed. I am Beb, son, eldest of Osiris. He washeth God every within his eye in Heliopolis. I am the heir exalted, the mighty one, still hard. I make to grow my name. I have delivered it to make me live in myself on this day. Chapter of going to the divine chiefs of Osiris. From plate 24 of the Papyrus of Ani. Saith Osiris the scribe Ani, triumphant, hath buildeth for me my soul a dwelling place in Tatu. I have become vigorous in pay. I have ploughed the fields in my forms of existence. Is my palm tree as the god Amsu over them? My abominations, twice not do I eat. My abominations, those which I abominate, are filth, not do I eat it. There are food offerings and meat who are not destroyed by it. Not do I raise myself with my 2 arms, not do I walk there upon my sandals, because my bread is of grains white, my beer is of the grains red of harpy. Indeed, the sectet boat and the artet boat bring me to them, and I eat them under the trees, of which I know the branches beautiful. How I make myself glorious with the white crown there. I lift up the Ure. Hail, the guardian of the door, who giveth peace to the world. Bring to me those who make offerings. Grant thou that I may lift the earth, that may open to me the beings of splendor their arms, that may speak the cycle of the gods, the words of the Hammemet, with Osiris, Ani. May lead him the hearts of the gods. May they make him powerful in heaven among the gods who have visible forms. Now God every and goddess every he passeth are therefore making Osiris the scribe Ani. Triumphant at the beginning of the year, living upon hearts, eating them at the coming forth from the east. Judged is he by the ancestors of Ra, judged is he by the ancestors of light. He is a shining being, clothed in heaven among the mighty ones. The provisions of Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, are among the cakes and beer made for your mouths. I go in through the disk, I come out through the god Ahui. I speak with the followers of the gods, I speak with the disk, I speak with the Hammemet. He granteth me to be victorious in the blackness of the night, within Mehurt near his forehead. Behold, I am with Osiris, and I proclaim what he announceth among the mighty ones. He speaketh to me the words of men. I listen, and I repeat to him the words of the gods. I come, Osiris, Ani triumphant in peace, as one endowed with all things. Thou raisest up for those who love them. I am a shining being, endowed more than shining beings all. Well, that is the first part of the Book of the Dead, of which I will be making another video about. I hope you enjoyed it. Rather difficult language, but interesting nonetheless. I suppose that we can't expect it to be completely comprehensible, being that it is several thousand years old, but we can do our best to try and make sense of it all. For now, I'm going to leave you with the sounds of the fireplace, calmly roaring in the background, and I'd like you to close your eyes as you drift off to sleep and perhaps think about a different view on spirituality from the old world that may seem so perplexing to us, but for the people of those times was just another normal part of life. I am the ASMR historian. Thank you for joining me tonight, and I shall wish you good night and sweet dreams.
In the mystic realm of the ancient past, a pharaoh ruled among grandeur and secrecy. It was an era where the Nile whispered tales of queens and conquerors, and the air carried the weight of opulence. The legacy of Cleopatra, an enigmatic tale etched in the sands of time, beckons the curious to unravel the captivating allure of the queen's journey through the veiled corridors of antiquity. Join me, the ASMR historian, on a brief sojourn through the concealed paths of Egyptian history, where the tantalizing saga of Cleopatra awaits. Close your eyes, and I will take you there. Cleopatra VII, Thea Philopater, born around 70 or 69 BC, and passing away on August 10th, 30 BC, held the position of queen in the Ptolemaic kingdom of Egypt from 51 to 30 BC. Not only was she the last active ruler in the kingdom, but also a notable member of the Ptolemaic dynasty, tracing her lineage back to Ptolemy Soter I, a Macedonian Greek general and comrade of Alexander the Great. Following Cleopatra's demise, Egypt became a province of the Roman Empire, signifying the conclusion of the last Hellenic era state in the Mediterranean, which had persisted since the reign of Alexander, 336 to 323 BC. Despite her Greek ancestry, Cleopatra, uniquely among Ptolemaic rulers, mastered the Egyptian language, demonstrating her linguistic versatility alongside her primary command of Koine Greek. Cleopatra's early life was marked by political upheaval and family disputes. After her father, Ptolemy XII Auletes, was exiled and then reinstated with Roman support, Cleopatra initially shared the throne with her younger brother, Ptolemy XIII. However, conflicts between them escalated into civil war, with Cleopatra seeking support from Julius Caesar after his victory in the Battle of Pharsalus. When Pompey, an ally of Cleopatra's father, sought refuge in Egypt, Ptolemy XIII had him killed to appease Caesar. Caesar arrived in Egypt, and the Ptolemaic siblings engaged in a power struggle. Cleopatra's forces were besieged by Ptolemy XIII, but the siege was lifted when Caesar intervened. Ptolemy XIII died in the Battle of the Nile, and Cleopatra emerged as the sole ruler. During her time in Rome, Cleopatra had a relationship with Julius Caesar, leading to the birth of their son Caesarion. After Caesar's assassination, Cleopatra returned to Egypt. She later formed an alliance with Mark Antony, one of the key figures in the power struggles following Caesar's death. Their relationship became romantic, and they had children together. Cleopatra's involvement with Mark Antony led to tensions with Octavian, another prominent figure in Roman politics. The conflict culminated in the Battle of Actium in 31 BC, where Octavian defeated the combined forces of Cleopatra and Antony. Faced with defeat, Cleopatra and Antony both committed suicide in 30 BC. The death of Cleopatra marked the end of the Ptolemaic kingdom, and Egypt became a Roman province. Historical accounts of Cleopatra's life are often influenced by Roman sources, and her legacy has been the subject of numerous interpretations. Now, let us explain in detail Cleopatra's life, starting from the very beginning. Cleopatra VII, born in early 69 BC to Ptolemy XII, had uncertain parentage, with speculation about Cleopatra V being her mother. Raised alongside her siblings Berenice IV, Arsinoe IV, Ptolemy XIII, and Ptolemy XIV, Cleopatra received an education in Greek arts from Philostratus. Facing Roman annexation threats in 65 BC, Ptolemy sought Roman support through gifts to figures like Pompey and Julius Caesar, leading to financial strain. In 58 BC, with Rome annexing Cyprus and Ptolemy of Cyprus's death, Ptolemy XII's credibility suffered. Exiled from Egypt, he stayed in Pompey's villa with the then 11-year-old Cleopatra. Berenice opposed their father's return, prompting Ptolemy XII's ruthless response. Assassinating embassy leaders advocating for Berenice in Rome, he left for Ephesus in 57 BC. Roman financiers supporting Ptolemy sought to reinstate him in Egypt. Ptolemy then persuaded Aulus Gabinius, the Roman governor of Syria, to invade Egypt in 55 BC, violating Roman law. Mark Antony, serving under Gabinius, prevented atrocities and rescued Archelaus in battle, earning distinction. Cleopatra likely accompanied the Roman expedition, and Antony claimed to have fallen in love with her during this time. Gabinius faced trials in Rome, but was recalled in 48 BC by Julius Caesar. Crassus, who succeeded him, was likely killed by the Parthians in 53 BC. In this turmoil, Ptolemy executed Berenice and her supporters. He allowed the Gabiniani to harass Alexandria and appointed Roman financier Rabirius, later sent back to Rome for draining Egypt's resources. Despite challenges, Ptolemy stabilized the economy, engaged in major construction projects, and designated Cleopatra and Ptolemy XIII as joint heirs in his will. On May 31st, 52 BC, Cleopatra was appointed as a regent for Ptolemy XII, as evidenced by an inscription in the Temple of Hathor at Dendera. Despite the challenges, Ptolemy XII's debt was not entirely connected by Rabirius by the time of the pharaoh's death, and the burden was passed on to his successors, being Cleopatra and Ptolemy XIII. After Ptolemy XII's death before March 22nd, 51 BC, Cleopatra, in her first act as queen, undertook a voyage to Hermonthis, near Thebes, to install a new sacred Bukis bull, revered as an intermediary for the god Monthu in the ancient Egyptian religion. Facing various challenges upon ascending the throne, Cleopatra dealt with issues such as famine caused by drought, low annual flooding of the Nile, and lawlessness instigated by the Gabiniani, Roman soldiers left unemployed and assimilated into Egypt by Gabinius. Inheriting her father's debts, Cleopatra owed the Roman Republic 17.5 million drachmae. In 50 BC, Marcus Calpurnius Bibulus, proconsul of Syria, sent his two eldest sons to Egypt, likely to negotiate with the Gabiniani and recruit them for the defense of Syria against the Parthians. However, the Gabiniani tortured and murdered Bibulus's sons, possibly with the encouragement of the rogue senior administrators of Cleopatra's court. Cleopatra sent the Gabiniani culprits to Bibulus, but he returned them, criticizing her interference in their abjuration, a matter under the Roman Senate's jurisdiction. Bibulus, supporting Pompey in Caesar's civil war, failed to prevent Caesar from reaching Egypt. By August 29th, 51 BC, official documents listed Cleopatra as the sole ruler, indicating her rejection of her brother Ptolemy as co-ruler, although Cleopatra had likely married her brother, but there is no record of this union. Sibling marriage was a Ptolemaic practice introduced by Ptolemy II and Arsinoe II, but this practice was disliked by contemporary Greeks. By Cleopatra's reign, it had become a normal arrangement for Ptolemaic rulers. Despite Cleopatra's rejection, Ptolemy XIII retained powerful allies, including the eunuch Pothianos and the military commander Achillas. Cleopatra briefly attempted an alliance with her brother Ptolemy XIV, but by the autumn of 50 BC, Ptolemy XIII gained the upper hand and began signing documents with his name preceding that of his sister. he established his first regnal date in 49 BC. In the summer of 49 BC, Cleopatra found herself still in conflict with Ptolemy XIII within Alexandria. Gnaeus Pompeius, seeking military aid for his father Pompey, arrived in Egypt. Caesar, after forcing Pompey and his supporters to flee to Greece, engaged in the Battle of Pharsalus in August 48 BC, resulting in Pompey's defeat. Pompey, having a close relationship with the Ptolemies, chose Egypt as his refuge. Both Cleopatra and Ptolemy XIII agreed to support Gnaeus Pompeius, sending him 60 ships and 500 soldiers, including the Gabiniani, which helped to reduce some of the debt that was already owed to Rome. Losing ground to her brother, Cleopatra fled Alexandria and withdrew to Thebes. By the spring of 48 BC, Cleopatra, along with her younger sister Arsinoe, traveled to Roman Syria to gather an invasion force. Returning with an army, Cleopatra's advance to Alexandria was blocked by her brother's forces, including some Gabiniani mobilized against her. In the Battle of Pharsalus, Pompey's forces were defeated, leading him to seek refuge in Egypt. However, fearing the potential consequences of Pompey using Egypt as a base in the Roman civil war, Ptolemy XIII's advisors orchestrated an assassination. Pompey was ambushed and stabbed to death on September 28, 48 BC. Ptolemy believed that sending Pompey's embalmed head to Caesar would demonstrate his power and simultaneously ease tensions. Caesar arrived in Alexandria by early October and took residence in the royal palace. Expressing grief and outrage over Pompey's killing, Caesar called on both Ptolemy and Cleopatra to disband their forces and reconcile. Relationship with Julius Caesar. Upon Ptolemy XIII's arrival at Alexandria with his army, he defied Caesar's demand to disband his forces. Cleopatra initially sent emissaries to Caesar. However, upon hearing that Caesar was inclined to have affairs with royal women, decided to go to Alexandria personally to meet with him. There are conflicting accounts of how Cleopatra gained access to Caesar. Cassius Dio suggests a charming meeting, while Plutarch describes her being smuggled into the palace, wrapped up in a blanket. While Ptolemy discovered that Cleopatra was in direct contact with Caesar, he attempted to incite a riot within Alexandria. However, he was arrested by Caesar. Caesar, using his immense oratory skills, managed to calm the crowd. Cleopatra and Ptolemy were brought before the Assembly of Alexandria, where Caesar revealed the will of Ptolemy XII, naming both Cleopatra and Ptolemy XIII as joint heirs. Caesar then sought to arrange a ruling partnership for Arsinoe and Ptolemy XIV for Cyprus. Pothenos, realizing that the agreement favored Cleopatra, decided to have Archelaus lead their forces against Caesar and Cleopatra. After Pothenos was executed by Caesar, Arsinoe joined forces with Archelaus and declared herself queen. Ganymedes, her tutor, killed Archelaus and took command. Ganymedes tricked Caesar into requesting Ptolemy XIII's presence as a negotiator, only to have him join Arsinoe's army. The resulting siege of the palace lasted all the way into 47 BC. In early 47 BC, Caesar received reinforcements led by Mithridates of Pergamon and Antipater the Idumean. Ptolemy and Arsinoe withdrew their forces to the Nile, where Caesar attacked and defeated them. Ptolemy XIII attempted to escape by boat, but drowned when it capsized. Ganymedes may have been killed in the battle or died shortly after of wounds. Theodotus, another key figure, was later found and executed by Marcus Junius Brutus. Arsinoe was paraded in Caesar's triumph in Rome, before being exiled to the temple of Artemis at Ephesus. Cleopatra, likely at this time pregnant with Caesar's child since 48 BC September, remained in the palace during these events. After Caesar's term as consul had ended in 48 BC, Antony played a crucial role in securing Caesar's appointment as dictator, lasting until 47 BC in the month of October. Caesar, having weary of female monarchs as sole rulers, appointed Cleopatra's 12-year-old brother, Ptolemy XIV, as a joint ruler with Cleopatra in a nominal sibling marriage. However, Cleopatra continued to live privately with Caesar. The exact date of the return of Cyprus to Cleopatra's control is uncertain. I may say at this point that I do not wish to push my morality on others, but I'm certainly glad that people are generally choosing not to marry their brothers or sisters in the year of our Lord 2024. But I do digress. Caesar is said to have joined Cleopatra for a cruise along the Nile and to see Egyptian monuments. Details of the voyage, including the use of the Thalamagos, a pleasure barge constructed by Ptolemy IV, were provided by the historian Suetonius. The cruise might be more of a romantic tale than a historical event. Around April 47 BC, Caesar left Egypt. Allegedly, to confront Pharnacus II of Pontus. It is suggested that Caesar, married to Calpurnia, wanted to avoid being seen with Cleopatra when she had their child. I wonder why. He left 3 legions in Egypt, later increased to 4, under the command of Rufio, a freed slave, to secure Cleopatra's position. Caesarion, Cleopatra's alleged child with Caesar, was born on June 23rd, 47 BC, originally named Pharaoh Caesar. Caesar was publicly silent about Caesarion due to his childless marriage with Calpurnia, accepted his parentage in private. Cleopatra, however, officially declared Caesar as the child's father. I do imagine Calpurnia may have been a little annoyed by this situation. Cleopatra and her co-ruler Ptolemy XIV visited Rome in late 46 BC, and they got to stay at Caesar's villa. Like their father, Ptolemy XII, Caesar granted them status of friend and ally to the Roman people. Cleopatra's presence in Rome had an impact on events, such as Antony's attempt to crown Caesar. After Caesar's assassination, she stayed in Rome, hoping to secure their recognition for Caesarion as heir, but Caesar's will named Octavian as the primary heir. Cleopatra returned to Egypt, and a few months later, Ptolemy XIV was killed, making Caesarion her co-ruler. Cleopatra's presence in Rome likely influenced events at the Lupercalia festival a month before Caesar's assassination. Antony's attempt to crown Caesar was likely a staged performance to assess the public's receptiveness to Hellenistic-style kingship. Cicero, present at the festival, mockingly referenced the Ptolemaic queen, whom he rather disliked. After Caesar's assassination on the Ides of March 44 BC, Cleopatra remained in Rome until mid-April, hoping for Caesarion's recognition as heir. However, Caesar's will designated Octavian as the primary heir, and Cleopatra left for Egypt when Octavian arrived in Italy. A few months later, Cleopatra had Ptolemy XIV poisoned, making her son Caesarion the co-ruler. Octavian, Antony, and Lepidus formed the second triumvirate in 43 BC to restore order to the Republic. Cleopatra received requests for aid from Cassius and Dolabella, but sent troops only to Dolabella, who were captured by Cassius. Meanwhile, Serapion, the governor of Cyprus, defected to Cassius. Cleopatra's fleet, damaged in a storm, arrived late to assist Octavian and Antony, who defeated Caesar's assassins at Philippi in 42 BC. By the end of 42 BC, Octavian controlled the Western Roman Republic, while Antony controlled the East. In 41 BC, Antony summoned Cleopatra to Tarsus. Initially, she was hesitant, but she eventually met him on Thalamacos. Cleopatra clarified her stance in the civil war, convincing Antony of her loyalty. During the meeting, she addressed territorial issues and persuaded Antony to execute her sister Arsinoe and her rebellious governor of Cyprus. Cleopatra's strategic alliance with Antony became more apparent after his visit to Egypt in November of 41 BC. His warm reception in Alexandria, coupled with the populace's admiration for his role in restoring Ptolemy XII, solidified his position even further. In Egypt, Antony continued to revel in the opulent lifestyle introduced during his time on board Cleopatra's ship at Tarsus. Concurrently, he extended his military influence by deploying subordinates like Publius Ventidius Bassus to expel the Parthians from Anatolia and Syria. Cleopatra's choice of Antony as a partner for providing heirs was deliberate, given his elevated status following Caesar's demise. As a triumvir, Antony wielded the authority to restore former Ptolemaic territories, currently under Roman control, back to Cleopatra. The transfer of Cilicia and Cyprus likely transpired during the winter of 41 to 40 BC, reflecting both a political and personal contribution between the two leaders. Antony's departure from Egypt in the spring of 40 BC was prompted by challenges in Syria, where his governor, Lucius Decidius Saxa, faced adversity. Cleopatra supported Antony's campaign by providing him with 200 ships and territories, marking the beginning of a period of separation. Despite the physical distance, Cleopatra and Antony maintained communication, and historical evidence suggests that Cleopatra may have had a spy in Antony's camp. Helios and Cleopatra Selene II, symbolizing the sun and the moon. These names held significance not only for the royal family, but also reflected Cleopatra's ambitious hope that Antony would follow in the footsteps of Alexander the Great by triumphing over the Parthians. This period marked a crucial juncture in the intertwined personal and political lives of Cleopatra and Antony. Mark Antony's Parthian campaign faced a disruption due to the Parisine War, initiated by his wife Fulvia against Octavian. This conflict aimed to establish Antony as the undisputed leader of Rome. The war erupted before Cleopatra's meeting with Antony at Tarsus, suggesting Fulvia's desire to separate Antony from Cleopatra. After Fulvia's death and reconciliation at Brundisium in September 40 BC, Antony conceded certain territories, including Italia, Hispania, and Gaul. He then married Octavian's sister, Octavia the Younger, potentially a rival for Cleopatra. In December 40 BC, Cleopatra welcomed Herod to Alexandria as a refugee from Judea. Antony had installed Herod as the tetrarch, but conflicts with Antigonus II led to further turmoil. Herod declined Cleopatra's military offer, went to Rome, and was named King of Judea. This move set the stage for future tensions as Cleopatra sought to reclaim Ptolemaic territories. Antony's marriage to Octavia and the birth of her children strained relations with Cleopatra. Yet, her position in Egypt remained secure. While Herod dealt with a civil war in Judea, Cleopatra refrained from supporting him. The triumvirate, now with Octavia's aid, extended its authority to 33 BC. Antony, preparing for war against the Parthians in Antioch, summoned Cleopatra to discuss crucial matters, including support for his campaign. Cleopatra brought her twins, signaling Antony's involvement in their upbringing and solidifying plans for their ambitious future. Antony then expanded Cleopatra's domain, established loyal rulers, and worked to stabilize the East. In this arrangement, Cleopatra gained significant former Ptolemaic territories in the Levant, including Phoenicia, Ptolemais Acco, Coele-Syria, Jericho, and a portion of the Nabatean kingdom. Antony's relinquishment of Roman territories to Cleopatra became a point of contention, exploited by Octavian to paint Antony as neglectful of his Roman life Octavia. Statues of Octavia and Octavian's wife Livia were erected to rival Cleopatra's in the Forum of Caesar. In 36 BC, Cleopatra accompanied Antony on his Parthian campaign, but returned to Egypt after giving birth to Ptolemy Philadelphus. Antony's campaign faced setbacks, including Artavasdes II's burial. After significant losses, Antony returned to Alexandria with Cleopatra, avoiding the risks of returning to Rome. In the following year, as Antony prepared for a Parthian expedition, Octavia, his wife, arrived in Athens with troops, ostensibly in support of him. However, it's likely that Octavian orchestrated this move to embarrass Antony for his military setbacks. Antony, traveling with Cleopatra, abruptly abandoned the military campaign and returned to Alexandria. leaving Octavia in Athens. Octavian portrayed Octavia as a victim wronged by Antony upon her return to Rome, even though she chose herself to remain in Antony's household. In the same year, Antony's envoy, Delius, negotiated with Artavasdes II of Armenia for a marriage alliance that aimed to wed the Armenian king's daughter to Alexander Helios, Antony and Cleopatra's son. When this proposal was declined, Antony led his army into Armenia, defeated their forces, and captured the royal family. This victory was celebrated in Alexandria with a rather controversial triumph, at which Cleopatra made grandiose declarations, and Antony imitated a Roman triumph while dressed as Dionysus. The aftermath of this saw Cleopatra and Antony assert significant territorial claims in the Levant, facilitated by Antony relinquishing Roman-controlled territories. However, this move was exploited by Octavian in Rome, who framed it as an empowering of a foreign queen at Rome's expense. The propaganda war between Antony and Octavian intensified, influencing historical narratives about all involved. In February 33 BC, a papyrus bearing Cleopatra's signature addressed tax exemptions in Egypt. Likely autographed by Cleopatra, it reflects her administrative role in Egypt, adhering to Ptolemaic practices to prevent forgery. The Battle of Actium. In January 33 BC, Octavian accused Antony in the Roman Senate of undermining Roman freedoms and integrity, labeling him as a servant of his Oriental queen. Before the joint imperium of Antony and Octavian ended in December 33 BC, Antony declared Caesarion as Caesar's true heir to challenge Octavian. In 32 BC, loyalists Gaius Sosius and Gnaeus Domitius Anabarbus, as consuls, condemned Octavian in a fiery speech. Octavian responded by entering the Senate with armed guards, causing the consuls and over 200 senators to flee Rome and join Antony. Antony and Cleopatra went to Ephesus in 32 BC, where Cleopatra provided naval support. Ahenobarbus sought to exclude Cleopatra from the campaign against Octavian, but Cleopatra's funding and competence swayed Publius Canidius Crassus. Cleopatra's involvement led to defections, and in spring 32 BC in Athens, she persuaded Antony to officially divorce Octavia. This prompted Octavian to seize Antony's will, which, when made public, became a key tool in their propaganda war. Octavian, highlighting parts named as Caesarion as Caesar's heir, and declaring Alexandria as the new Roman capital. Rome declared war on Cleopatra, emphasizing her support for a private citizen after Antony's triumviral authority ended. The lead-up to the Battle of Actium in 31 BC, Antony and Cleopatra had a larger fleet than Octavian, but their naval forces were not uniformly well trained. While Antony aimed to blockade Octavian at Tarentum or Brundisium, Cleopatra, prioritizing the defense of Egypt, insisted on a different strategy. They established winter headquarters in Patrae, Greece, and by spring moved to Actium. Support from allied kings began to waver, especially with conflicts with Herod and the loss of Malichus I. Skirmishes with Octavian's forces led to defections, including Antony's companion Delius and other allied kings. Despite suggestions to abandon naval conflict, Cleopatra advocated for a decisive naval confrontation to protect her homeland. And so the Battle of Actium took place on September the 2nd, 31 BC. Cleopatra, aboard her flagship, commanded 60 ships at the rear of the fleet. Antony had ordered sails on board for strategic flexibility, but Cleopatra used these to execute a tactical withdrawal to the Peloponnese. Though later accused of cowardice, Cleopatra's maneuver may have aimed to salvage their fleet. Antony followed her to Taenarun, boarding her ship with distinctive purple sails. The Battle of Actium continued without Cleopatra and Antony until the morning of September 3rd, leading to massive defections to Octavian's side. Following the Battle of Actium, Octavian occupied Athens, while Antony and Cleopatra returned to Egypt. Cleopatra, fearing rebellion, misled the oppositional party by falsely portraying the Greek campaign as a victory. There are uncertainties about Cleopatra's actions, including the alleged execution of Artavasdes II. Upon hearing Octavian's victory, Lucius Pinarius, Antony's appointed governor of Cyrene, defected and surrendered 4 legions. Antony contemplated suicide, but was eventually dissuaded. In Alexandria, he built a secluded cottage called the Timaneon. Herod, who had advised Antony to betray Cleopatra, resigned his kingship out of loyalty to Antony. By late summer 31 BC, Cleopatra began to see Antony as a liability. She initially planned to relinquish the throne to Caesarion, sail to a foreign port, and recuperate. However, plans changed when Malichus I, advised by Octavian's governor, burned Cleopatra's fleet in revenge for the losses in a war with Herod. Cleopatra, then unable to leave Egypt, had no choice but to negotiate with Octavian. Reports from the time, likely propaganda, suggest that Cleopatra tested poisons on prisoners and servants during this time. In 31 BC, Cleopatra initiated Caesarion's entry into the Ephebi, signaling her intent for him to rule Egypt. Antony had his son Antyllus join, demonstrating solidarity. Messages were sent to Octavian, but replies came only to Cleopatra. She pleaded for her children to inherit Egypt, offered wealth, and even sent large and lavish gifts. Cleopatra, by then fearing capture, threatened her own self-destruction. Octavian's envoy, Thesaurus, suggested Antony's death, but Antony, mistrusting the envoy, rejected the proposal. In 30 BC, after futile negotiations, Octavian invaded Egypt. He halted at Ptolemais in Phoenicia, receiving supplies from his ally Herod. Octavian seized Pelusium, and Cornelius Gallus defeated Antony's forces near Paraetonium. Although Antony won a major victory against Octavian's fatigued troops near Alexandria, his naval fleet and cavalry surrendered on August 1st, 30 BC. Cleopatra, believing Antony was dead, hid in her tomb and sent a message of her supposed suicide to Antony. Grief-stricken, Antony stabbed himself and died at the age of 53. While still alive, he was brought to Cleopatra at her tomb, reassuring her of his honorable death and advising trust in Octavian's companion, Gaius Proculeius. However, Proculeius, infiltrating the tomb with a ladder, prevented Cleopatra from making a silly decision. Cleopatra was permitted to embalm and bury Antony before being escorted to the palace. Octavian entered Alexandria, taking control of the palace and capturing Cleopatra's 3 youngest children. During a meeting with Octavian, Cleopatra refused to be led in a triumph, asserting her independence. Octavian promised her safety, but remained silent about the fate of her kingdom. Upon learning of Octavian's plan to move them to Rome, Cleopatra, unwilling to face a Roman triumph, prepared to end her life. On August 10th, 30 BC, at the age of 39, Cleopatra did exactly that, and it is uncertain whether it occurred in the palace or her tomb. Her servants Eras and Charmion also chose to follow the same path. Despite Octavian's reported anger, he arranged for Cleopatra to be buried alongside Antony in a royal manner within her tomb. Cleopatra's physician, Olympos, did not disclose her cause of death, while the popular belief is that she allowed an asp or an Egyptian cobra to bite and poison her. Various accounts provide different narratives. Plutarch mentions the use of an implement. Dio suggests injection with a needle, and Strabo proposes an ointment. Although no venomous snake was discovered with her body, she did have small puncture wounds on her arm, possibly caused by a needle. In her final moments, Cleopatra sent Caesarion to Upper Egypt, possibly with intentions of fleeing to Kushite Nubia, Ethiopia, or perhaps India. However, Caesarion, now Ptolemy the 15th, reigned for only 18 days before Octavian ordered his execution. Caesarion had returned to Alexandria under the false belief that Octavian would allow him to be king. Not a very street-smart young lad, I assume. Octavian, influenced by the philosopher Arius Didymus, believed there could only be one Caesar in the world. The fall of the Ptolemaic kingdom led to the establishment of the Roman province in Egypt, marking the end of the Hellenistic period. In January 27 BC, Octavian was renamed Augustus, amassing constitutional powers that established him as the first Roman emperor and inaugurated the Principate era of the Roman Empire. Thank you for joining me tonight, or today, whatever time it is in your part of the world. If you enjoy this content, I invite you to like the video, leave your comments below, and subscribe to the channel. There's a new video every day, and I assume you are one of the normal lot who go to sleep each evening, so why not learn something before you go to bed? I'm the ASMR historian. I'd like to wish you good night, sweet dreams. In 1922, a mysterious tomb lay concealed beneath the ancient sands. This cryptic sepulchre, unbeknownst to the world, would soon reveal its secrets under the meticulous gaze of archaeologists. As the tomb was pried open, a hushed world of antiquity unfurled, revealing the treasures and mysteries adorning the resting place of the young pharaoh Tutankhamun. I am the ASMR historian. Close your eyes and join me in the Valley of the Kings, where the mysteries of the pharaoh rise up from the ancient sands. Tutankhamun, originally named Tutankhaten, was born during the late 18th dynasty of Egypt, a period marked by the reign of Akhenaten. Akhenaten's rule was characterized by a significant religious transformation known as Atenism. This era is commonly referred to as the Amarna period, named after the capital's relocation to Amarna. Akhenaten's reign saw a radical shift in Egyptian religious practices. Toward the end of the Amarna period, two other pharaohs emerged as co-regents with Akhenaten. One was Nefer-Neferuaten, believed by some Egyptologists to be either Akhenaten's wife Nefertiti or his daughter Meritaten. The other was Semenkhare, who, while considered by some as a potential identity for Nefer-Neferuaten, is generally regarded as a distinct figure by most Egyptologists. The exact relationships and timelines during this period still remain unclear. Nefer-Neferuaten is now believed to have become co-regent shortly before Akhenaten's death, and continued to rule for some time after it. Smenkhare's reign and relationship with Akhenaten are subjects of debate among historians, with uncertainty about whether Smenkhare's rule extended beyond Akhenaten's lifetime. Tutankhamun was given two names, that being Tutankhaten and Tutankhamun, each carrying potential meanings within the Egyptian language. These names are believed to reflect a transition in religious beliefs during this historical period. The name Tutankhaten is interpreted to mean living image of Aten. Aten was the central deity during Akhenaten's reign, representing the sun disk. However, after Akhenaten's death, the religious focus shifted back to the god Amun. So, can you guess what Tutankhamun means? That's right, it means the living image of Amun. The transition from Tutankhaten to Tutankhamun reflects the return to the worship of Amun after Atenism declined. It's worth noting that interpretations of ancient Egyptian names and their meanings can vary among Egyptologists. For example, the translation may be closer to that of "the life of Aten is pleasing," or "one perfect of life is Aten," as proposed by Gerhard Fecht. The intricacies of the ancient Egyptian language contribute to ongoing debates and discussions among scholars. Tutankhamun, born during the late 18th dynasty of Egypt, was the son of Akhenaten, a pharaoh known for introducing monotheism. Akhenaten's rule marked the relocation of the capital and saw many unpopular changes in religious policy. Tutankhamun's parentage, revealed through DNA analysis, confirms Akhenaten as his father and identifies what is known as the younger lady from tomb KV35 as his mother, KV being the suffix for King's Valley, the way that we organize the spots of interest in the Valley of the Kings. The younger lady's precise identity remains unknown, but suggested relations, including Mekhetaten, Nefertiti, and Meritaten, have faced some uncertainty. The genetic studies conducted in 2008 and corroborated in 2020, trace Tutankhamun's lineage to Amenhotep III as his grandfather, Akhenaten as his father, and the aforementioned younger lady as his mother. Tutankhamun's family history, intertwined with religious and political dynamics of his time, remains a subject of historical exploration, providing insights into the complex tapestry of Egyptian civilization. Tutankhamun ascended the throne of Egypt at the age of 8 or 9 years old. His reign lasted for approximately 9 years. During this time, the position of vizier, traditionally a single office, was divided between Upper and Lower Egypt. Usermontu served as the principal vizier for Upper Egypt, while another figure named Penju held the title of vizier, though the specific region under Penju's jurisdiction remains somewhat of a mystery. The circumstances surrounding Tutankhamun's successor, and his connection to the vizier are not entirely clear. A gold foil fragment from KV 58 suggests that may have been referred to as a priest of Ma'at, with the epithet vizier, doer of Ma'at. However, the use of this title by appears to be unconventional, deviating from the standard description of a regular vizier. It is speculated that might have employed the title of vizier in an unprecedented manner, indicating an informal or unique role within the administration. In the comprehensive history of ancient Egypt, written by the Egyptian priest Manetho, there is a reference to a king named Horus who ruled for 36 years. Horus is described as having a daughter named Akhencheres, who reigned for 12 years, and a son, Rathotis, who reigned for only 9 years. The identification of these figures is a debate among scholars, but some suggest that it may have been around the same timeline as Tutankhamun, solving some of the mystery around his lineage. Some scholars propose that Horus corresponds to Horemheb and Akhencheres to Akhenaten, and Rathotis to Tutankhamun. Others associate these names with completely different historical figures, including Semenkhare, Amenhotep, and others, though the specific order remains a matter of disagreement to this day. The uncertainty surrounding the identification of these names highlights the challenges in interpreting ancient historical records and aligning them with specific individuals from Egypt's past. In the ancient times, the pharaohs, as divine rulers, assumed special epithets upon ascending to the throne to establish a connection with both the people and the gods. These epithets, part of the 5 names developed over the centuries, began with the Horus name. The titularies served as the purpose for showcasing the ruler's qualities and connecting them to the earthly and divine realms. Tutankhamun's original nomen, Tutankhaten, lacked a Nebti name or a golden falcon name associated with it, as no artifacts have been discovered with the complete 5-name protocol. The interpretation of Tutankhaten as the living image of Aten dates back to 1877, though there is not unanimous agreement among people about this translation. One archaeologist, Batiscombe Gunn, argued against the interpretation in 1926, finding it incompatible with Akhenaten's theology. He viewed tut as a verb, not a noun, and translated it as the life of Aten is pleasing. Another scholar, Gerhard Fecht, also considered tut a verb and translated it to be perfect and complete, offering the aforementioned translation, one perfect of life is Aten, with Aten being the subject. The Hermopolis block, featuring a unique spelling of the first nomen as Tutankhaten, supports the older translation by using the ankh as a verb, aligning with the notion of living image of Aten. At the onset of Tutankhaten's reign, the royal court still resided in Amarna, and evidence from his tomb suggests the continued acknowledgement of the Aten. However, signs indicate an attempt to reconcile Atenism with the traditional religion, and activity at Amarna deceased during the initial 4 years of Tutankhaten's rule. These years witnessed significant policy reversals from the Atenist principles of Akhenaten, suggesting influence from advisors due to Tutankhamun's young age. In the 3rd year of Tutankhaten's reign, his name was altered to Tutankhamun, and that of his queen, Akhesenemun. The restoration stela, likely from year 4 of Tutankhamun's rule, characterizes the Amarna period as disastrous, noting the deterioration of temples and estates of gods and goddesses across Egypt. The stela emphasizes the rebuilding of traditional cults, with priests and temple staff members being reinstated to their former roles. Around this time, the royal court abandoned Amarna, relocating to Memphis, which became the primary seat of royal administration. This shift continued a trend initiated by Akhenaten's predecessors, emphasizing centralized administration from Memphis over the more distant site of Thebes. With Amun reinstated as Egypt's principal deity, Thebes regained prominence as the foremost center of religious activity. Upon ascending to the throne, Tutankhamun faced an economically weakened and turbulent Egypt, a legacy of Akhenaten's reign. Diplomatic relations with other kingdoms had been neglected during this period of turmoil, prompting Tutankhamun to work towards their reconciliation, especially with the Mitanni. Signs of success in this endeavor are reflected in the diverse gifts from various countries discovered in his tomb. Despite his efforts to improve international relations, Tutankhamun's mortuary temple at Thebes records battles with Nubians and Asiatics, with Egypt emerging victorious in each instance. Notably, Tutankhamun's military reign stands undefeated, contributing to the ranks of several other undefeated reigns in ancient Egypt's history. The extent of Tutankhamun's participation in battles himself remains a subject of debate and still lacks a consensus. On one hand, his tomb contained an array of military armaments, including bows, swords, daggers, wrist guards, maces, and shields, and a club indicative of thorough weaponry training. Figurative depictions, like those on painted treasure chests in his tomb, suggest his direct involvement in warfare. Additional artifacts, such as the 9 bows footstool, walking sticks, sandals depicting enemies, and a gold leaf image portraying him engaged in chariot archery against enemies, further imply active participations in Egypt's international conflicts. On the other hand, skepticism arises due to Tutankhamun's youth and presumed physical disabilities, including a speculation about a potential cane handicap. Some historians question his direct involvement in battles, citing his age and physical limitations. However, experts such as Sophia Aziz, Campbell Price, and Raksha Dev argue that the speculations about Tutankhamun's physical frailty may be overestimated, attributing potential misdiagnoses to damage on the mummy. They advocate for a more rigorous scientific perspective that suggests Tutankhamun was physically active and possibly military engaged. Egyptologist Charlotte Booth notes the existence of differing opinions, with some researchers proposing that Tutankhamun may have accompanied the army to the battlefield for moral support rather than providing active participation. Despite his young age, he played a significant role in the restoration and transformation of ancient Egyptian religious practices and monuments. His reign marked a significant departure from the religious reforms initiated by his father. He took steps to enrich and support the priestly orders of key cults, particularly the cults of Amun and Ptah. In his 3rd regnal year, Tutankhamun reversed the changes imposed during his father's reign, ending the worship of the god Aten and restoring the prominence of Amun. This religious shift also involved a lifting of the ban on the cult of Amun and reinstating the traditional privileges that its priesthood enjoyed. The capital was moved back to Thebes, and the abandoned city of Akhenaten reflected this return to traditional practices. As part of the extensive restoration efforts, Tutankhamun initiated building projects with a focus on the Karnak temple in Thebes. he laid out the Sphinx Avenue leading to the Temple of Mut, repurposing sphinxes originally created for Akhenaten and Nefertiti. Tutankhamun contributed to the enrichment of religious practices by commissioning new statues of deities and crafting new processional barks using the finest materials. Among the noteworthy constructions was the temple of Nebuchadnezzar, beloved of Amun, who puts Thebes in order, possibly a mortuary temple, which utilized recycled talatat from Akhenaten's Aten temples in eastern Karnak. Many of Tutankhamun's building projects remained incomplete at the time of his death, and were either finished or repurposed by his successors, particularly Horemheb. The Sphinx Avenue was completed by Ai, and the restoration stele and the Temple of Nebuchadnezzar in Thebes saw reuse in Horemheb's own projects. Tutankhamun's legacy extended beyond his reign, and he became one of the few kings who was venerated through mortuary cults during his lifetime. After his death, he continued to be revered through associated temples and cult practices. A stela discovered at Karnak, dedicated to Amun-Ra and Tutankhamun, suggests that people could appeal to the deified king for forgiveness and relief from ailments caused by their sins. Temples dedicated to Tutankhamun's cult were constructed not only in Egypt, but in distant locations like Kawa and Faras in Nubia, that's just south of Egypt by the way, highlighting the widespread influence of his veneration. The title of the sister of the Viceroy of Kush even included a reference to the deified king, underscoring the universality of his cult and enduring the impact of Tutankhamun's legacy on religious practices. Another topic of considerable debate is Tutankhamun's health and the circumstances surrounding his very early death. According to some recent studies, he had several health issues, including bone necrosis, a possible club foot, scoliosis, and had unfortunately suffered from multiple strains of malaria. He was of slight build, approximately 167 centimeters tall, 5'6" for you Yankees, with characteristics features such as a large front incisors and an overbite, very typical of the Thutmose royal line. The examination of Tutankhamun's mummy through CT scans in 2005 revealed some additional details about his health. He had a partially cleft hard palate and possibly mild scoliosis. His right foot was flat, while the left foot showed signs of necrosis, suggesting Freiberg disease or Kohler disease. However, some people dispute this diagnosis of club foot, with alternative explanations proposed, such as habitual walking on the outside of the foot due to pain caused by Kohler disease. Personally, I think he just had a club foot, and perhaps a dodgy knee to go along with it.
Who knows? The CT scan also indicated a compound left fracture, not attributed to modern damage, but identified by ragged edges and the presence of embalming substances within the fracture. No signs of healing were observed, suggesting this injury may have played a role in Tutankhamun's cause of death. Additionally, genetic testing revealed indications of malaria tropica, with DNA from various strains of the parasite, suggesting repeated infections. The severe strain of malaria may have led to a fatal immune response or circulatory shock, contributing to Tutankhamun's untimely demise. While theories about specific medical conditions like gynecomastia, Marfan syndrome, or epilepsy have also been proposed, caution is urged in making definitive diagnosis on people who died in ancient times. The circumstances surrounding Tutankhamun's death still remain uncertain, with various theories still being debated. There aren't any surviving records that we've discovered as of yet that detail the events leading to his demise, which of course opens things up for quite a lot of imagination and speculation. Zahi Hawass and his team suggest that Tutankhamun's death resulted from a combination of factors, including multiple weakening disorders, the aforementioned leg fracture, and the malaria, all coming together to make him feel rather unwell. An alternative theory that's been proposed by some archaeologists is sickle cell anemia, which some archaeologists argue better aligns with the observed pathologies. Earlier speculations about murder by a blow to the head were based on an X-ray from 1968 that showed 2 bone fragments inside the skull. However, further analysis, including further CT scans, debunked this theory. The initial cranial bone fragments were determined to be a result of the modern unwrapping of the mummy and were not indicative of foul play. There is no evidence of bone thinning or calcified membranes that would suggest a fatal blow to the head. So there goes that idea. Another theory suggested Tutankhamun might have died in a chariot accident due to crushing injuries, particularly the missing front part of his chest wall and ribs. However, photographic evidence from the 1926 excavation shows the intact chest wall with a beaded collar. The missing ribs and collar were likely removed by tomb robbers, rather than being related to a traumatic injury at the time of death. And while we're in the modern time, let's talk about another main character in Tutankhamun's story. In 1922, British Egyptologist Howard Carter led an expedition in the Valley of the Kings, funded by British aristocrat George Herbert, to excavate Tutankhamun's tomb. This monumental discovery garnered global attention, with over 5,000 artifacts uncovered, including the iconic mask of Tutankhamun, now housed at the Egyptian Museum, along with 98% of the other stuff from the world that the British
happened to find. Good job. Tutankhamun's tomb, known as KV-62, was relatively small for a pharaoh of his status. It is suggested that his death might have been unexpected, leading to his burial in a small tomb initially intended for somebody else. The tomb had been robbed at least twice in antiquity, likely within the months of the initial burial, but it was later restored. Over time, the location of the tomb was lost as it became buried under debris from subsequent tombs, and workers' houses were constructed over the entrance. The Valley of the King's concession rights were held by Theodore Davis until 1914, during which he unearthed several tombs, but found nothing significant in the latter years. Howard Carter, invited by Lord Carnarvon, discovered Tutankhamun's actual tomb in 1922 after a systematic and exhaustive search. The tomb's entrance had been buried and preserved by debris from the cutting of another tomb, KV-9. Excavations began in November 1922, and by February 1923, the antechamber had been cleared. On February the 17th, 1923, the tomb was officially unsealed in the presence of witnesses, including Lord Carnarvon and Egyptian officials. In a revelation from 2022 correspondence between Rex Engelbach and Alan Gardiner, it was disclosed that Howard Carter had allegedly stolen objects from the tomb, including an amulet, before the official opening. This information was based on a letter from Engelbach to Gardiner, expressing concern that the amulet had been unlawfully taken from Tutankhamun's tomb. The tomb itself yielded a staggering 5,398 items, showcasing the wealth and artistry of ancient Egypt. Among the treasures were a solid gold coffin, an iconic face mask, which I'm sure everybody is well aware of, thrones, archery bows, trumpets, a lotus chalice, gold toadstools, furniture, food, wine, sandals, and even fresh linen underwear. It took Howard Carter a decade to meticulously catalogue these artifacts. Recent analysis revealed that a dagger from the tomb had an iron blade crafted from a meteorite, shedding light on the metalworking technologies in the Mediterranean during that era. Tutankhamun's mummy, after 85 years, was displayed in his underground tomb at Luxor on November 4th, 2007, exactly on the anniversary of Carter's discovery. The mummy, enclosed in a climate-controlled glass box, aimed to prevent accelerated decomposition caused by humidity and warmth generated by the swaths of tourists. In 2009, the tomb underwent restoration, initially planned for 5 years, but extended due to the 2011 Egyptian Revolution. It finally reopened in February 2019. The persistent rumors of a curse of the pharaohs, circulated for years, particularly emphasizing the premature deaths of those associated with the tomb's opening. One notable figure, George Herbert, the 5th Earl of Carnarvon, succumbed to pneumonia 5 months after the tomb's discovery. However, a study indicated that out of the 58 people present during the tomb's opening, only 8 died within a dozen years. Howard Carter himself passed away in 1939 at the age of 64. Notably, Lady Evelyn Herbert, Lord Carnarvon's daughter and one of the first to enter the tomb, lived for 57 more years until 1980. American archaeologist J.O. Kinnaman, present during the event, survived until 1961, 39 years later. These instances cast doubt on the alleged curse associated with Tutankhamun's tomb and managed to ruin everybody's fun in the process. Sorry about that. Well, we've reached the end of our video for today. I hope you had fun. I hope that if you enjoy the content, you would consider liking and subscribing and leaving your comments down below. I always read them, and the nice ones always make my day. Thank you very much. See you next time. Good night. Sweet dreams. In the hallowed halls of antiquity, one institution stood as a beacon of knowledge, the Library of Alexandria. Nestled on the shores of the Mediterranean, this ancient marvel was a repository of the world's collective wisdom, a treasure trove of scrolls and manuscripts that spanned centuries. Join me on a journey through the annals of history as we unravel the mysteries surrounding this fabled seat of learning. Explore with me the echoes of lost voices and the lingering spectre of a cultural crucible erased by the sands of time. The Library of Alexandria, while the most famous library of the ancient world, did not, however, mark the inception of libraries. Rather, it was rooted in a rich tradition found both in Greece and the ancient Near East. This tradition had its own origins around 3400 BC in the Sumerian city-state of Uruk, where the earliest recorded archive of written materials surfaced as writing began to take shape. The scholarly curation of literary texts commenced approximately 2500 BC. Throughout the Near East, kingdoms and empires had well-established practices of book collecting, with massive archives in places like the Library of Ashurbanipal in Nineveh and Babylon. In Greece, The Athenian tyrant Pisistratus was attributed with founding a major public library in the 6th century BC. This library emerged from a mixed heritage, influenced by both Greek and Near Eastern book collections. Following the death of Alexander the Great in 323 BC, his empire faced a power struggle among top-ranking officers, resulting in its division. The Ptolemaic dynasty, controlling Egypt with Alexandria as its capital, was particularly interested in promoting Hellenistic culture and learning throughout the known world. Libraries, of course, played a pivotal role in enhancing a city's prestige, attracting scholars, and offering practical assistance in governance. The Library of Alexandria was unique in its scope and scale due to the ambitious goals of the Ptolemies. Unlike their predecessors and contemporaries, the Ptolemies aspired to create a repository encompassing all knowledge. This endeavor was supported by Egypt's favorable conditions, being an ideal habitat for the papyrus plant, which provided ample resources for accumulating their vast knowledge repository. They used this papyrus plant to write on, by the way. Thus, the Library of Alexandria stood as an unprecedented effort to compile and preserve knowledge from all sources. Of course, it's not just Egyptian and Greek knowledge. No, they wanted everything. The Library of Alexandria stands as one of the largest and most significant libraries in the ancient world, though details about its origins are a blend of historical accounts mixed with legendary narratives. The Letter of Aristeas, a pseudepigraphic work composed between 180 and 145 BC, claims that Ptolemy I Soter initiated the library's founding and enlisted Demetrius of Phalerum, an exiled student of Aristotle, to organize and catalogue the works within. However, this letter is considered a little late and contains a few inaccuracies. Alternative sources suggest that the library may have been established during the reign of Ptolemy II Philadelphus. Modern scholars generally agree that while Ptolemy I may have laid the groundwork, the physical institution likely took shape in Ptolemy II's era. Demetrius of Phalerum, having fallen out of favor with the Ptolemaic court, could not have played a direct role in founding the library. Still, some scholars argue that Demetrius might have been instrumental in collecting early texts for the library, especially those of Aristotle and Theophrastus, giving his distinguished role in the peripatetic school around 295 BC. The library, situated on the royal quarter known as Brucheion, was an integral part of the Mouseion. Its primary aim was to showcase the opulence of Egypt, with research serving as a secondary objective. However, the library's extensive collection played a crucial role in assisting the ruler of Egypt. While the exact architectural layout remains elusive, historical accounts portray the Library of Alexandria as an amalgamation of scrolls, Greek columns, shared dining spaces, reading rooms, and lecture halls, remarkably resembling a prototype for a contemporary university campus. Within one hall, designated shelves called bibliothecae housed collections of papyrus scrolls. Descriptions suggest that an inscription above these shelves declared the area as the place of the cure of the soul. Well, certainly a live, laugh, love kind of phrase, isn't it? The Ptolemaic rulers envisioned the library as an exhaustive repository of knowledge and actively pursued its expansion through a robust and well-funded strategy of book acquisition. To accomplish this, they deployed royal agents armed with substantial lines of credit, instructing them to procure and amass text on any subject by any author. The preference was for older copies of texts, as they were believed to have undergone fewer reproductions, thereby preserving a closer resemblance to the author's original work. This initiative involved sending agents to book fairs in Rhodes and Athens. No, I'm not joking. In these cities, of course, there was the seat of knowledge in their respective kingdoms. And while there weren't books as such, we're talking tablets and scrolls and things like this, there were the places to go. So, we've had second-hand book fairs for longer than you may have thought. According to Galen, a Greek medical writer, Ptolemy II issued a decree directing that any books discovered on incoming ships be brought directly to the library, where official scribes would make copies. The original texts were retained in the library, while the duplicates were given to the owners. Now that's very cheeky, isn't it? Sounds like something I'd do, though, if I could get away with it. I'm sure the scribes were very, very good at making these forgeries. The library placed particular emphasis on obtaining manuscripts of the Homeric poems, like the Odyssey, the Iliad, things like this, considering them foundational to Greek education and of unparalleled importance. Consequently, numerous manuscripts of these poems were acquired, each labeled to indicate their origin. In addition to its role as a repository for historical works, the Museion, which housed the library, functioned as a residence for an array of international scholars, researchers, poets, and philosophers. Strabo, the Greek geographer from the 1st century BC, noted that these individuals were generously compensated. They even received free meals and accommodation. And perhaps most surprising at all, they didn't even have to pay tax. The facility included a sizable circular dining hall with a soaring domed ceiling. Underneath the soaring domed ceiling, everyone would sit together and enjoy their free communal meals. It makes you wonder what was on the menu at the Library of Alexandria. Multiple classrooms were also present, where scholars were expected to engage in occasional teaching activities. There is speculation that Ptolemy II, with his particular interest in zoology, may have facilitated the establishment of a zoo for exotic animals within the Museion. According to classical scholar Lionel Casson, the rationale behind such extensive support was to relieve scholars of the burdens of daily life, allowing them to dedicate more time to intellectual pursuits and research. Strabo referred to this community of scholars residing at the Museion as synodos, or community, numbering between 30 and 50 learned men as early as 283. The library operated without an explicit affiliation with any particular philosophical school, providing scholars with considerable academic freedom, not seen in other places in the ancient world. However, their activities were subject to the authority of the ruling monarch. An anecdote, perhaps apocryphal, recounts the fate of a poet named Sotades, who allegedly composed a scandalous epigram mocking Ptolemy II for marrying his sister Arsinoe II. How could you make fun of somebody for that? In response, Ptolemy II purportedly imprisoned Sotades, and upon his escape, sealed him in a lead jar and cast him into the sea. Functioning as a religious center, the Museion was overseen by a priest of the Muses known as an epistates, appointed by the king in a manner similar to priests managing Egyptian temples. The library itself was under the direction of a scholar serving as the head librarian, and the head librarian also got the job of being the tutor to the king's son. No pressure. Zenodotus of Ephesus, who lived around 325 to 270 rather, is the first recorded head librarian. His primary focus was on establishing canonical texts for the Homeric poems and early Greek lyrical poets. Information about Zenodotus primarily comes from later commentaries referencing his preferred readings of specific passages. He is credited with creating a glossary of rare and unusual words, organized alphabetically, an innovative use of the alphabetical order, at least for the time. Some scholars suggest that Zenodotus likely implemented alphabetical organization at the library as a whole, arranging materials by the first letter of the author's name. And it's worth noting that Zenodotus' alphabetation system only considered the first letter of the word, and it wasn't until the 2nd century AD that a similar method was applied to the remaining letters of the word. So, for example, if you would have a first name such as Aaron, spelt with 2 A's, it would be before Adam, spelt A-D. So you would have different sub-levels of organization in the alphabetized system. So clever, the Greeks, very, very clever people. Simultaneously, Callimachus, a scholar and poet, undertook the compilation of the Pinakes, a comprehensive 120-book catalogue encompassing various authors and their known works. Although the Pinakes itself has not survived, references and fragments allow scholars to reconstruct its fundamental structure. The catalogue featured multiple sections, each dedicated to writers within a specific literary genre, with the primary division between poetry and prose. These sections were further subdivided again, once more using the alphabetical system. Each entry provided essential details, including the author's name, father's name, birthplace, and a brief biography. Sometimes they would throw their nicknames in there. The entries of prolific authors such as Aeschylus, Euripides, Sophocles, and Theophrastus likely extended across multiple columns of text due to their extensive works. And notably, although Callimachus conducted his notable work at the Library of Alexandria, he never held the position of head librarian. Hermippus of Smyrna, a pupil of Callimachus, focused on writing biographies, while Philostephanus of Cyrene delved into geography, and Istros, potentially from Cyrene also, studied Attic antiquities. In addition to the renowned Great Library, numerous smaller libraries began emerging throughout the city of Alexandria, beginning a culture of scholarship. Following Zenodotus' departure, whether due to retirement or death, Ptolemy II appointed Apollonius of Rhodes, a native of Alexandria and a disciple of Callimachus, as the second head librarian of the Library of Alexandria. Simultaneously, Apollonius assumed the role of tutor to Ptolemy III, the son of Ptolemy Philadelphus. Apollonius, renowned as the author of the epic poem Argonautica, exhibited extensive knowledge of history and literature, skillfully incorporating allusions to various events and texts while emulating the style of Homeric poems. Although some fragments of his scholarly writings endure, Apollonius is primarily recognized as a poet rather than a scholar. Legend has it, during Apollonius's tenure as a librarian, the famed mathematician and inventor Archimedes visited the Library of Alexandria. While in Egypt, Archimedes is said to have studied the ebb and flow of the Nile, leading to his invention of the Archimedes screw, a device for transporting water into irrigation ditches from lower-lying bodies. Subsequently, Archimedes returned to Syracuse, where he continued his innovative endeavors. Despite two unreliable biographies suggesting Apollonius resigned due to a hostile reception of the initial draft of the Argonautica, it is more plausible that his resignation coincided with the ascent of Ptolemy III to the throne in 246. Eratosthenes of Cyrene, the third head librarian, left an indelible mark as a versatile scholar, known for both his scientific and literary contributions. While celebrated for his scientific treatise Geographica, Eratosthenes also ventured into literature. Although the original volumes of Geographica are lost, fragments preserved in Strabo's later works attest to its significance. Pioneering the integration of mathematics into geography and map-making, Eratosthenes calculated the Earth's circumference with remarkable accuracy, deviating by only a few hundred kilometers. His comprehensive map of the known world incorporated information from library sources, including accounts of Alexander the Great's Indian campaigns and reports from Ptolemaic elephant hunting expeditions along the East African coast. Eratosthenes significantly advanced geography as a scientific discipline and challenged the imaginary settings of Homeric poems, emphasizing poetry's purpose to capture the soul rather than to provide a historically accurate account. Other scholars at the library also delved into scientific pursuits, such as Bacchius of Tanagra, who edited and commented on medical writings from the Hippocratic corpus. Despite the groundbreaking work of doctors Herophilus and Aristratus in human anatomy, their studies faced oppositions due to societal objections to corpse dissection. During this era, Ptolemy III sought to borrow original manuscripts of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides from the Athenians. The Athenians, demanding a hefty guarantee of 15 talents of precious metal, agreed to loan out the texts. Ptolemy III, rather than returning the originals, opted to simply have expensive copies made and sent them back to Athens, retaining the original manuscripts in the library. This narrative may be seen as indicative of Alexandria's growing influence over Athens during the Ptolemaic dynasty, because no one really came after Ptolemy for doing this. I'm sure the Greeks would have known, but the cat was already out of the bag at this point. Just my personal conjecture. As the library expanded, the need for additional space arose, leading to the establishment of a satellite collection in the Serapeum of Alexandria during Ptolemy III Euergetes' reign. The Serapeum, a temple dedicated to the Greco-Egyptian god Serapis, provided an additional venue to accommodate the growing collection of scrolls. Around 200 BC, Aristophanes of Byzantium assumed the role of the fourth head librarian. Legend has it that Aristophanes' appointment stemmed from a poetry competition judged for Ptolemy Euergetes. Despite dissent from the other judges, Aristophanes asserted that all poets but his choice were guilty of plagiarism. To prove his claim, he retrieved texts from the library, showcasing an exceptional memory and earning him the prestigious position of head librarian. Aristophanes' tenure ushered in a more mature phase for the library, marked by heightened literary criticism dominating its scholarly endeavors. He revolutionized poetic editing, introducing separate lines for poems and pioneering Greek diacritics. His contributions extended to lexicography and textual criticism, with surviving introductions to various plays. The next head librarian, Apollonius Aedographus, was a relatively obscure figure, known for his work on classifying poetry based on musical forms. During the early 2nd century BC, scholars at the library began to delve into medical works. Zeuxis the empiricist wrote commentaries on the Hippocratic corpus, and Ptolemy Epithetes explored wounds in Homeric poems, blending philology and medicine together. However, this period coincided with the waning political influence of Ptolemaic Egypt, leading to disruptions and the departures of pretty smart scholars. The 6th head librarian, Aristarchus of Samothrace, emerged as a luminary scholar, producing extensive commentaries on classical texts. His Hypomneia delved into the meaning of passages, defined unusual words, and assessed textual integrity. Aristarchus made notable contributions to the study of the Homeric poems, earning recognition as an authoritative figure. In 145 BC, he became entangled in a dynastic struggle, supporting Ptolemy VII Neos Philopator, leading to his expulsion from Egypt when Ptolemy VIII assumed power. This event marked the expulsion of foreign scholars from Alexandria, dispersing them across the eastern Mediterranean. This expulsion of scholars from Alexandria marked a pivotal shift in the landscape of Hellenistic scholarship. The diaspora of Alexandrian scholars and their students throughout the eastern and later western Mediterranean. Antiochus' disciple, Dionysius Thrax, established a school on Rhodes, where he authored the first Greek grammar book, a foundational guide for centuries. This work influenced Roman grammatical writings and continues to shape grammar guides across languages. Aristarchus' pupil, Apollodorus of Athens, ventured to Pergamum, Alexandria's rival, and he began teaching and researching. This diaspora led Menocles of Barcae to sarcastically note that Alexander had become the teacher of Greeks and barbarians alike. Meanwhile, back in Alexandria, Ptolemaic rule faced growing instability, diverting attention from the library. Later Ptolemies treated the position of head librarian as more of a political reward. Ptolemy VIII appointed Cydas, a palace guard, as head librarian, and Ptolemy IX Soter II allegedly granted the position to a political ally. So you can see now it had become just a job, no longer an institution. As the 1st century of our modern era dawned, a broader shift in Greek scholarship unfolded. With a classical poetic text, standardized and extensive commentaries already available, scholars had limited opportunities for original work. Many engaged in synthesizing and rewording commentaries from prior Alexandrian scholars, sacrificing their originality. Some scholars turned to post-classical authors, commenting on works by Callimachus and Apollonius of Rhodes. Tyrannion of Amisus, a student of Dionysius Thrax, introduced Alexandrian scholarship to Rome in the 1st century BC. During Caesar's civil war in 48 BC, Caesar faced a siege at Alexandria. To hinder Cleopatra's brother Ptolemy XIV's fleet, Caesar's soldiers set fire to Egyptian ships in the port, causing a conflagration that supposedly spread to the city and inflicted substantial damage. Are you getting worried yet? Let's keep reading. Seneca the Younger, quoting Livy's Ab Urb Condita Libri, claimed that 40,000 scrolls from the Library of Alexandria were destroyed in that fire. Plutarch mentioned the destruction of the great library in his Life of Caesar, while Cassius Dio referred to the burning of a great number and of the finest books, among other buildings. Despite varied accounts, scholars like Casson and Watts propose that the fire might not have razed the entire library, but perhaps simply a warehouse near the docks housing scrolls. Strabo, visiting the area surrounding the library around 20 BC, suggested its survival, or at least reconstruction after the fire. However, Strabo also noted a significant decline in its prestige. Plutarch, in his Life of Mark Antony, mentioned a rumor that Mark Antony gave Cleopatra 20,000 scrolls from the library of Pergamum in the years preceding the Battle of Actium. Casson argued that this tale, even if fictional, wouldn't be credible without the library's existence. Others have suggested Mark Antony's gift might aim to replenish the library after Caesar's fire. Didymus Chalcenterus, a scholar in Alexandria during the late 1st century BC, provides evidence for the library's survival. Nicknamed Bronze Guts, Didymus wrote a staggering 3,500 to 4,000 books and became a crucial source for later scholars. His extensive output, according to some historians, would have been impossible without direct access to the library's resources. During the Roman Principate, 27 BC to 284 AD, very little information is available about the library. Emperor Claudius is said to have added an extension to it, but its fate mirrored that of the city, with diminishing status under Roman rule. While the Moseon persisted, membership criteria shifted from scholarly achievements to distinctions in government, military, or even athletics. Tiberius Claudius Balbinus, a politician and military officer,
is the sole known head librarian from this period, lacking notable scholarly contributions. And do remember I said politician and military officer, not author and scholar. Members were no longer obligated to engage in teaching, research, or even reside in Alexandria. Emperor Hadrian later appointed individuals like Dionysius of Miletus and Polemon of Laodicea, despite their limited connection to Alexandria. The library's reputation waned as other libraries gained prominence, some possibly stocked with scrolls from the Great Library. By the 2nd century AD, Alexandria's importance had more or less diminished, and Romans showed less interest in its scholarship, further lowering the library's standing. Scholars of this era at the library were less renowned than their Ptolemaic predecessors. The term Alexandrian came to symbolize text editing, correction, and commentary synthesis, losing a lot of its former prestige. References to the Great Library and the Mosaeon vanish after the mid-century AD, with the last known mention of scholars being Mosaeon members dating to the 260s. In 272 AD, Emperor Aurelian's forces, during the recapture of Alexandria from Zenobia, destroyed the Broccheon quarter, potentially housing the main library. If the Mosaeon and the library survived, they likely succumbed during Emperor Diocletian's 297 siege of Alexandria. In 642 AD, Alexandria fell to the Muslim army led by Amir ibn al-As. Subsequent to Arabic sources describe the library's alleged destruction on the orders of the Caliph Omar. According to Bar Hebraeus in the 13th century, the Omar reportedly said, "If those books are in agreement with the Quran, we have no need of them. And if these are opposed to the Quran, destroy them." And on that somber note, the story of the Library of Alexandria ends. A little depressing, I know. But we still have a lot of knowledge that is yet to be found in the world. And perhaps one day some missing scrolls or clay tablets will be found underneath the sands. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening. I do appreciate you coming and spending some time with me. It's once again been a pleasure. Good night, everyone. I'll see you next time. The grand monuments of an ancient age, mysterious echoes from a forgotten past,
The Great Pyramids. For thousands of years, these monuments have perplexed the imagination of all who lay eyes upon them. How were the pyramids built? What skilled artisan laid their craft upon these timeless stones? Come with me. Let's understand it and relax real slow. It is time that we unravel this mystery together. The techniques used in Egyptian pyramid construction have sparked numerous debates and hypotheses. These methods appear to have evolved over time, with later pyramids differing in construction from the earlier ones. Many theories revolve around the idea that large stones were quarried using copper chisels, then transported and positioned into place. The primary disagreements center on the logistics of moving and placing the massive stones. Moreover, there has been ongoing disagreement regarding the labor force involved. Ancient Greeks, centuries after the fact, believed that the pyramids were constructed by enslaved individuals. However, contemporary archaeologists suggest that, at least for the Great Pyramids of Giza, tens of thousands of skilled workers were employed. These workers likely lived in nearby camps and were compensated with a salary or through taxation until the pyramid's completion, as evidenced by workers' cemeteries that were unearthed in 1990. Some differences are about, however. For example, the Middle Kingdom pyramid of Amenemhat II, which records the use of foreign laborers from Canaan. Now, of course, there is the elephant in the room, the aliens. Well, let me tell you that, first of all, we should not discount human ingenuity. We cannot look at our ancestors as uneducated and unsophisticated. As a matter of fact, our age of people now will one day be looked upon as such in the future far, far away. Various pseudo-scientific theories have emerged, attempting to offer alternative explanations for the pyramid construction. Perhaps we'll talk about them a little later. Now, in terms of primary sources from the time, we do have several of them. The mysteries surrounding the pyramid construction largely revolve around how the massive blocks were transported up to the superstructure. Despite extensive research on this very topic, there still remains a lack of definitive historical or archaeological evidence to conclusively answer this question. Consequently, discussions on construction methods often rely on functional possibilities, supported by rather limited evidence. The earliest historical records describing pyramid construction date from the centuries after the actual construction period. Herodotus, notoriously reliable, I'm just joking, writing in the 5th century BC, and Diodorus Siculus, writing in the 1st century BC, provided some of the earliest documented accounts. Herodotus describes a method involving a machine, now commonly referred to as the Herodotus machine. He states, "The pyramid was made like stairs, which some call steps, and others tiers. When this, its first form, was completed, the workmen used short wooden logs as levers to raise the rest of the stones. They heaved up the blocks from the ground onto the first tier of steps. When the stone had been raised, it was set on another level that stood on the first tier, and the lever used to lift it from this tier to the next. It may be that there was a new lever on each tier of steps, or perhaps there was only one lever, albeit quite portable, which they carried up to each tier in turn. I leave this uncertain, as both possibilities were mentioned. But this is certain, that the upper part of the pyramid was finished off first, then the next below it, and last of all, the base and the lowest part." That is the end of our account from Herodotus. Now on to Diodorus Siculus's account, which came a little later, and I will now read from Siculus. "It's said that the stone was transported a great distance from Arabia, and that the edifices were raised by means of earthen ramps, since machines had not been around in those days for lifting, and most surprising it is that although such large structures were raised in an area surrounded by sand, no trace remains of either ramps or the dressing of the stones, so that it seems not the result of the patient labor of men, but rather as if the whole complex was set down entire upon the surrounding sand by some ancient god. Now, Egyptians tried to make it a marvel of these things, alleging that the ramps were made of salt and natron, and that when the river was turned against them, it melted them clean away and obliterated every trace without the use of an ounce of human labor. But, in truth, it most certainly was not done this way. Rather, the same multitude of workmen who raised the mounds returned the entire mass again to its original place, for they say that 360,000 men were constantly employed in the prosecution of their work. Yet the entire edifice was hardly finished at the end of 20 years. End of the account from Diodorus Siculus. The account of the transportation of stone from Arabia is accurate, considering during that period the term Arabia referred to the region between the Nile River and the Red Sea. This is where the limestone blocks were indeed transported from quarries located across the Nile River. So what about all of the materials? Couldn't have just been those same stones, right? What were the pyramids composed of? Well, let's discuss the material in detail. During the 3rd through 5th dynasties, pyramids were primarily constructed using stone. Local limestone, obtained from nearby quarries, formed the main body of these structures, while a higher quality limestone from a place called Tura, near modern-day Cairo, was chosen for the outer casing. Granite from quarries near Aswan was utilized for specific architectural features, like portcullises and elements of the burial chamber's construction. Sometimes, granite was also integrated into the outer casting, as seen in the Pyramid of Menkaure. Initially, the stones forming the pyramid body were laid in sloping courses, but this method proved less stable compared to horizontally stacked stones. The bent pyramid at Dashur marks a transition in style, showcasing a mix of sloping and horizontal courses in its lower and upper sections respectively. In the Middle Kingdom and beyond, pyramid construction methods underwent further evolution. Many pyramids from this era consisted mainly of mud brick cores, covered with polished limestone veneers. Some were built atop natural hills to reduce the necessary construction materials. The utilization of stone and specific construction techniques in the early pyramids contributed to the better preservation compared to later pyramid monuments. The stones composing the core of the pyramids, notably in the Great Pyramid at Giza, were somewhat roughly hewn. To fill the gaps between these stones, vast quantities of gypsum and rubble were utilized. Although the filling lacked binding properties, it was crucial for stabilizing the construction. Creating gypsum mortar required dehydration through heating, which necessitated significant amounts of wood. According to Egyptologists, findings from the 1984 and 1995 pyramids discovered by David H. Koch radiocarbon projects suggest that Egypt may have depleted its forests and exhausted all available wood resources to construct the pyramids of Giza and the early 4th dynasty pyramids. Carbon dating of core blocks and other materials conducted in 1984 indicates dates averaging 374 years earlier than currently accepted, with the 1995 dating averaging 100 to 200 years earlier. Team members suggested that it was improbable for the pyramid builders to consistently use centuries-old wood as fuel for mortar preparation.
While the 1984 results lacked sufficient data to conclusively assert that the historical chronology of the Old Kingdom was off by nearly 400 years, it still remained a possibility. Egyptologists propose that the discrepancy may have been attributed to the problem of old wood, suggesting that the earlier dates might have resulted from the recycling of large quantities of centuries-old timber and other earlier materials. Materials scientist Joseph Davidovits has proposed a controversial theory, suggesting that the blocks of the pyramid are not carved stone, but primarily a type of limestone concrete, and that they were cast, similar to modern concrete. In this hypothesis, soft limestone with a high kaolinite content was quarried in the wadi on the south of the Giza plateau. The limestone was then dissolved in large pools fed by the Nile until it became a watery slurry. I hate that word. Lime, derived from cooking fire's ash, and natron, which was also used in mummification by the Egyptians, were then added to the mixture. The pools were left to evaporate, leaving behind a moist, clay-like mixture. This wet concrete, so to speak, was transported to the construction site, where it was packed into reusable wooden molds and underwent a chemical reaction similar to the curing of concrete in a few days. According to this theory, new blocks could be cast in place, on top of, and pressed against the old blocks. Davidovits cites the famine stele and other hieroglyphic texts as evidence of the technology of stone agglomeration. However, this method is not widely accepted in the academic mainstream. It fails to explain the granite stones, weighing well over 10 tons above the king's chamber in the Great Pyramid, which he concedes were carved. Geologists have examined Davidovits' proposed technique and concluded that his concrete came from natural limestone quarried in the Mokattam Formation. He, however, claims that the bulk of the soft limestone came from some natural Mokattam Formation quarries found by geologists, and argues that the ancient Egyptians used the soft layer instead of the hard layer to re-agglomerate the stones. Despite all of the skepticism, Davidovits' hypothesis received support from Michael Barsum, a materials science researcher. He and his colleagues at Drexel University published findings in the Journal of the American Ceramic Society all the way back in 2006. These publications were overwhelmingly in support of Davidovits' hypothesis. Using scanning electron microscopy, they discovered mineral compounds and air bubbles in samples of the limestone and pyramid blocks that do not occur in natural limestone. So, perhaps
there could be something to the theory. However, don't be so hasty. Dipayanjana, a petrographer, presented his findings to the International Cement Microscopy Association in 2007 and concluded in a paper that we are far from accepting, even as a remote possibility, a man-made origin of pyramid stones. Bad luck, Davidovitz. Very bad luck. Valuable insights exist regarding various aspects of pyramid construction, including the location of quarries, tools employed for stone cutting, stone transportation methods, and the leveling of both the foundation and subsequent tiers of the developing superstructure. Workmen likely utilizing copper chisels, drills, and saws for cutting softer stones, such as limestone. However, harder stones like granite and basalt necessitated more labor-intensive techniques, such as pounding with dolerite, drilling, and sawing with abrasive substances like quartz sand. Blocks were likely transported on sledges lubricated with water. The process of leveling the foundation might have involved water-filled trenches, or the use of a basic square level and skilled surveyors, and indeed they were quite skilled. One of the primary challenges faced by early pyramid builders was the immense task of moving large quantities of stone. The tomb of Jehotep from the 12th dynasty provides an insight into this process, depicting 172 men pulling a 60-ton alabaster statue on a sledge. Estimates by Dennis Stocks suggest that moving a lubricated block weighing 16,300 kilograms would require around 45 workers, while a 2,750 kilogram block could be moved with as little as 8 workers. Others have proposed a method of involving a cradle-like machine found in various New Kingdom temples, where 4 of these objects could be fitted around a block for easy rolling. Experiments conducted by the Obayashi Corporation demonstrated that 18 men could drag a 2.5-ton block up a 1-in-4 incline ramp at the rate of 18 meters per minute. Although it's uncertain whether the Egyptians used this method, Vitruvius described a similar approach for moving irregular weights in De Architectura. While Egyptologists generally accept this method for 2.5-ton blocks, there is disagreement regarding the techniques used for larger blocks weighing 15 tons or more, as well as several weighing 70 to 80 tons. The discovery of the Diary of Merer, written over 4,500 years ago by an Egyptian official and found in 2013 by a French archaeology team led by Pierre Tallet in a cave in Wadi al-Jarf, sheds light on the transportation of limestone blocks from quarries at Tura to Giza by boat. Of course, it's much easier to just utilize the Nile. Let the Nile River and the tide do the heavy lifting for you. Very smart, the ancient Egyptians, weren't they? While ramps are widely accepted among Egyptologists as the probable method for raising the blocks, it's acknowledged that ramps alone are insignificant and must be complemented by another mechanism. Archaeological findings at the Great Pyramid of Giza and other pyramids do support the use of ramps, with levering being the most accepted method for assistance on the ramps. However, that archaeological record only provides evidence of small ramps and inclined causeways, which wouldn't have been sufficient for constructing the entire monument. Furthermore, there's substantial evidence indicating that non-standardized or ad hoc construction methods were employed in pyramid construction. Now, given these complexities, there are various proposed ramping methods, leading to significant discrepancies regarding which type of ramp was used. The large straight ramp method has been widely discredited due to its massive size, lack of archaeological evidence, labor-intensive nature, and the various other logistical challenges involved. Alternative ramping methods aim to address these issues, but they also face critiques of functionality and limited archaeological evidence. For instance, zigzagging ramps, straight ramps utilizing the incomplete part of the superstructure, spiraling ramps supported by the superstructure, and spiraling ramps leaning on the monument itself have been proposed. Mark Lenner suggested the possibility of a spiraling ramp starting from the stone quarry to the southeast and continuing around the exterior of the pyramid. However, spiral ramps would have obstructed the building for extended periods and compromised the regular layout of the pyramid square, posing challenges to maintaining the exact geometric shape of the structure. Recent studies indicate that while the transport challenge itself was manageable, with human draw teams capable of moving a stone weighing approximately 1 ton every 2 to 3 minutes on a ramp with a maximum slope of 10%, the geometric complexities of the pyramid presented significant hurdles. Effective organization of the construction site, including modular work division and transport causeways between ramps and workplaces, was also a crucial factor. Additionally, the problem of building the mantle at the ramp arrival point may have been addressed through bypass systems, though further research is needed to fully understand the intricacies of pyramid construction methods. Levering methods are regarded as a viable complement to ramping methods, partly due to Herodotus's description and the presence of lever-enabled devices, like the shaduf, which first appeared in Egypt during the New Kingdom, and concurrently in Mesopotamia during the Old Kingdom. Remember that Mesopotamia were building quite monumental structures too. Go and Google ziggurats. There's plenty of them. According to some, levers should be utilized to raise the top 3% of the superstructure's material, which represented a significant portion of the monument's total height. Within the realm of levering methods, there are incremental approaches that involve repeatedly prying up alternating sides of the block and inserting shims to gradually move the stone up one course. On the other hand, there are methods that employ a larger lever to lift the block up one course in a single lifting procedure. These methods have been experimentally tested to provide plausible functional explanations for lifting the blocks, addressing gaps in the archaeological and historical record. Easler's method, which employs wooden shims or cribbings, was able to lift a block up one tier in approximately 1 hour and 30 minutes in the Nova experiment. Similarly, another method, the Hodges and Keeble method, utilized small manufactured concrete blocks as shims and wooden pallets, achieving the lifting of a block in approximately 2 minutes. Husi Palo's method, using a simple levering device, lifted a 2,500-pound block up one course in under a minute, albeit with materials of lesser strength than those available in ancient Egypt. This method is proposed as a complementary levering device to Lehner's combined ramp and levering techniques. The ancient Egyptians made extensive use of the Nile's now vanished branch to transport the immense quantities of construction materials required for building projects. In 2012, a study conducted by geographer Haider Sheisha at Aix-Marseille University, it was proposed that the former configuration of the Nile's waterways along the higher river levels around 4,500 years ago provided favorable conditions for the construction of the Giza pyramid complex. However, the present waterways of the Nile have receded significantly from the pyramid sites, rendering them impractical for transportation purposes. But of course, it's not all about the stones and the tools, the levers and the ramps. What about the people? You wouldn't have a pyramid without them, wouldn't you? Well, let's talk about the workforce for a moment. Some researchers offer alternate estimates to the commonly accepted size of the workforce involved in the construction of the pyramids. One physicist, Kurt Mendelssohn, suggested a maximum of 50,000 men, while others estimate the number to be around 36,000. Now this is in the construction of the Great Pyramid at least. Others have proposed that no more than 30,000 workers were needed for the construction of the Great Pyramid. Evidence indicates that approximately 5,000 workers were permanent employees receiving salaries, with the remaining individuals working in shifts of 3 to 4 months
as part of their tax obligations, while receiving basic provisions such as 10 loaves of bread and a jug of beer per day. Do you remember beer was the main drink in ancient Egypt? You had to do certain things to make the liquids drinkable. Turning it into an alcohol killed a lot of those germs. That being said, 10 loaves of bread. We do have the saying, man cannot live off bread alone. I think 10 loaves is a little bit over the top. Although the great expert in the field, Zahi Hawass, believes that a significant portion of the workforce may have simply been volunteers. Of course, going and working for the pharaoh, well, that looks good on any resume. Most archaeologists now agree that only 4,000 of the total workforce were laborers involved in quarrying the stone, transporting blocks to the pyramid site, and placing them in position. The majority of the workforce comprised individuals providing support services. For example, you had scribes, tool makers, and auxiliary roles. Think of a modern-day work site. Of course, you've got many people who go to fulfill the needs of those working there. Inscriptions found in the tombs of supervisors provide insight into the organization of the workforce, revealing that there were 2 crews of approximately 2,000 workers each, subdivided into named gangs of 1,000. These gangs were further divided into 5 groups consisting of 200 workers each, which were then subdivided once more into groups of around 20 workers based on their individual skills, with each group having its own project leader and specific task. Of course, this is just at the Great Pyramid. Other earlier pyramids may have been a little more of a ramshackle operation. But of course, the proof is in the pudding. I think the pyramids that are left behind certainly show that each age had its very organized supervisors. So, back to our modern day, there was an interesting study conducted by a construction management firm in collaboration with Egyptologists. This study estimated that the construction project required an average workforce of a very approximate 14,567 people, and may have reached a peak of 40,000 workers. Utilizing critical path analysis, and without the aid of pulleys, wheels, or iron tools, they suggested that the Great Pyramid was completed from start to finish in approximately 10 years. The same study also estimated the number of blocks used in construction to be between 2 and 2.8 million, settling on a reduced finished total of 2 million after subtracting the estimated volume of hollow spaces within the chambers and galleries. While various sources agree on the number of blocks being above the number of 2.3 million, The study's calculations indicated that the workforce could sustain a rate of placing 180 blocks per hour. Now that's 3 blocks per minute. That's not bad. Within their 10-hour workdays. This all added up together, 7 days a week, 10 hours a day. That's where we arrive at that 10-year mark. So these estimates were derived from observations of modern construction projects in third world countries who were yet to employ modern machinery. However, the exact methods used in the construction of the Great Pyramid remain a subject of debate and uncertainty. One member of that same research team, Dr. Craig Smith, highlighted the remarkable precision achieved by the ancient builders, despite the limitations of their tools, comparable to modern construction methods and laser leveling technology. It was all rather impressive, I'm sure you agree. The construction of the entire Giza plateau, encompassing the Great Pyramid, Khafra, and Menkare's pyramids, also the Great Sphinx, the valley temples, 35 boat pits carved out of solid bedrock, several causeways and extensive paving with large stone, is believed to have taken place over the reign of 5 pharaohs in less than a century. Additionally, Khafra's brother, Djedefre's northern pyramid at Abu Rawash, likely constructed within the same time frame, is not often included in this estimation. Preceding the Giza constructions by a century, starting with Djoser's reign from 2687 to 2667 BC, 4 other massive pyramids were built. They are the Step Pyramid of Saqqara, the Pyramid of Meidum, the Bent Pyramid, and the Red Pyramid. Furthermore, during this period between 2686 and 2498, the construction of Sad el-Kafara Dam, utilizing an estimated 100,000 cubic meters of rock and rubble, also took place. Even in our modern day, building a dam is quite a hectic task. In the October of 2018, archaeologists from the Institut Français d'Archéologie Orientale, or the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology, and the University of Liverpool announced the discovery of the remains of a 4,500-year-old ramp contraption at Hatnub, which had been under excavation since 2012. This ramp system, used to lift heavy alabaster stones from quarries, may have also been employed in the construction of Egypt's Great Pyramid. Yanis Gordon, co-director of the mission at Hatnub, explained that the system consisted of a central ramp flanked by 2 staircases with numerous post holes. A sled carrying stone blocks was attached with ropes to these wooden posts, enabling ancient Egyptians to pull up the alabaster blocks, even on steep slopes of 20% or more. Given that this system dates back to at least Khufu's reign, it suggests that during his time
the ancient Egyptians possessed the knowledge and capability to move enormous stone blocks using very steep slopes, potentially utilizing similar methods in the construction of his pyramid. So there you have it. Not many aliens in this essay, wasn't there, I'm afraid that our lecture for today is just one based on properly researched historical narratives. Although in the interest of being fair to both sides, I will make a video discussing the possibility of the ancient aliens hypothesis, but I do encourage you not to take it very seriously. And while I've not read extensively about these theories, I can say that they are somewhat far-fetched from what I do understand about them at this point. For today, we shall leave it there. I'd like to once again thank you for joining me. I hope that you are going to have a great rest this evening, and that you've enjoyed our exploration into the ancient past with some modern perspective. I'll see you next time. Be good to each other. Good night, everybody. Where colossal pyramids pierce the sky, one name stands out like a whisper in the wind. Khufu, the enigmatic pharaoh who commissioned the Great Pyramid of Giza. Cloaked in mystery and shrouded in legend, Khufu's reign is a tale of power, ambition, and the relentless pursuit of immortality. Join me as we together unravel the secrets of this ancient ruler, whose legacy looms large over the sands of time. Khufu, also known as Cheops, ruled as the second pharaoh of the 4th dynasty during the Old Kingdom period in the 26th century BC. He inherited the throne from his father, Sneferu. Khufu is most famously associated with commissioning the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. However, many details about his reign remain poorly documented. We're going to go through some of the more well-documented parts of his reign today, and perhaps also engage in some speculation. Before we continue, I'd like to remind you, if you enjoy the content, to like and subscribe, and for the algorithm, leave your comments down below. Now, back to Khufu. The primary surviving depiction of Khufu is a small ivory figurine discovered in a temple ruin at Abydos in 1903. Other representations of him, including reliefs and statues are all but fragmentary, and many of his buildings, apart from the Great Pyramid of course, have been lost to time. Information about Khufu primarily comes from inscriptions in his necropolis at Giza, and later historical documents, such as the Westcar papyrus from the 13th dynasty. Most writings about Khufu were penned by ancient Egyptian and Greek historians around 300 BC. At this time, the Library of Alexander was really trying to improve its selection. These sources present conflicting perspectives on Khufu's character. While he enjoyed cultural recognition during the Old and New Kingdoms, ancient historians like Manetho, Diodorus, and Herodotus portray him in a negative light. But we'll get to that later. Despite his enduring legacy, an enigmatic and critical portrayal of Khufu's personality persists in the historical accounts. The name Khufu, or Cheops in different rendering, is dedicated to the god Khnum, suggesting a connection to divine origin and status. His full name, Khnum Khufu, means Khnum, protect me, while modern pronunciation is Khufu. During his time, it may have been more closer to Kayafwe, and later Kewaf. He used two versions of his birth name, Khnum Kuf and Khufu, the latter not emphasizing his connection to the god Khnum. His Hellenized name is Cheops. That's what the Greeks call him. But he's also called Sufis and Sophe by the Greeks. Arab historians refer to him as Saurid or Salhuk. Of course, whenever we talk about an Egyptian figure of history, we have to examine his or her name. It's the best way to start. The exact length of Khufu's rule remains uncertain. Indeed, it was a rather early Old Kingdom ruler. Records from his later years suggest he was nearing his 30-year jubilee, perhaps possibly just missing it. A rock inscription at the Dakhla oasis mentions Khufu's name, indicating events in his 27th regnal year. Fragments of the Diary of Merer, found at Wadi al-Jarf, detail limestone block transportation during his reign. The highest dated record associated with his funeral comes from the 28th or perhaps the 29th year of his reign. The royal canon of Turin attributes 23 years to his rule, while Herodotus and Manetho claim 50 and 63 years respectively, though the accounts of Herodotus and Manetho are generally believed to be exaggerations, especially Herodotus, who seems to take great delight
and exaggerating almost anything he can get. Khufu's political activities within and outside Egypt are sparsely documented. Domestically, he is mentioned in building inscriptions and statues, with his name appearing in various locations, such as Wadi Hammamat, Elephantine, Hatnub, and El-Kab. At Saqqara, terracotta figurines of the goddess Bastet, bearing Khufu's Horus name, have been found, dating back to his reign, but deposited during the Middle Kingdom. At Wadi Magare in the Sinai, a rock inscription portrays Khufu adorned with the double crown. That's the crown of Upper and Lower Egypt, by the way, when that indicates the sovereignty of both lands. Now don't get confused. Upper Egypt is the lower part of Egypt, at least the southern part on our modern-day maps as we perceive it. And of course, Lower Egypt is the part next to the Mediterranean. The reason why this is because of the flow of the Nile. But I digress. Khufu organized expeditions to search for turquoise and copper mines, much like his predecessors Sekhmet, Sahure, and his father Sneferu, who are also depicted in elaborate reliefs in the area, reflecting their pursuit of these valuable resources. Additionally, Khufu engaged in trade with Byblos, dispatching multiple expeditions to exchange copper tools and weapons for coveted Lebanon cedar wood. Now this wood was crucial for constructing large and sturdy funerary boats, such as those discovered at the Great Pyramid, underscoring its significance in ancient Egyptian burial practices. Recent archaeological findings at Wadi al-Jaf, an ancient port on Egypt's Red Sea coast, have unveiled new insights into Khufu's political activities. Discovered in 1823 by John Gardner Wilkinson and James Burton, the site was later rediscovered in 1954 by French scholars François Bisset and René Chabot-Morisseau. However, it wasn't until late June 2011 that extensive excavations resumed under the leadership of French Egyptologist Pierre Tallet and Gregory Marouard, organized by the French Institute of Oriental Archaeology. Among the discoveries made in 2013 were hundreds of papyrus fragments dating back 4,500 years, now exhibited at the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, hailed by renowned archaeologist Zahi Hawass as the greatest discovery in Egypt in the 21st century. And if you don't know who Zahi Hawass is, he is the gentleman who is the chief of Egyptian antiquities. I believe he retired from the position some years ago, but quite a renowned figure in Egyptian history and archaeology. And what a job, the Minister of Antiquities for Egypt. Certainly a position coveted by many.
Well, back to these papyri. With 10 remarkably well-preserved examples, they predominantly date to the 27th year of Khufu's reign and detail the provision of food and supplies to sailors and wharf workers. Addressed to the king by his Horus name, they offer a rare glimpse into the administrative operations of the 4th dynasty, and believe me, you do not get many glimpses into that. Notable among them is the Diary of Merer, shedding light on the daily lives of those involved in the construction of the Great Pyramid. Also discovered were the inscriptions bearing Khufu's cartouche name on limestone blocks at the site, underscoring the harbor's strategic significance. Before I move on, the word cartouche is the French word for bullet. Many of the times when we see Egyptian names written, they will be written framed in a shape that looks like a bullet, which is why the French archaeologists called them so. Remember that word, cartouche. The harbor facilitated the importation of valuable materials such as turquoise and copper from the nearby Sinai Peninsula, as indicated by storage lists in the papyri fragments. Mentions of a harbor on the opposite coast, near the fortress Tel Ras Budran, suggest the existence of an ancient sailing route across the Red Sea, possibly used for expeditions to the legendary land of Punt. These findings provide unprecedented insights into ancient Egyptian maritime trade networks and Khufu's political influence in the region. The sole surviving three-dimensional portrayal of Khufu, the Khufu statuette, is a meticulously restored ivory figurine depicting the king adorned with the red crown of Lower Egypt. Seated on a throne with a truncated backrest, the statue showcases Khufu holding a flail in his left hand, while his right arm rests on his upper leg. The figurine, discovered headless in 1903 by Flinders Petrie at Com el Sudan near Abydos, underwent extensive restoration. Petrie's diligence in recovering the head, found weeks later in deeper rubble, underscored the artifact's significance, and one may imagine quite a needle in a haystack to find the little head of Khufu among all of those broken ancient rock. Currently housed in room 32 of the Egyptian Museum of Cairo under inventory number JE36143, the statuette is believed by most Egyptologists to be a contemporaneous with Khufu. However, scholars like Zahi Hawass propose an alternative view, and if it's Zahi Hawass, you better listen, suggesting it may be an artistic reproduction from the 26th dynasty. Hawass argues that the absence of the 4th dynasty structures at the excavation site, coupled with the figurine's stylistic anomalies, such as Khufu's unusual facial features and the incongruent throne design do support this interpretation. Additionally, the presence of the neck flail, a ceremonial insignia not depicted until the Middle Kingdom, raises doubts about the statuette's authenticity, leading Hawass and many others to speculate it might have served as a commercial amulet rather than a genuine portrayal of Khufu. It is often claimed that the Khufu statuette is the sole surviving statue of Khufu, though this assertion is also disputed. Excavations at Saqqara in 2001 and 2003 uncovered a pair of terracotta statues portraying a lion goddess, potentially Bastet or Sekhmet, with childlike kings at her feet. While the right figure bears Khufu's Horus name, the left depicts Pepi I of the 6th dynasty by his birth name, indicating a later addition to the statue group. This departure from the typical unity of Old Kingdom statue groups suggests a distinct restoration during the Middle Kingdom, possibly driven by a focus on the goddess rather than royal worship, as evidenced by the gypsum covering the kings' names. The Palermo stone fragment C2 records the creation of 2 oversized standing statues for Khufu, one of copper and the other one of pure gold. Additionally, excavations by George Reisner at Giza yielded alabaster and travertine fragments inscribed with Khufu's full titulary, including cartouches, remember that word, the bullet, bearing his name, or Knum Kuf. Among these, a fragment of a small seated statue displays the king's legs and feet, with a visible cartouche suggesting the name Khufu. In the Romer und Palacius Museum, Hildesheim, 2 alabaster objects, possibly parts of a statue group akin to the triad of Mycerinus, feature the head of a cat goddess. Several statue heads, including the Brooklyn head in the Brooklyn Museum and a limestone head in the State Collection of Egyptian Art in Munich, have been attributed to Khufu based on features such as chubby cheeks and size. How cute. Khufu is depicted in various relief fragments scattered throughout his necropolis and other locations. Crafted from finely polished limestone, these reliefs offer glimpses into different aspects of Khufu's reign. Some originate from the ruined pyramid temple and the destroyed causeway, once adorning the walls in their entirety. Others were repurposed in the pyramid necropolis of King Amenemhat I at Lisht, as well as at Tanis and Bubastis. One fragment displays Khufu's cartouche alongside the phrase, "Building of the sanctuaries of the gods." Another depicts a procession of fat oxen adorned with flowers intended as sacrifices, with inscriptions praising them as offerings for Khufu. A third fragment portrays what is believed to be the earliest depiction of royal warfare, featuring archers drawing their bows. Yet another shows Khufu wearing the double crown while impaling a hippopotamus. You perhaps may feel bad for the hippopotamus, but do remember that in Africa, the hippopotamus kills more people each year than any other animal. Do correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to be quite a battle against the creature. At Wadi Magare in Sinai, a rock inscription bears Khufu's names and titles, lauding him as the great god and smiter of the troglodytes. All protection and life are with him. May I say I adore the use of the word troglodyte. The style of the relief is reminiscent of King Sneferu's works, depicting scenes of Khufu wearing different crowns and engaging in actions such as smiting enemies, with accompanying deities like Thoth and Wepwawet. Now, here's an interesting thing that many archaeologists have noticed. None of the relief fragments depict Khufu making offerings to a deity. This absence is notable as reliefs of Sneferu and subsequent kings commonly feature such scenes. The omission may have contributed to later Greek historians' speculation that Khufu had closed temples and prohibited sacrifices. But there's that word again. Speculation. Khufu's pyramid complex stands in the northeastern part of the Giza plateau. Some speculate that limitations such as lack of space and local limestone quarries, along with unstable ground conditions at Dashur, prompted Khufu to choose this location, moving away from his predecessor Sneferu's pyramid. Positioned at the high end of a natural plateau, Khufu's pyramid, named Akhet Khufu, meaning horizon of Khufu, was designed to be prominently visible. The Great Pyramid has a base measuring approximately 750 by 750 feet, and currently stands at a height of 455 feet. Initially, it reached a height of 481, but over time, the pyramidion and limestone casing were lost to stone robbery. Believe it or not, I wouldn't be going all the way up the top of the pyramid to be taking what was from there, but we have been told that they were covered in gold at the top, in which case it may be worth the trouble. Without its casing, the core of the pyramid is exposed, constructed in small steps using dark limestone blocks. The original casing, made of nearly white limestone, was finely polished, giving the pyramid a brilliant, luminous experience. While it's speculated that the pyramidion might have been covered in electrum, there's no archaeological evidence to support this. The inner chambers, lined with polished granite walls and ceilings, were built with some of the hardest stones available during Khufu's era. The mortar used consisted of gypsum, sand, pulverized limestone, all mixed up together with water, and was quite strong. The entrance to the pyramid is located on its northern side. Inside, 3 chambers are found. The king's chamber at the top, containing large granite sarcophagus. The statue chamber in the middle, often referred to as the queen's chamber, but its purpose remains debated. And an unfinished subterranean chamber beneath the foundation. While the burial chamber is well defined by the sarcophagus, the function of the queen's chamber remains uncertain, with some suggesting it housed a Ka statue of Khufu. The subterranean chamber, left incomplete, adds to the pyramid's enigmatic allure. The subterranean chamber within Khufu's pyramid complex appears to be the oldest of the 3 chambers, with evidence suggesting it was part of the original building plan, possibly intended for a simple chamber complex with multiple rooms and corridors. However, construction was halted for unknown reasons, and 2 additional chambers were built inside the pyramid. Notably, the grand gallery leading to the king's chamber features a corbelled arch ceiling and serves a crucial static function, distributing the weight of the stone mass above the king's chamber into the surrounding pyramid core. Surrounding Khufu's pyramid was an enclosure wall, with segments spaced 33 feet or 10 meters apart. On the eastern side, directly facing the pyramid, stood Khufu's mortuary temple, constructed with black basalt foundations, red granite pillars and portals, and white limestone ceiling stones. Today, only the foundation remains, with a causeway once connecting it to the Valley Temple, located 0.43 miles away. The original form and size of the Valley Temple are unknown, as not even its foundations are preserved. Adjacent to the pyramid on the eastern side lies the East Cemetery of the Khufu necropolis, housing the mastabas of princes and princesses. 3 small satellite pyramids, likely belonging to Queens Hetepheres, Meretetes I, and possibly Henutsen, were erected nearby. In 2005, the cult pyramid of Khufu was discovered close to the Queen's Pyramids. On the southern side of the Great Pyramid are further mastabas and the pits of Khufu's funerary boats, while The West Cemetery on the western side contains the tombs of high officials and priests. Part of Khufu's funerary complex may include the renowned Great Sphinx of Giza, a large limestone statue depicting a recumbent lion with a human head, wearing a royal Nemes headdress. Carved directly from the Giza plateau, the Sphinx was originally painted in vivid colors. Its builder, or sculptor rather, remains a subject of debate, with candidates including Khufu, his sons Jedfara and Kaifar. The original symbolic function of the Sphinx is also uncertain, although it likely served as a guardian of the sacred cemetery of Giza, representing the king in allegorical form. During the Old Kingdom, Khufu's mortuary cult was extensive, evidenced by the archaeological discovery of at least 67 mortuary priests and 6 high officials serving at the necropolis by the end of the 6th dynasty. Some of these priests had been serving since the late 4th dynasty, with a notable increase in their number during the reigns of the 5th and 6th dynasties. This contrasts with the other rulers of the time. For instance, Khufu's stepfather, Sneferu, had fewer mortuary priesthoods, and even Jedfara and Kaifra had fewer than Khufu. These cults played a significant role in the state's economy, as special domains were established for offerings. However, the number of domains decreased rapidly by the end of the 6th dynasty, with none recorded during the 7th. In the Middle Kingdom, a rock inscription at Wadi Hammamat, dating back to the 12th dynasty, mentions Khufu alongside other rulers. While it was previously thought that rulers like Baufra and Jedhefor had brief reigns, they are now believed to have been princes. Khufu's inclusion in this list suggests that he and his followers were revered as patron saints, supported by findings such as alabaster vessels inscribed with Khufu's name at Koptos, a pilgrimage site for Wadi Hammamat travelers. The Westcar Papyrus, a literary masterpiece from the 13th dynasty, features Khufu witnessing a magical wonder and receiving a prophecy from a magician named Dedi. The depiction of Khufu in this story is complex, showing him as both ruthless and inquisitive. Some Egyptologists view Khufu's actions in the story, such as ordering a prisoner's execution to test Dedi's powers, as merciful, suggesting that Khufu would have spared the prisoner if Dedi had succeeded. Others see Khufu's character as enigmatic, deliberately crafted by the author to be mysterious. This contradictory portrayal has sparked debate among historians and Egyptologists, with interpretations ranging from negative to positive, influenced by ancient Greek traditions and Egyptian cultural teachings. During the New Kingdom era, Khufu's burial site and the associated religious practices underwent a kind of reorganization, with Giza becoming a significant center for both economic and religious activities once again. In the 18th dynasty, King Amenhotep II constructed a memorial temple and a royal stela near the Great Sphinx, while his successor, Thutmose IV, cleared the Sphinx from sand and placed a commemorative stela, known as the Dream Stele, between its paws. Although both inscriptions share similar narratives, neither provides definitive information about the true creator of the Great Sphinx. Toward the end of the 18th dynasty, a temple dedicated to the goddess Isis was constructed at the satellite pyramid G1C, associated with Queen Hennet-Sen, within Khufu's burial complex. This temple underwent expansions during the 21st and 26th dynasties, with priests serving both Isis and Khufu. A golden seal ring bearing the name of a priest named Neferibre was discovered at Giza from the 26th dynasty. During the late period, numerous scarabs inscribed with Khufu's name were circulated, likely serving as talismans or symbols of luck. Over 30 of these scarabs have been preserved. Additionally, an ancestral lineage of priests of Isis, spanning from 670 to 488 BC, is depicted on a display at Isis's temple. The famous inventory stela from this period mentions Khufu and his wife Hennet-Sen, although some modern Egyptologists speculate that by this time Khufu may have been regarded more as a symbolic ruler rather than a revered royal ancestor, particularly in the context of the Isis temple's history. Well, there you have it. That is almost all we know about Khufu and his Great Pyramid, condensed down somewhat into this video for you. I hope you've learned something, and once again I invite you to like and subscribe to the channel and leave your comments down below, as it certainly helps the algorithm. Thank you very much for listening. I hope you have a good day, and make sure that you smile. But if you don't feel like smiling, then just do whatever makes you feel comfortable. I'll see you next time. Good night, everybody. An ancient kingdom, a rising power, and an unmatched conqueror. At the mouth of the Nile, a new dynasty takes power, the likes of which Egypt has never seen. A clash of swords and cultures alike, as forked tongues and clenched fists forge a new empire. Close your eyes and allow me to take you back to the Ptolemaic kingdom, where the Greeks reigned over ancient Egypt. The Ptolemaic kingdom, also often referred to as the Ptolemaic Empire, represented an ancient Greek state situated in Egypt during the Hellenistic period. Its inception in 305 BC was credited to Ptolemy I Soter, a Macedonian general closely associated with Alexander the Great. I'm sure you know about him. The Ptolemaic dynasty governed until the demise of Cleopatra VII in 30 BC, marking a nearly 3-century rule that characterized the longest and concluding dynasty in what we know as ancient Egypt. This era ushered in a distinctive epoch marked by religious syncretism and the amalgamation of a Greco-Egyptian cultural ethos. Well, let us understand from the beginning. And to understand that, we must look at Alexander the Great. In 332 BC, Alexander, the king of Macedon, launched an invasion into Egypt, which was then a satrapy of the Achaemenid Empire, functioning as the 31st dynasty under Emperor Artaxerxes III. During this expedition, Alexander visited Memphis and made a journey to the Oracle of Amun at Siwa Oasis. The oracle proclaimed him as the son of Amun, which effectively meant that he was a demigod. Despite Alexander's efforts to respect the Egyptian religion, he appointed Macedonians to the most high-ranking positions in the country and established the new Greek city of Alexandria as the capital. This move aimed to tap into Egypt's wealth for Alexander's broader campaign against the Achaemenid Empire. By early 331, he was prepared to leave, leading his forces back to Phoenicia. Cleomenes of Naucratis was appointed as the ruling nomarch to oversee Egypt during Alexander's absence, who, notably in his lifetime, never returned to the region. Now, after Alexander's demise in Babylon around 323 BC, a power struggle erupted among his generals, which of course, as it always does, led to a crisis of succession. Initially, Perdiccas served as the regent for Alexander's half-brother Arrhidaeus, later known as Philip III of Macedon. He continued in this role for both Philip III and Alexander's son, Alexander IV. During this period, Perdiccas appointed Ptolemy, a close companion of Alexander, as the satrap of Egypt. Although Ptolemy ostensibly governed in the name of the joint kings, he eventually asserted his own rule as Alexander's empire unraveled. Ptolemy successfully defended Egypt against an invasion by Perdiccas in 321, and upon doing so, solidified his position during the wars of the Diadochi from 322 to 301 BC. In 305, Ptolemy assumed the titles of Basilius and Pharaoh, marking the establishment of the Ptolemaic dynasty, which endured for almost 300 years after. Throughout the dynasty, male rulers adopted the name Ptolemy, while female rulers and princesses preferred the names Cleopatra, Arsinoe, and Berenice. I do remember that there were many different Cleopatras, many different Ptolemies, many different Arsinoes, and of course many different Berenices. So when somebody says, "Do you know about Cleopatra?" you may perhaps ask them, which one? Because by the end of the video you'll know about a few of them. The practice of intermarriage within the royal family made politics in the kingdom very intricate, with later rulers displaying increasing weakness. Notable female rulers included Cleopatra II, Berenice III and IV, and while Cleopatra VII effectively ruled alone, she was the end of the line. And yes, she did rule alone, in practical terms, despite having official co-regencies. In the early Ptolemaic era, the rulers respected Egyptian religion and customs, and they even constructed new temples for Egyptian gods, and adopted the pharaohs' outward display. They were certainly trying to fit in, or perhaps they were quite impressed with the Egyptian culture and found themselves quite delighted to take part in it. Ptolemy I Soter, in particular, acknowledged the significance of the Egyptian traditions. During the reigns of Ptolemy II and III, Greek veterans were rewarded with farmlands, and the Greeks settled throughout the country. Despite Greek influence spreading and intermarriage creating a Greco-Roman, or rather Greco-Egyptian, educated class, Greeks remained a privileged minority, living under Greek law, receiving Greek educations, and being citizens of Greek cities. In the initial phase of Ptolemy I's reign, the backdrop was dominated by the aforementioned wars of the Diadochi, involving the successor states vying for control after Alexander's empire. Ptolemy's primary focus was securing his position in Egypt and expanding his territories. In quick succession, he gained control over Libya, Syria, and Cyprus. When Antigonus, the ruler of Syria, attempted to reunite Alexander's empire, Ptolemy allied with Seleucus, the ruler of Babylonia, and together they defeated Antigonus's son Demetrius at the Battle of Giza in 312 BC. After a peace conference the following year, hostilities resumed in 309, leading Ptolemy to occupy Corinth and parts of Greece. Despite a naval defeat that cost him the island of Cyprus in 306, Ptolemy successfully defended Egypt against the attempted invasion by Antigonus. In 302, Ptolemy joined a coalition against Antigonus, though he was absent when Antigonus was defeated and killed at Ipsus. Seizing the opportunity, Ptolemy secured Coele-Syria and Palestine, violating the agreement with Seleucus and setting the stage for future conflicts. We'll get to them later. While attempting to avoid land wars thereafter, Ptolemy regained control of Cyprus in 295. Satisfied with the stability of his kingdom, at the age of 84 he decided to share rule with his son, Ptolemy II, and in 285 he possibly retired. During this period, he may have devoted this time to writing a history of Alexander's campaign, a work that, unfortunately, has been lost, but did deserve as a key source for later historians like Arrian. Ptolemy I passed away in 283 BC, leaving behind a well-governed kingdom for his successor. Now, Ptolemy II Philadelphus took the reins as the pharaoh of Egypt in 283, succeeding his father. And unlike his warrior father, Ptolemy II was more of a peaceful and cultured leader. Thankfully, Ptolemy I's earlier efforts had left Egypt in a strong and prosperous state. Following 3 years of campaigning in the First Syrian War, the Ptolemies exerted control over the eastern Mediterranean, including the Aegean Islands and the coastal regions of Cilicia, Pamphylia, Lycia, and Caria. All of these together came to form the Nesiotic League. However, some of these territories were lost just before Ptolemy II took power during the Second Syrian War. Regardless, Ptolemy II got a little bit of a taste for the fighting. In the 270s BC, he achieved victory over the kingdom of Kush, securing free access to Kushite territory and control over vital gold deposits south of Egypt. This led to the establishment of hunting stations and ports as far south as Sudan, with raiding parties searching for war elephants. Hellenistic culture gained significant influence on Kush during this period. Ptolemy II was a devoted patron of scholarship, generously supporting the expansion of the Library of Alexandria and fostering scientific research. Poets like Callimachus, Theocritus, Apollonius of Rhodes, and Posidippus received stipends, creating masterpieces of Hellenistic poetry that celebrated the Ptolemaic family. Notable scholars under Ptolemy II's patronage included the mathematician Euclid and the astronomer Aristarchus. It is believed that Ptolemy commissioned Manetho to compose his Aegyptiaca, an account of Egyptian history aimed at making Egyptian culture understandable to the ruling Greeks. Ptolemy II initially married Arsinoe I, the daughter of Lysimachus, who bore him legitimate children. Following her repudiation, he adhered to Egyptian custom and married his sister, Arsinoe II, initiating a practice that pleased the Egyptian population but had repercussions in later reigns. I don't want to push my personal beliefs on others, but it's, in our modern day at least, looking back, it's a odd practice to be marrying within the family. The awkwardness notwithstanding. Under Ptolemy II, the Alexandrian court reached its pinnacle of material and literary splendor. Notably, Callimachus, the custodian of the Library of Alexandria, and Theocritus, along with various other poets, celebrated the glory of the Ptolemaic family. Ptolemy II invested extensively in making Alexandria the economic, artistic, and intellectual capital of the Hellenistic world. The academies and libraries in Alexandria played a crucial role in preserving much of the Greek literary heritage. Now on to Ptolemy III, also known as Ptolemy III Euergetes, with the nickname of the Benefactor. He took the throne in 246 BC, and he was one of the sons of Ptolemy II. Unlike his predecessors, who avoided entanglement in the wars among the Macedonian successor kingdom, Ptolemy III was pretty keen, and he delved into the Third Syrian War for around 6 years against the Seleucid Empire. They were a little further north up the coast, heading towards Palestine. This decision was triggered by a dynastic dispute resulting in the murder of his sister, Queen Berenice, and her son. Enough to make anybody angry, I suppose. Ptolemy not only marched triumphantly into the heart of the Seleucid realm, reaching as far as Babylonia, but also expanded his influence in the Aegean Sea, making conquests as far north as Thrace, certainly a long way from home. The victory marked the pinnacle of Ptolemaic power, with Seleucus II Callinicus maintaining his throne, while Egyptian fleets controlled much of Anatolia and Greece. Following this triumph, Ptolemy III shifted his focus away from active engagement in wars, although he continued supporting the enemies of Macedon in Greek politics. Domestically, he departed from his father's policy by more generously patronizing the native Egyptian religion, leaving a more pronounced impact on Egyptian monuments. This period signaled the gradual Egyptianization of the Ptolemies. Were they Greek? Were they Egyptian? At this point, many of them themselves were not quite sure. But it seems that people always return to their roots. Now, Ptolemy III maintained his predecessor's support for scholarship and literature. He expanded the great library in the museum and established a second library in the Serapeum. It was rumored that he ordered every book in the Alexandrian docks to be seized, copied, and returned to their owners. However, he wasn't returning the originals. Oh, no. He was returning a rather clever copy, retaining the originals for himself in the library. Now, I've spoken about this at length in my video about the Library of Alexandria, but once again I will say that this does sound like something I myself would do. So, Ptolemy III, I raise my glass to you on that one. I just hope that your scribes were very, very convincing. Notably, he borrowed official manuscripts of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides from Athens, forfeiting a substantial deposit to keep them in the library rather than returning them. That's right, they wanted him to hand over a lot of money in case he changed his mind. And, of course, the Athenians were correct in assuming that he would. The court of Ptolemy III boasted distinguished scholars like the polymath and geographer Eratosthenes, known for his accurate calculation of the world's circumference, as well as mathematicians Conon of Samos and Apollonius of Pergae. He also invested in construction projects at temples throughout Egypt. The most significant undertaking was the Temple of Horus at Edfu, a masterpiece of ancient Egyptian temple architecture. Construction began in 237 BC and continued throughout the Ptolemaic dynasty, with completion achieved around 142 BC during the reign of Ptolemy VIII. The reliefs on the great pylon were finished in the reign of Ptolemy XII. In 221 BC, Ptolemy III passed away, and his son, Ptolemy IV Philopator, took the throne, marking the beginning of a period that would witness the decline of the Ptolemaic kingdom. Ptolemy IV's reign started with the murder of his mother. He then proved to be a weak ruler, easily influenced by royal favorites who held sway over the government. Despite the internal challenges, his ministers successfully prepared for the threats posed by Antiochus III on the Coel Syria, culminating in the significant victory of Raphia in 217 that secured the kingdom. However, domestic weakness was quite evident through rebellions of native Egyptians, resulting in the loss of over half of the country for more than 2 decades. It seems the Egyptians had had enough of the Ptolemies at this point, and were making it very well known. Alright, moving on to the next of the Ptolemies. Drumroll, can you guess what his name is? Well, it's Ptolemy the Fourth, and he was known for his devotion to religion and literature. Despite marrying his sister, again, Arsinoe, his rule was largely dictated by his mistress. Yes, he had one. Her name was Agathoclea. Following the tradition of his predecessors, Ptolemy IV presented himself as a typical Egyptian pharaoh, actively supporting the Egyptian priestly elite through donations and temple construction. Now, Ptolemy III had initiated the practice of holding synods with all the priests of Egypt, so Ptolemy IV continued this by organizing a synod at Memphis in 217, following the celebrations of the Fourth Syrian War. It was a victory for the Egyptians, or rather, the Ptolemies. The outcome of this synod was the Raphia Decree, issued on November 15th, 217, and recorded in hieroglyphs, Demotic, and Koine Greek. The decree highlighted the military success of Ptolemy IV and Arsinoe III, acknowledging their benefactions to the Egyptian priestly elite. The text portrayed Ptolemy IV as embodying the role of Horus, avenging his father by defeating the forces of disorder led by the god Set. In return for these victories, the priests committed to erecting a statue groups in their temples, depicting the temple's god presenting a sword of victory to both Ptolemy IV and Arsinoe III. This decree successfully blended Egyptian pharaonic ideology and religion with the Hellenistic notion of the victorious king and his ruler cult. But it wasn't all good news. The mismanagement of the pharaoh's rule in Alexandria sparked a near-successful revolt, and it was actually spearheaded by a priest named Hugrenefor. Seizing power in 205, Hugrenefor declared himself pharaoh and controlled Upper Egypt until his death in 199. Following his demise, his son Ankmachus continued the rebellion, and his forces came very close to expelling the Ptolemies from the region completely. Well, the revolutionary dynasty persisted until 185, when they were ultimately defeated. The historical significance of this event was marked by a stele, famously known as the Rosetta Stone. You've probably heard of it. It was discovered some few thousand years later by a few of Napoleon's soldiers who were digging around in the sand. Well, there will be a video later on about the Rosetta Stone. I can tell you that much. You may look forward to that one. Now, that is enough about Ptolemy IV.
let's talk about Ptolemy V Epiphanes, who was born to Philopator and Arsinoe. He inherited the throne as a child, actually, leading to a period of regency. Antiochus III the Great of the Seleucid Empire and Philip V of Macedon had at this time formed an agreement to seize the Ptolemaic territories. Philip claimed islands and regions in Caria and Thrace, and the Battle of Panium in 200 resulted in the transfer of Coele-Syria to Seleucid control. Well, following this defeat, Egypt aligned itself with the emerging power in the Mediterranean, Rome. Upon reaching adulthood, Epiphanes became a tyrant before his premature death in 180. His infant son, Ptolemy VI Philometor, succeeded him. In 170, Antiochus IV Epiphanes invaded Egypt, capturing Philometor and placing him as a puppet king in Memphis. Philometor's younger brother, later known as Ptolemy VIII Physcon, was appointed king by the Ptolemaic court in Alexandria. After Antiochus withdrew, the brothers initially agreed to joint rule with their sister Cleopatra II. Not that Cleopatra, we'll get to her later. Slow down. However, conflicts between the brothers led to Roman interference and an increasing Roman influence in Egypt. Philometor eventually reclaimed the throne, but he met his demise in the Battle of Antioch in 145. Now, let's get back to Ptolemy VI. During the 160s and 150s, he reasserted Ptolemaic control over the northern part of Nubia. Nubia is the south part of Egypt in our modern-day recollection. The Temple of Isis at Philae granted tax revenues from the Dodecascanos region in 157, prominently displayed this achievement. Decorations on the first pylon of the temple emphasize the Ptolemaic claim to rule all of Nubia. An inscription regarding the priests of Mandulis suggested that some Nubian leaders were paying tribute to the Ptolemaic treasury during this period. To fortify the region, the strategos of Upper Egypt, Boethus, founded 2 new cities. Those cities were named Philometris and Cleopatra, in honor to a royal couple. Following Ptolemy VI's death, a prolonged period of civil wars and eternal strife plagued the Ptolemaic dynasty for over 100 years. 'Twas not a good time, and internal strife and rebellion doth butter no parsnips for the Ptolemies. Philometor was succeeded by his infant son, Ptolemy VII Neos Philopator. However, Ptolemy VIII Physcon returned, and then he killed his young nephew, seizing the throne. As Ptolemy VIII, he proved to be a harsh
tyrant, and nobody really liked him very much. Upon his death in 116 BC, everybody clapped. No, I'm just joking. Just check if you're still listening. The kingdom passed to his wife, Cleopatra III, and her son, Ptolemy IX Philometor Soter. In 107 BC, the young king was ousted by his own mother, who then jointly ruled with Euergetes' younger son, Ptolemy X Alexander. Ptolemy IX reclaimed the throne in 88 BC and retained power until his death 8 years later. He was succeeded by Ptolemy XI Alexander, the son of Ptolemy X. However, he also faced a tragic fate, being lynched in the middle of the street by the Alexandrian mob after murdering his stepmother, who was also his cousin, aunt, and wife. Figure that one out. Eesh. These tumultuous family conflicts left Egypt severely weakened, leading the country to become a de facto protectorate of Rome, which had already absorbed much of the Greek world. With all this infighting, when the time came, Rome basically just walked right in. It wasn't very hard for them to get the Egyptian population behind them, because the Egyptian population was not too satisfied with their current leadership. I suppose the Romans offered a more stable alternative, even if only slightly more stable. Well, what happened next? Well, of course, it was time for another Ptolemy. Ptolemy the 11th successor was Ptolemy the 12th Neos Dionysus, also known as Olates, the flute player. By this time, Rome held considerable influence over Egyptian affairs and had annexed both Libya and Cyprus. In 58, Olates was ousted by the Alexandrian mob, but the Romans reinstated him to power 3 years later. Geez, well, at least he didn't get what happened to the guy before him. He passed away, though, in 51, leaving the kingdom to his 10-year-old son and 7-year-old daughter, who was Ptolemy XIII Theos Philopater and Cleopatra VII, who jointly reigned as husband and wife. And yeah, finally, that is the Cleopatra that you're thinking of. So Cleopatra VII assumed the Egyptian throne on March 22nd, 51 BC, following the death of her father. She served as Queen Philopater and Pharaoh, sharing power with various male co-regents from 51 to 30 BC. And I've got an entire video on Cleopatra. Go take a look at that. It's in my Ancient Egypt playlist. You'll have a good time, trust me. The decline of Ptolemaic influence coincided with the rising dominance of the Roman Republic. Facing challenges from Macedon and the Seleucid Empire, the Ptolemies aligned themselves with the Romans for over 150 years. By Ptolemy the 12th era,
Rome held significant sway over anything happening in Egypt, with the Roman Senate declared as the guardian of the Ptolemaic dynasty. Well, Ptolemy XII had paid substantial tributes to the Romans to regain and secure his throne after a rebellion and a brief coup led by his older daughters, Tryphaena and Berenice IV. Both daughters were eliminated during Auletes' reclaiming of the throne, leaving Cleopatra VII as the eldest surviving child. Now, following Ptolemy XII's death, Cleopatra VII and her younger brother, Ptolemy XIII, inherited the throne and were married, though the union was largely ceremonial, just a formality, a keeping of tradition. Their relationship, however, deteriorated, and Cleopatra was stripped of authority by Ptolemy XIII's advisors. This prompted her to flee into exile, but while away she sought to gather some influence to reclaim the throne. In 48 BC, Caesar arrived in Alexandria to prevent a potential civil war, as conflict in Egypt could disrupt Rome's crucial grain and resource supply. Basically, Egypt was the big grain-growing province, and they were running ships back and forth through the Mediterranean every day to supply the mainland in Rome. Well, mainland, it's all one land, but across the Mediterranean Sea to the larger of the Italian province and Rome itself. So, during Caesar's stay, the 22-year-old Cleopatra allegedly wrapped herself up in a carpet to sneak in to meet with Caesar. Remember, she was still in exile, couldn't really be seen walking around in public. Well, after some fluttering of the eyelashes and some other pledges of support, perhaps, Caesar agreed to support her claim to the throne completely. This, of course, led to a full-scale conflict with Ptolemy XIII's forces. Now, Ptolemy XIII's advisors turned Egyptian forces against Caesar and Cleopatra, who took refuge in the palace complex. The ensuing battles in Alexandria culminated in the defeat of Ptolemy XIII's forces at the Battle of the Nile, resulting in the king's death as he reportedly drowned in the Nile while attempting to escape with what was left of his army. In the summer of 47 BC, Cleopatra, having married her younger brother Ptolemy XIV, embarked on a 2-month trip along the Nile with Caesar. During their journey, they visited Dendara, where Cleopatra was revered as pharaoh, a title which was beyond Caesar's reach. Their relationship evolved into a romantic one, resulting in the birth of a son, Caesarion. In 45 BC, Cleopatra and Caesarion traveled to Rome, residing in a palace built by Caesar especially for them. Following Caesar's assassination in 44 BC, sorry, I should have put a spoiler alert with that, Rome faced division between Mark Antony and Octavian. Cleopatra aligned herself with Mark Antony, and of course, once again, they became romantically involved, and they eventually got married in Egypt. However, it was not recognized by Roman law because Antony was already married at home. Naughty boy. The couple had 3 children, by the way. They had twins, Cleopatra Selene and Alexander Helios, and another son, Ptolemy Philadelphus. Mark Antony's association with Cleopatra was not received very well in Rome. Accused of enchanting Antony to further her influence, I can't imagine why, Cleopatra faced condemnation, exacerbated by Antony's intention to grant various territories to their children. Octavian declared war on Antony and Cleopatra. This culminated in the Battle of Actium, where Octavian's forces defeated Cleopatra and Antony's navy. Octavian waited a year before annexing Egypt as a Roman province, and the remaining forces of Antony were swiftly mopped up and defeated. Facing capture and likely execution by Octavian, Antony decided to execute himself to save Octavian the trouble. But just like the Battle of Actium, this was a failure on Antony's behalf. He was taken to Cleopatra after his failed attempt, who had sought refuge in her mausoleum, where he ultimately finished the job. Now, Cleopatra was also aware of her impending fate, and was not keen on the idea of being marched through the Roman streets in a triumph. So, her and her handmaidens chose to end their lives on August 12th, 30 BC. Legends suggest she died from an asp's venom, while other accounts mention poison or Octavian's ordered execution. Either way, we don't really know. Caesarion. What happened to him? Well, he nominally succeeded her until his own capture and supposed execution. Cleopatra and Antony's surviving children were spared by Octavian and raised by his sister Octavia Minor. While the fate of Cleopatra and Antony's sons remains unclear, their daughter Cleopatra Selene married into the Mauritanian royal line, through Octavian's arrangement, of course. This marriage facilitated the intermingling of the Ptolemaic line with the Roman nobility for centuries. With the demise of Cleopatra and Caesarion, the Ptolemaic dynasty and the era of pharaonic Egypt came to an end. Although Alexandria retained its status as the capital, Egypt became a Roman province. Octavian emerged as the sole ruler, laying the foundation for the transformation of Rome into a monarchy, ultimately becoming the Roman Empire. Well, I hope you had fun listening to that. I hope that you learned something. I know I certainly did. And I think that we can all agree that sometimes families like the Ptolemies, just like any other family, have disagreements and don't get along. Well, let's hope we can get along a little bit better than the Ptolemies did. I'm the ASMR historian. I'd like to thank you again for joining me. I'm going to leave you with some relaxing sounds as you continue your meditation or go off to sleep. Whatever you're doing out there, make sure you do it slowly. I'll see you next time, everyone. Good night.